shape tonight. That's great.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission to order. We're rolling, right, Terry?
The video is, and I forgot my recorder to be coming back.
Okay,
over there.
but we have the video.
It will
Okay,
be here when he,
Thank you.
so.
Present at tonight's meeting are John McLaughlin, Stephen Welch, Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, Abigail Camp, and myself, Ray Cole. Two things for the audience before we get started. One, if you want to record any portion of tonight's meeting, please let us know in advance. Thank you. And if there's any conversations other than at this table, if they could take place out in the hall, just so that Terry can hear what's being said at the table for our minutes. Thanks. And now, I should ask you, Kathy, are there any modifications to tonight's agenda before we get an approval on it?
None as noted.
Okay.
So I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Diane has made a motion to approve tonight's agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any public comment at this time? Hearing none, we will move along to the consent agenda. And let's see, does anyone need to recuse from anything on this list? Because let's
I
see.
don't think it, for the consent number 2, I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody on 3 either, the consent with conditions.
Oh, well,
Oh.
wait. Oh, you mean in terms of a conflict?
Yeah,
No, nor do I. So we have our regular board, so the regular board will be voting on the consent agenda. If there are no questions on that, could I have a motion?
Motion to approve
Thank you.
consent.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Very good. And John, okay, and 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Now we're on to consent with conditions. Same, may I?
Please, motion to approve consent
With conditions? Great.
conditions.
All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Okay. Now we're on to signs.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Kevin is not here today, but they did want you to review the sign application. They did not have a quorum today, but they wanted you to review it to possibly.
So they want us to review it?
And possibly approve it.
Okay. They didn't have a quorum, Kathy, but did they meet and did they give it, looks like
Yeah.
they might have given us some.
Yeah, so the applicant came in with, as the last page, there's only 2 copies of the signs I have to share. It came in with the revised drawing is on that last page. It's dated stamped today, so they only do 2 copies, you guys, so.
That's okay.
you'll have to-
John's on this, not me.
So they didn't yay or nay it?
No, because they didn't have a quorum.
Well, here it is. So
Do we have
no
one?
quorum. Well, actually,
I'll give you John's after he. Where's that one? Oh, no.
August 20th. Yeah.
I wouldn't even be able to tell you what the sign regulations are.
So, I have a sign advisory minutes dated August 20th. And it has everybody's name circled except for Paul Wolf. So there's 4 people. And it says, recommend approval as revised, but it also has checked hold for revision. So, wait a second. 820 hold for revisions, and it says 827 recommend approval as revised.
So this was the revised that they brought in today, and it's date stamped today. It's the last page on that packet.
So
So it goes
So
from, look,
they're not stipulating any further revisions, they're simply saying that the one that's revised is okay with them. Okay,
it's a
all right.
big revision.
it's what?
It's a big
Oh, it's a big revision, yeah, it certainly is. The sign used to be oval with
Can I
a
show Diane?
lighthouse or
Can I show
a
Diane?
light on it of some kind.
So that's it.
Okay,
They're
so
gonna go
sign
from silly
advisory has
putty-
basically okayed the revised
that's
sign as submitted, August 27th.
This is
Yeah,
the banner.
this is a little confusing, John, but
Okay.
look at the date. See, one says hold for revisions, but that was on the 20th, and then you'll see below that it says recommend approval, or some language like that. Okay.
What is the other one?
It goes from the John,
Oh, revised.
It's just one.
Yeah, so they came in initially, John, with an oval sign
they,
right there.
first they wanted this.
And then,
Nantucket.
All right,
no,
hold
sign
on.
advisory said, come back with revisions, so now they have a rectangular sign.
Yeah, that glare blue's a little strong on the brick too. You know?
Well-
Maybe, well, you can read it.
Well,
It's-
It stands out more than it should be subdued.
the application says Nantucket blue.
Is there such a thing? I didn't know there was.
Odd.
Well, is this sign up? No?
That's a Photoshop.
It is, cause they did the.
Well, if it's a Photoshop, it's exceptional,
I mean, they
because
did
they have
the
the shadows on.
Oh,
Maybe it
shadows of the
isn't.
tree on.
I don't have one, so
John, would you be okay with Nantucket blue? I'm unfamiliar with that color, but.
I think it's like foam,
There's
yeah.
not much difference between Nantucket blue and this blue.
Oh,
Yeah, it looks like
where's
Folger
that?
blue.
Where's that?
Folger blue?
Yeah.
I gotta show you.
Yeah.
So, see this?
Folder blue's lighter.
It is?
Oh,
Oh, oh.
See,
oh,
application, oh, see, this is blank, that is blank.
Oh, this is
that's
a
a
terrible reproduction,
Yeah.
because it looks gray.
Nothing in the act is
it's more
on,
like the Newport.
and I
Oh, and
thought
there's
this
Nantucket blue,
June, and
which
I
looks
crossed
green.
out.
This thing,
This stuff,
don't even
Well, this
bother
one
looking
isn't
at it,
because
John,
that's
because
right,
look,
it's a sign.
they have
I know,
full,
but I was just showing you what was.
Folger blue looks gray on that. It's not a good copy. Not a good copy.
But you didn't sign
All right,
it.
so
Color Folger blue.
Did you sign it?
Folger blue, everybody
Consent
okay
last
with
week.
that?
No, I don't know who to.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I
Doesn't make-
signed them, but I mean,
No.
who sat on it?
I did not.
Did somebody make a motion for me?
Most,
I don't care. Go ahead.
I don't mind the blue that's there, I think.
Alright. So you're allowed to make a motion.
Alright, I would make a motion to accept the submitted,
Okay, so that would be in the Nantucket blue.
yeah.
Alright. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
I,
Can I add,
What?
they just need to correct the application, cause it's all the old colors and,
Right.
Oh, okay, so Diane, can we add that to your?
Yes,
Okay,
to update the application
right.
so that the colors match the current colors.
Well, I
colors.
think all the specifications should
Yeah.
match, cause that's
That's
basically
at
the
oval and-
original one,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, so all in favor of Diane's modified motion?
I,
Okay. Welcome Jesse Dutra.
Ray, how are you? It's been a
Hi.
while.
I was away, I feel like I've been away for a month and a half.
well, he was away before you, so
Oh,
you guys
yeah,
really
that's
haven't
why.
seen
That's
each
why.
other.
Okay.
All
All right, so now we have this thing, apparently that happened when I was away on the 20th.
For 3 weeks.
I
Yeah,
would-
that's the next thing up. So,
Let me, do you want me to explain?
yeah, well, I don't believe I'm on it, but so,
Only two people in there, Darren, we have kind of an
two,
issue.
two people.
Only
Two people, there were three people sitting. John abstained or recused,
So I wasn't.
and Jesse and Diane.
I don't think
According to the
everybody was
minutes.
in the room then,
And there was a 2-0 vote to,
on consent.
Okay.
on the consent,
Now,
on
so-
the entire consent
well,
agenda.
And we're
So now
adjourned.
here's the weirdness. We don't have quorum.
No. Diane, Johnny, and Jesse were sitting.
Right.
Oh,
So they would have to, my interpretation, this is just my interpretation of Robert's rules, is Jesse has to make the motion to reconsider the vote. Since you
May-
needed someone who
Hold on.
voted in the positive and only two people did and one was the chair.
We have a comment about this whole
Yeah,
thing.
I have a point of order
Yeah.
for Ray.
We have a point of order.
And then I'm
Okay.
sure have issues.
all right.
We'll fix it, but we have a point of order.
Arthur, I'll
Yeah.
take your point of order. Thank
The
you.
point of order is that the reconsideration of this matter would be untimely, because under Robert's rules, a motion to reconsider has to be made on the same day as the action that is to be reconsidered. The motion has to be made by someone who voted in favor, which we know, and it has to be made on the same day. It cannot be made after the close of the meeting at which the action was taken.
Now, just so you know, we have been in touch with the state. The state is the only one that has jurisdiction. There are no exemptions from
Yeah.
New Street up to the Rotary at the state level for anything. The
That's-
state has complete, we checked, the state has complete control of everything from the, you know, that whole grassy strip on both sides. The state is what does it, but I sent them a bunch of pictures of the driveways that are out
Hey,
there.
Linda,
And the state is willing to
excuse me,
work with us.
Let's deal with the
I wanna,
Yeah.
procedural
Could
issue.
I-
rather
Yeah.
than, the procedural thing is what's foremost right here. So, I was not sitting on this, and as far as I understand, 3 of you sitting at the table right now were John, Diane, and Jesse, okay? And now so I shouldn't be saying anything frankly, but I'm,
Well, it's a procedural issue.
right, so, Arthur has raised the issue of if this thing is going to be reopened, that it should have been done that day. That's according to Robert's rules. That is frankly, not, even if I could speak to it, which I can't, I shouldn't be speaking to it. One of the 3 members who was present for the first hearing should be. So the first thing I wanna know is there anyone at the table who can refute Arthur's claim that it cannot be reopened anytime after the same day?
I have not heard that. We haven't had that many undoing of consents. However, I can tell you how it got to be that point.
Well, I don't think you need to, Diane, because I was on the chain. I mean, I think everyone at the table is aware of how this sort of came out. However, somebody filed a complaint about it, and then it went back to the HDC.
It
Or
was
went back to the
Wisconsin
office.
advisory.
No, I don't.
Wisconsin advisory here.
So,
No.
could I just?
When I signed
Was it in the
as
chain?
chairman, acting,
Yes.
consents, I go through the whole thing, I look at them all, put them back in order, and see that there are no conditions that need to be recorded on the application. I had done them all, 2 buckets full, I don't know how many there were. The last one, loose on the top, was this one. I signed it as I was going through it, then it occurred to me that there were 4 packets for the DOT. And it didn't look as if they had been opened at all. Now, I called the motion and it was voted on. We went through it, unfortunately, my mistake, because I would have called it, had I seen that. Perhaps I would have called it, but perhaps I would have counted on the former chairman to know that we would be upset. Anyway, when I just finished signing it, I looked up and it was not given any date of acceptance. It was no charge for the amount. And there's one other thing you have, and it had no number or anything else. So I drew my line, hand through it, and I called Kathy up to tell her, and I told her that I was not returning it with the other consents because I wanted to go into her hands. And so she called me the next day, and the person who drives my car took it back. It I didn't see any notes, I didn't see any comments. I did call a thing of the DOT and the DPW, and as far as they were telling me was that the state road goes to the split of Main Street and New Street. And the reason that they have that Daffodil Weekend, all those people from that area into the Rotary, is that it is not a state road. And it's maintained as state up to there and town the rest of the way. When the cement was put around the flagpole, that was done by the DPW. So, that's all I can tell you, is that it was not, the front page was not filled out. I was not aware, I didn't get the green sheet, from Shab saying that it was a definite no. So I just thought, being that with that Shab sheet saying no in big letters and just having it fit, I was surprised that the people in the office would have put it on consent.
Any comment?
So that is the way it happened. Why my signature is on it and crossed out and initialed by me was because I thought that the application was really weird.
Can I respond to that?
Okay, it's funny. I'm not sharing this,
Can
all
we
right?
respond to
Yeah,
that?
so.
Is it necessary? We're just
Yes.
talking about,
No, it's correct, I need to correct the record on a
But
couple of things.
I wanna keep things kind of tidy on this.
Right,
So Diane is chairing this, John is on it,
and Jesse.
and Jesse is on it.
We need to
So,
correct the record, though.
keeping, and I'm only saying this sort of at an advisory level, you know, keep with that board. I think that the conversation about what happens with this application should be limited to those three people. And I also think that you should keep in mind Arthur's claim, of that, you know, to reopen it should have happened last Tuesday and not this Tuesday. And whether the applicant's representatives here would be amenable to simply having a discussion about it.
If I say one thing on your thing is Arthur's thing of it having to be redone that day at the meeting. How did I know that it was not properly filled out? Since we don't get the consents in a pile in front of us, I had no way of knowing that it was not properly filled out until I saw it.
I'm not clear about it, the
Hold
way
on,
it was not
hold on,
properly filled out.
Hold on, I filled it out. It was properly filled out. It was duly taken in. If they miss stamping it, I can't account for what happens after it gets submitted. The Sconset did see it. It was originally, because it was a driveway apron, on consent, and after Sconset came back with their, it's also not correct. I have the pictures. Sconset came back with their concerns, and it was not removed in all the hubbub getting the meeting together. It was not removed to the regular agenda. Normally, it would go to the regular agenda if Nantucket or Sconset or somebody has a concern. It didn't get taken off, so it got left on there, and it should have been taken off, but it wasn't, because it was a little rushed in there trying to get this together. But it was duly filled out. It was appropriately filled out.
Why wasn't there a date of submission?
I don't know. It's on the bottom, but I don't know what the stamp, I don't know what the stamp is.
You know what the three things
I don't
are.
fill the top, and the office does. We fill in the date on the bottom when it's signed.
And there was no amount of money, nothing.
$50 was put in. It
Not
was
when I
brought
saw
in
it,
by
there was
Arthur's
nothing there.
office. It was in the office, and it was already paid. The
It may
issue,
have been, but I just don't understand why nothing was on the,
I can't account for that, but Diane, the concern was that it was macadam all the way from the edge of the thing, that 15 feet till you get to the property line. And the comment from Sconset was that there are no asphalt aprons, which is absolutely incorrect. I have pictures of every apron from New Street all the way to the Rotary on both sides. So we'll move past that. But I was concerned about it enough to go out and take pictures. We sent them up to the DOT. The DOT has agreed to work with us. The state road goes all the way up to the Rotary. They have complete jurisdiction. What they have allowed us to do, and I have the pictures and the drawings, and the new drawing. What
Linda,
they've
let
allowed us
me
to
take
do-
the point of exactly
If
how
you
we
want us
get
to
here.
come back with it, we can.
Linda, the point on this, first of all, when we first applied to the DPW for the curb cut, we were informed by them that they had no jurisdiction
Steve,
over it because
Diane.
this is part of the state highway, that the state highway goes all the way to the Rotary in Wisconsin. We therefore contacted the Mass DOT and dealt with them. And the first correspondence that we had with them, the first thing we got back was, bear in mind that it is our requirement that any portion of the driveway that would be within the state highway must be bituminous concrete, asphalt.
All of it.
And so based upon that, we have no more desire to put in asphalt all the way than anybody else, but it is a state requirement, at least under normal circumstances, that be done. And that's how we got to this point. Now, since then, as Linda indicated, we have some communication which has just come up because of this issue with the DOT, in which we explained that we were running into difficulties with the Historic District Commission and that we were in a historic part of a historic town, and that we wanted to see whether there was any give to their position that it was required to be asphalt paving. And as a result of that communication we've had from them today, tentatively, because it has to be done formally, and that won't be able to be done until next week, and of course, until it actually happens, it hasn't happened. But they've indicated that 2 feet of asphalt coming in off the pavement of the roadway, and then 10 feet of Belgian block, and then behind that, shell between that and the property line, and then shell into the property. So we should know in the next few days, we should next week have confirmation from them, in which case I would hope that the issue would go away and it would be approved on the basis of that. An interesting point is whether the portion of the work that's being done within the roadway layout is subject to HDC jurisdiction, because we are dealing with a state highway. And the HDC's jurisdiction expressly refers to driveways, but the portion of the driveway that is actually within the state highway layout is not really a driveway, it's a portion of the highway. Now, we could spend a lot of time dealing with issues like that, and I hate to use the L for litigation word, but it could go there. And it's not our desire to do any of that. We would hope that this matter can be amicably resolved, and frankly, we understand the concern. And I understand there was some misunderstanding here, and I understand the concern about the appearance of an all-asphalt driveway in a location like this. We were just trying to go by the rules. And in the event that the state issues the revised letter, we'll be fine with that, and we'll be happy to agree then with the HDC that solution resolves the problem.
I think the cleanest way to deal with it is I can reapply for next week. If you guys wanna put it on consent,
Will you have an answer next week?
I can just reapply.
They
We
said
don't
they were
meet
doing
next week.
Well,
What is,
It's Labor Day week.
oh, are you guys
Yeah.
off that Tuesday?
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, Mr. Chairman, as Attorney Reed will probably,
Again, I wanna.
I'm not gonna speak on the matter, but I wanna speak on.
No, but I'm just saying, I'm not sharing this.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes,
So you're sitting here, so we're not used to you not being on
Yeah, I
something when
know,
you're sitting
it's,
here.
I'm here so rarely these days.
So, as perhaps Attorney Reed can comment on, you would be able to take up a motion to rescind or a motion to amend something previously approved. That would be what would be in order, as opposed to a motion to reconsider, which has to be on the same day.
No, you can't even do that.
Yeah, you can. And I can argue about it, but
I'm sure.
Attorney Reed will probably confirm that. You could take up a motion to approve something previously approved.
And you certainly would have the ability to file an appeal if you wanted to from the HDC decision. So,
Well, no, are you presuming that what you're asking for wouldn't be approved?
no,
You just wanna reapply.
I'm only dealing with the procedural issues,
Yeah.
Steve.
But why would you threaten litigation if it were a motion?
No, I'm just
The net
saying.
of all this is, I think that you guys would just reapply and
The litigation I was suggesting would be that a member of the HDC could file an appeal
against them.
against the HDC, not litigation that we would commence.
We didn't want asphalt for
Can
20 feet
I,
either.
I'm third.
Linda, oh, you
No,
finished
go ahead.
with
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair.
these pictures?
Which one do you have?
I have 29 Main Street. I have got after 29 Main Street, 33 Main Street, and 48 Main Street. They all, aprons come down to the road with the exception of what do you think that is?
Which one?
Is
Not
that
even a foot.
not even for 29 Main Street?
North side.
Doesn't matter.
Hold on. Yeah, and see, a lot of these have the 2 feet,
That's,
but a lot
but
of
that's
these,
not 2 feet.
I know, but a lot of these were done without state approval. So, because this is a new driveway, not a reconstruction of an existing driveway. It's the only one on Main that does not have a driveway because it was just split from the lot that's on Moore's Lane. So it was just 4181 Eld. So now this house is separate with a frontage there. Previously, it was Moore's Lane.
Right.
This is
Moore's
the,
Lane, yeah.
Moore's Lane, it was the only one on Main Street that did not have a driveway, which is why, given
So
today.
this is the corner house going down Maury Lane.
No, it's one over. It sort of does this around the corner
Yeah.
house. And the problem was is that because it's new, because the state is more involved, because they had all the stakes out there, because of all the work they were doing, there was no way to get away to put a new driveway in without the
Yes.
state finding out. So we just did it the correct way. Everybody
what-
else redid it
No, I see.
without state approval.
But-
So we can't account for everybody else who did it without state approval.
May I speak on it?
Yes,
I
you
mean,
certainly
all
may.
this seems irrelevant if we're just gonna reapply next week.
Yeah, with what they would
What
want.
I would suggest that we do, I mean, I certainly don't want to, on behalf of my clients, give up any rights that we have accrued at the present time, and I don't think we need to get into that point. We will file a new application, it probably will be for week after next.
You're not meeting on the
Do you
Thursday.
think this is, do you think that's
So
acceptable?
it would be for the meeting on the 10th, I guess. And we will come in with that. Meanwhile, the existing situation, status quo stands, nothing's happening between now and then. We'll come in with a new application showing the new layout. It can be acted on at that time. If it's not approved, then we reserve our rights. If it is approved, everybody goes home happy.
Sounds good to me.
Right.
Yeah.
When
No, no,
somebody is out there, since it's difficult for me to get out there, at 46 Main Street, there is a strip of asphalt right there, you could tell it's asphalt. Then there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't look like asphalt, it isn't asphalt, I don't know what it is,
On 48, it's asphalt all the way to the house.
but it's two different, it's not showing here, 46, sorry.
Or 46, it's shell, and then it goes to something else.
That goes in a little more than the 2
Yeah,
feet
this
we're
goes more,
talking
you can
about.
see the 2 feet right there.
Yeah,
Some of them
so-
have that 2 feet.
So what is that stuff?
That's macadam. It's just gridded. Let's put it that way.
I don't know, anyway, I believe
We'll have our chance at this next.
we will have our chance and we will finish it up when you make an application, and otherwise it will just be held until such time. Can I keep one?
Oh, yeah, keep as many, I've
To,
got plenty of them. The file has them.
So, well, I wanted to go and drive by, so I knew specifically what I was talking about.
Because then, Wisconsin Advisory will get another shot at it also, so.
Yes, we will have that, go to them as long as you understand that that's
I had always assumed myself that the state highway ended somewhere around where New Street comes in, and it was the DPW that called to our attention the fact that right all the way into the village, into the Rotary is in fact state highway, and that the DPW had no jurisdiction over our application. So
They weren't aware that the 50-foot layout didn't go all the way to the houses. They didn't realize there was like an 18 to 15-foot grassy strip before
Yeah.
you even get to the
It's a
property
very
lines
wide
until
layout.
recently. So that's why I sent them all the pictures you have. I sent them every picture, and they started, well, that is a different thing.
Sounds like
Well,
it's on
we-
the right track.
It's, I don't know when the law was changed, because that's how Daffodil got started where it is, and didn't extend further down Main Street. It's because Main Street came to the end as a state road. So maybe they're claiming more. Why didn't they do the cement rotary at the flag if the state did it?
Because it's a town thing.
Yeah,
the state's concern, by the way, on the whole thing is that
Runoff.
anything other than asphalt, materials might get loose onto the state highway and create a hazard for which the state could be sued and so on and so forth.
The other thing was plowing. They wanted to make sure
Plowing.
that there was a buffer,
Yep.
at least between the shell or the Belgian block for plowing. They
The
brought
pod,
that
the
up.
pod movement will take care of it. Protect our daffodils.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So,
Can we move
I
on?
don't,
Yes.
I don't think any action needs to be taken.
No.
No,
No.
Right?
we're
Okay,
good.
so,
Thank you,
thank you.
and sorry for the confusion.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanna make sure that I wasn't necessarily in favor of the asphalt all the way across, but that's what I was presented
Okay,
with on
thanks.
30 pages
Thanks
with
for,
DOT.
checking with the state, that's very
Yeah,
positive.
didn't have time to go back after it last week.
Okay, thank you
Chairman.
all.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
I brought my case to this, what I've heard, all right? We have just spent half an hour,
Well, but we're done with this now, John.
I just wanna make a comment.
Okay.
And we spent a half hour onto it, and it wasn't open for anything, discussion in the meeting here,
Thank you.
all right?
Yep.
This is a request to reconsider.
Yeah, and so basically what they're gonna do is they're just gonna file a new application.
I want to withdraw this request, or take no
Well,
action.
we're just not gonna take any action. No action.
We didn't make the
So-
request,
so-
John.
Excuse me,
No, we're gonna take no action. There's no action to take. Okay, so we're good? Okay,
We're good.
thank you.
Thank
And
you
now,
very
so
much.
next up, we're gonna move to old business. And Linda has two projects at 6 Red Mill Road. Have these been heard? And if
not.
No,
they have not been heard. Okay, so this is the regular board.
is, no, I gotta leave it report.
Yeah, you got the regular board.
I know, right?
This,
I know why you're clapping your hands.
this is not the last one, but it's the second to last one up there on Mill Hill.
Unfortunate how much of this you can see.
I can't tell which house is which, but looking up from the cemetery is where you
Now, you don't see
Oh, my goodness,
And
Lon.
you can see them all.
where, sort of at not.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, sort of at not. This is number 6,
right.
which is going further down the hill into the valley,
Mhm.
which is less visible as you go down the hill.
Not from the cemetery.
Yes, it is not visible from the
Let's not
center.
argue right at the get-go. So, Red Mill Lane,
It terminates right there.
it ends here.
There's 8 below it. They haven't even dreamed of 8 yet.
8,
So we've approved 2,
8 more.
8 is below it,
It's already.
at the bottom of the hill. This is number 6.
Wait,
No, no, I meant this road right here.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
which is the one with all the swimming pools that you follow?
The other one, guys, at 6 was approved in one meeting, just to give you a context. It doesn't look a heck of a lot different than the rest. If you look at this, it shows you what the other houses look like in there that have been built so far. I went up there and took a picture, and the first one is the site. The second one is for Red Mill, which was approved in one meeting. 2 Red Mill was approved in 2 meetings because it was on the corner. There's 3 Old Farm, 5 Old Farm, which is being built now, 7 Old Farm. Then you go around the corner and down the hill again, and there's 2 that front on that. I don't remember what their numbers are, Old Mill Court and Old Mill Court. Then one looking back across from Old Mill Court. It's pretty stock and trade up there on the hill. Or down below. It's going down, it's dropping precipitously from, Old Farm way down to the bottom of that hill. So they're leveling off.
Hey, Linda.
Yep.
Did you say that number 8 is built?
No, we haven't even thought about 8.
Okay.
8 is
Okay.
the last
All right.
one in there.
Yep.
Everything else is sold and being built or built.
White trim. Clapboard, 3/4 doors.
There's no clapboard.
It's funny, the clapboard
it
is
mismarked?
filled out.
Yeah, there's no clapboard.
No.
It's just, white trim, white windows, white sash. You've got the house up first, right? Similar, but just enough different. I made them change some stuff, but it's fairly similar to the style of all the rest of the houses up there. One, I believe, is white, and then the other one going down Old Mill is gonna be white.
Is anyone ready, or do we need more time to review?
Well, I don't, at a glance, I don't see anything wrong with the architecture. When Val mentioned, can you see it from the cemetery? I'm thinking about the height of it, just in general. I'd like to know how much you can see from the cemetery.
Because of the dramatic grade change going down from up, going way down the hill, this is actually less visible than the one at the top of the hill. But they have plants that you only can die for across the street.
They have
are
what?
the thickest, most put together screening. I wish I had it. You can't see it in the Google because it's hard to see it across the street from it, but it's very, very thick. And as I say, this is less visible because as you go down the hill further into the valley, it's harder to see through those trees and and the building itself. It's the same height as everybody else.
There's the cemetery. Actually,
Other way.
This goes in the front?
Yeah, this is where you can't see it on here. This is where this is solidly planted over here.
Can we view,
I was hoping you guys would have done that, but that's another 2 weeks out.
well, I'm sorry, cause I am convinced that you can see it. You can see all the other ones. The only thing I
Okay,
will
well,
say is
how
that
about,
it's
saying
how
nice
about,
that,
let me ask you a question,
Less
Val.
visible.
Let me ask you a question.
or I won't sit
Um,
on it.
No,
Across the street,
if it is visible, what aspects of it are objectionable to you? Cause to John's point, John would claim that everything is visible, and he's probably right.
pool's right in here yet.
Seems like the height is kinda high.
It's the
For a
same-
story and a half, it's almost
This
30
right here,
feet.
Red Mountain Lane,
Same height as the ones next to it.
Well,
here.
Linda, I don't wanna argue with you. I would just like an opportunity to view it.
Let's go around the table. So Abby started out, so
I have
you
nothing,
said architecturally nothing
architecture,
objectionable.
fine.
Okay, and then, was there anything else?
No, I'm just.
No, okay. And Val, you would love to view it, what are your architectural concerns or concerns?
I like the facade of the house, it's
Okay.
simply the height. As I understood it from past things on this, I remember we always tried to keep it to a story and a half. Are those story and a halves 29 feet? If they are, then I'm wrong.
So, the interesting thing about the 29 feet is that's the average grade. They're cutting on one side and they're filling on the other side.
Yeah, we're cutting on the high
So
side.
if you look at the west elevation, which is the front, you'll notice that there's a very large retaining wall on the left-hand side that is higher than the house. It goes up. And you'll notice that there's a retaining wall on the right-hand side of the house which goes down. That's their way of reconciling that pitch and the grade. So the 29 feet is measured from the in-between portion.
And look at how the shingles follow the grade.
Yeah, that's happening more and more, unfortunately.
Where's the tall wall?
Well, they're
That
on
one.
both sides. This one is
Great, I don't
holding
see
back
that at all.
this, and
Yes.
this is holding back that.
The tall wall, Diane, is on the upside between it and 4.
How tall is that wall?
We're not in here yet with it, but probably the same height as the other guys, 4 feet. It has to be engineered.
Are you putting in both those walls, Linda?
We,
One on the north,
One-
one on the south?
as we come down the hill,
Mm.
4 owns the one between 2 and 4. 6 owns the one between 6 and 4, and 8 will own the one between 8 and 6. So we haven't really dealt with the low side yet, just the high side. So we're
Got it.
coming down, stepping, coming down,
Got it.
stepping, coming down,
So
stepping.
the wall that's cutting into the grade is the
Um,
one that you're gonna be responsible
Yes,
for?
between 4 and 6.
Got it, okay. Diana?
My concern is not seeing a house, because I think you should be able to see a house. My concern would be, other than the house, which looms, all of them up there, looms over the cemetery, which I think has to be considered to some degree. It is part of the original streetscape before this came in. I think we would have to see, I would like to see a very careful diagram of what's being planted and what is maintained in that area to make it not so visible, because
Bless
To make it not so visible from the cemetery?
yeah, from the cemetery, which is, Joy Street and coming down between the two cemeteries.
Oh, I didn't take a picture from out there. Joy?
So I would agree to like you to have a view, because I would like to see what you can see from the Prospect Street Cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want a height pole, Diane?
Yeah, that would be, would be great, so we had some idea. I think that it's a nice house. I don't have a problem, how it sit into the land, and then we have now a thing for a cabana coming, fitting in, it has to be done, I'd like to see it.
Okay. Hey, John, we have now 2 members of the board at least that would like to see a height pole on this site, so that we can check the visibility from the
Yeah.
cemetery and various other places. And it doesn't sound like there's any huge objections to anything on the architecture. But is there anything that you would care to say? Because it looks like we're gonna certainly wanna view this.
I agree, the pole would help, although looking at the photos, common sense tells us that the west and south and north are gonna be visible from traveled way.
Yes.
road.
See, this is-
You already know
this is
that
a lot
Yep.
fact.
smaller than these in height.
Yep.
Wouldn't hurt to put a pole up.
John, do you have any trouble with any of the architecture that I should change, or is that all right?
Yes,
This is weird.
on the south side, which is right here. A3,
Why doesn't it come back?
A2,
Which one, John?
A3,
Yeah.
or A3.1.
Page
City.
3,
South.
all right,
City.
all right.
South
Now,
elevation.
Sunroof.
the reference is that when you look at the drawing of the building, it's all on the same plane. And you look at the west elevation, there's quite a drop from Red Mill Lane. What is it gonna be exposed?
Which way we go? Oh, this is gonna be lot 8. That's lot 8's wall. Obviously, we're gonna have to screen it, because we're not in here for the wall yet.
I'm talking about this one.
Yeah, we're coming back in for that wall. It's not part of this application yet.
The question is, looking at it, you come down here, the end of it, all right,
Yeah,
finished, what is gonna be there? And she shows a wall here,
right.
all right? And what's gonna cover up if you don't see, just see a cement wall across the wall?
I'm not, I'll deal
Okay,
with it when
so
we come in.
what Linda has said is that wall, even though it's shown, is, that's actually on the neighbor's property that's not developed
Yeah.
yet, so that's gonna be a problem for another day.
I'll confirm that, John.
Okay, in relation
Cause
to that,
they don't need that wall there.
okay, where is it,
It's facing Oakville Road.
where is it in the front door here, all right?
Yeah,
That, on this side here, I've never seen this before, where this corner is here, and the corner here, the building goes downhill?
oh, I see,
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
yeah,
wait, wait.
That one.
it does, it slopes a little bit, John,
The foundation's exposed.
yeah. That's,
It's not-
that's the sloped
It's
shingle.
not typical to see something like that, that's all. I'm
Yeah,
saying.
so what's gonna happen is that
Yeah.
the shingles are gonna go straight across. They never cut the shingles at an angle like
Oh, this gotta be corrected then.
Yep,
Yeah, okay.
I
Yeah,
got it.
see, it's a nice house, it looks nice for the area. It performs to the other houses.
Cool.
That's it.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
So it sounds like what we'll do is, Linda, if you can have them put up a height pole in the middle of the main gable.
I'll put it up in the front
Sure,
of the
yeah,
structure,
well,
so you can
right,
see what the
the-
front part is.
that's
And you can
very
get a
good.
sort of an idea of the height by looking at the one at 4. It's right next to it.
But is this gonna be
And
kind
this
of
is going
stepped
down the hill, so
Yeah.
it's even less visible
Right.
going down.
Okay. Can somebody give me a motion
Motion to roll for height roll.
And a view.
and a view? All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Do you wanna just hold the cabana?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll,
100
fold it
we'll
back.
take a look
It's
at
like
that.
less than 200 feet.
And that's in the
Right.
back of this building
Yep.
anyway, so the building is the main thing.
Okay.
All right, so can I have a motion for
Motion
that one?
to hold the cabana to track.
Thanks.
Perfect.
All those in favor?
These are pools.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
All right, next up, 14 Woodland.
More handouts.
Hello.
There is a board on this.
Oh, are you on
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
The what?
Oh,
This?
No, no, Steve is.
Oh, Steve, can you pass that?
Well,
Patty says
Oh, thank you.
And this,
Yeah, a little coffee here.
oh, this,
This is what they call an emolument, I think. This is an emolument.
please. I watch that every
Good
night.
for me.
So
Yeah, go.
the board is
Yeah.
Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, and Watterson.
Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver.
And Watterson.
Watterson, and I don't believe there's an alternate available.
No.
Been back several times.
Okay, so we're down to 4. All right.
Okay, do you have the plan?
We don't have them yet.
No plans?
No, not yet.
We'll get to it.
I'm gonna hand these out.
Oh, while we're taking care of all this, could you all, starting with those that are representing the project, state your names for the record, whether you're for the application or against. The people for the application first, and then we'll get the list of everyone who's here in opposition, okay? Linda, why don't we start with you?
Linda Williams for the applicant.
Jeff Booms for the applicant.
Uri Benkat, also for the applicant.
Now in opposition.
Phil Garufi,
Pardon? Here in paper.
Phil Garufi. You want to spell?
G-A-R-U-F-I?
Right.
What's the address? Where-
12
You're
Woodlands
12,
Drive.
yes, I thought.
And I'm Patricia
Just
Haley.
a huge
Pardon?
Patricia Haley.
Haley,
Haley,
H-A-L-E-Y.
H-A-L-E-Y. Yeah, 16 years, and I'm opposed.
Thank you all. Okay, we have our
Okay, do you have the
drawings.
plans out?
Yep.
Okay. This has been going through some agita. We did get on consent a couple of weeks ago, I think, the demolition approved for the hoop barn in the back.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of changes were made to this structure. If you look in there, I believe there's a before and after. And the rear deck was removed. A lot of the tchotchke on that was removed. I believe the height was lowered. The dormers came off. The, it became more simple. It looks like a garage from the front now. And they simplified the windows because it was a rather chaotic window schedule, and they simplified all of that. So a lot of the comments from the board were taken into account. What I want you to do is look at the handout I just gave you. The pictures on the front are the jurisdiction of the HDC and the sole jurisdiction of the HDC from the street. I did take one from Patty's side. I did take one from going towards Phil's side, which is on the left there. And the amount of screening and the fact that there's a structure in front and the fact that the grade drops off from the road to the back is fairly significant, so the structure is sitting down lower than the one-story house. But either way, if you go to the aerials, especially the Google aerial, you can see how it's not visible. It's 250 feet off the road, down in a somewhat of a lower grade behind the house, hidden by the house, hidden by the foliage, not visible from the rear. So the HDC's jurisdiction is from the front, which they've simplified radically and gotten rid of some of the more objectionable aspects of this structure. And if it's not visible, I couldn't even see the pole. I took a close-up of the pole so you can see where it is on the very last picture. I had to go in behind the house and down the hill to get to the hoop barn, which is still there, just to see the pole. The pole is not visible at all from the street. And in the area, I can't really tell from the closer aerial that I took, there are barns, there are garages, there are all kinds of ancillary structures. The goal is to get rid of that hoop barn, make a reasonable home shop for the applicant, and get all the stuff out of the yard into the building, which I know has been a great concern to some of the neighbors. And that's the whole point of this. You can't really work in that hoop barn during the summer because it's like 150 degrees.
Is the hoop barn right in the location of the proposed building?
Yes,
That's why I can barely see it
yeah.
on the GIS.
And one of the GISs, these are 2014, the top two.
Mm.
The last one is a Google map, and that is the most recent. So you can
I
see
can
the
sort of
hoop
make
barn.
it out now.
You can
It's
see the hoop
dark
barn on the
blue.
Google map.
Mm.
So this is replacing the hoop barn, and all the stuff that's outside right now is gonna be in the barn for the most part. And again, I just call attention to the fact that the jurisdiction from the HDC is from the road, and it's non-existent from the road. So that's my spiel. You wanna add anything?
We wrapped to lower the ridge, so we lowered the ridge down 3 feet, and now it's about a foot less than the neighbor to the east. They have a 28-foot ridge and 1,500 square foot house. Keeps being comments about the size of the structure. This is 1,200 square feet, so it's smaller than the neighbor to the east.
That 1,200 is ground coverage.
Yeah,
Correct.
it looks bigger than it actually is.
I have a very narrow lot, so.
Okay, anything else? Your eye?
I think in the Nantucket city, so
Okay,
it's
okay, now,
significant change to this city.
okay, thank you. Let's see something.
I don't know that there's anything I can really say that's within your jurisdiction. All I can speak about is the neighbor I've lived with for the last 5 years.
That's only be careful.
And what I'm afraid of is this, what is the use of the house actually gonna be? It's a 4-bedroom septic, I know that needs to be upgraded. And he has 2 bedrooms currently. And I'm afraid of a lot of things, actually. I'm afraid of dormitory. I'm afraid, since the last meeting, there's an illegal basement apartment and 2 other people have moved into it. He had 3 to begin with, now there's 5. And I've just, I live in fear. And I know Patty does too, and Paul Supernoff, he's not here. That, it'll just spiral out of control.
Well, we appreciate your concerns. Unfortunately, I'm sure I don't have to
That's
tell you
what I
this,
mean,
it's not germane to what we're reviewing right now. The use of the building, we're interested in the architecture and the visibility from public ways. And
A couple of questions.
Sure.
Linda, when you were talking about the grade drop-off, how much is the grade drop-off? It's pretty flat around there. Is it a foot or 2 for the grade drop?
Eyeballing it,
My
Patty.
yard is flat, and I'm right beside it.
Eyeballing it, Patty. I don't know, it's a couple of feet lower than the house.
3 feet.
At least
Three
From
feet.
the front of the lot to the back of the lot.
Yes.
That's the grade drop-off. Okay.
At
I'm
least 3
also
feet plus.
reading this, which I didn't bring a magnifying glass to read what it says, but it looks like it says, proposed building, on the first page of the plan that I have. It has a drawing of this, I guess, studio, and shadowed over it, is that your existing house?
The one in the front is the existing house with the proposed future addition that might.
So there's a
to
proposal that that house would be
There's a-
enlarged to block this.
It's
So
like-
we would be adding a larger front house and this studio, shed, or, I don't know, what is this building called?
We are not adding that, we just modeling it as an option that might happen, might be denied, so. we are
Even
showing
without
it.
it there, you
We're
don't
showing
see
that it will be
you don't see the
actually
garage.
visible.
We did an option to do an upstairs. My house is 740 square feet, so that would make a reasonable sized kitchen and put the 2-bedroom upstairs instead of having, downstairs was like an office at one time with bifold doors to my daughter's room.
I just,
Again, pretty much it's,
let's just hear
Okay.
what she has to say.
so I'm concerned about that, this grade drop-off, and Linda referred to going down the hill to take pictures. There's no hill.
That's not true. My lot drops down steeply from
Well,
behind the house.
It's not, I have a deck.
We're talking
Okay.
about 3 feet, I wouldn't necessarily call that a hill,
Yeah.
but.
Well,
it's a
we can
change.
request a
Especially
topo.
when it's 200 feet from this hill is over a 200-foot stretch.
There is topo on
flat
this,
from here to here,
Val.
Not
Yeah,
from a
this page.
surveyor.
and down, further down. But the drop is pretty much guided to the.
Okay.
It's really a material.
It is kind of.
The fact is, if you look
Immaterial.
from the road, you cannot see the story pole that was put up.
Okay.
I just wanna clarify the use for a second, as
No,
as you
no.
know, it's
No,
not
no,
before you.
no.
Linda,
It
I
is,
don't wanna
Stop.
go there.
okay, cause they've dealt with that.
No,
I just wanted
it
to
is
know.
absolutely not part of what we are reviewing
I know.
here, and I would rather not waste time on that. Okay, John, it looks like you have some comments.
Well, yes, Woodland Drive
I
and looking up Woodland
West
Drive
is
exists
facing
property.
front.
No, please.
Did you
Yes.
say, is this the
It's
property?
14 Woodland Drive,
Yes,
the driveway.
yes.
Mine is labeled.
Okay.
I believe if you stood in front of my driveway, you would have a slightly different view.
We did,
You
I
gave
took
me
the
the
picture,
floor.
Patty.
On this one here, looking in,
Yeah,
and you look back here, we're looking up the road, and where it's located on the lot behind this existing building, all right? There might be the possibility, that I'm saying, looking at these photos, that if you're outside the driveway, you're gonna see through this hole here, okay, past this side. That's all I'm saying, the building could be visible from the second floor,
okay,
not first, I've always said that.
all right.
Most buildings can be seen from the second floor. And my question
And
on
who
it
knows
was,
what you're gonna do there?
No, it's kind of near Skyline, comes off Skyline.
I think when this came in first, I mentioned, I got to refresh my memory. Right here on the west elevation, that's on A202,
Mhm.
okay, and I mentioned that usually, generally, what we do, if it is visible, is that the decks always move against the wall, not off the wall. And that's in what we've
Bless
done
you.
there.
Oh, you mean the
Uh,
stair?
Now, if the majority of the board says not visible, I have to agree with it. The way I'm saying, looking at what I see and what I see here in photos, it's possible that where that is located on the west elevation, whether it can be seen or not, that's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, John.
Right, that's
Let-
right here.
Correct.
Go right straight down.
All right, so Val,
Okay,
oh,
so,
well, if you're ready,
I am.
okay.
I do appreciate the lowering of the height, thank you. In order for it to, I also think we will see this, at least the top of this, behind the house, because, let's face it, we vote on a lot of things here that are given to us with what's existing for vegetation, and at the end of the day, that goes away during construction. So I think what's important is to make this structure fit into its environment, because I do think eventually it will be seen. So on the east, I think there's too many four-lights. I'd like to see perhaps remove some of them to make, you know what I'm saying? The little
You're
four-light
talking about
windows.
north or east?
I'm talking about east. I'm still on the
Oh,
I'm
the
just
front.
starting on the east, which is the front. I think John's comment was about the stairwell, not necessarily the deck hugging the stair against the
Val,
house.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but you know, it's interesting, you did say four-light, I believe you
I
meant
mean, six light, thank you,
Okay.
yes. Thank you. On the south, it looks much less complex without the railing, but my question is, there's still a basement well there, and how are you going to handle that without railing?
It's gonna have a grate over it.
The west is probably the best elevation of all, with the windows not chaotic and lined up, as well as the north. So I think, I appreciate the changes that have been made, but I think there's still a few more to make. And perhaps the east is the one to focus on the most, because that's gonna be seen at some point. So if it's supposed to be a barn, be a barn. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
One of the things we have is a picture of the existing house, and then the proposed house is gonna block off the view of the thing. I don't think we should be approving something on the idea that there may be a house built there to block the view, because who knows if it really, who knows how long somebody's gonna own something and somebody else buys it. And so I don't think it should be part of the proposal. I would like to have some idea on this Google map where Skyline comes around and, Lover's Lane comes down, because, and what's gonna happen to Glowacki Land, where they are proposing all those individual houses. There is certainly a thought that part of Woodland Drive is going to be seen from Glowacki Land, because it circles it. It was part of it originally. And, I think that's important as to the view. I think if you look at this map, which is the one with the red thing in the middle of it, the size of this barn is larger than anything else that is there. And I would like to, I think, from memory, maybe bad, that this is taller than most of the houses. The houses on both sides, except, I can't remember what yours was.
Phil's roof to the east of me is larger, much larger,
Whose
and
house?
taller.
His,
Please go through the chair, anybody's gonna
I
talk.
know.
I believe what you
this is-
meant was taller.
and bigger
And
footprint.
bigger.
Taller.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, but be clear on when you say larger, what
We're not on the road.
dimension you're in. Okay, go on, Diane.
I think that's important to, no matter what he's going to build back there, to have the house fit in with the neighborhood. It's a very small street, but it's been a street that's been well built and controlled. So I think that is good. I think that the stretch, I think it is the north,
Oh,
is that the one, all the windows,
no, this one, south.
south. Well, that does too, but look at the north. All those windows on the north are small at the bottom and big at the second floor. Is there some reason for that? I wondered whether constructing it as a barn or whatever,
It's a shop on the first floor.
then, and if it can't have bigger windows, then perhaps the ones up on the second floor should be smaller, so it doesn't look like it's,
Well, the second floor is a dwelling unit.
Let's let Diane finish.
I don't care what's in it, I just think that the windows should follow suit. And usually the bigger windows are on the first floor, or at least I'm breaking down. Those are large-sized windows on the second floor, and the second floor is probably going to be steamed, so it's a lot of windows in a line, both on the north and south elevation. The west and the east is smaller and fit in, and that is good. I just think some more consideration of the length of the eave, roof, and the windows taken into consideration.
Thank you, Diane. So for myself, I believe that this is going to be invisible, particularly given the existing house that's in front of it. 27 feet is not a tall building. This reminds me a little bit of the building that this board approved right on Surfside Road, right past the Muse. Large two-story volume with a little sort of single-story volume in the front to address the street.
Which one is that?
Carrie, excuse me for interrupting, you know, weren't you the one that came in with the house right next to the Muse?
Yes.
I mean, it's not right next to the Muse, but there's a house in between.
Yeah, no, it is right next to me. It's the garage with the dwelling
Yeah.
above.
Oh, we're talking about, the bungalow
The
that's in the front.
context next to a
Yeah, yeah.
commercial structure is quite
Well, anyway.
significantly
Chip
different.
Webster owned that.
Right. So all I'm saying is that 27 feet is not outrageously high for a building. It's set way back. And I think that a lot of modifications, changes, and concessions have been made to this. So I think you're basically listening to the rest of the board in terms of what their demands would be for approval on this.
like you to take, well, I have a right to respond.
Well,
I'm going through the chair, and I'm asking if you guys are insisting that it's visible. The height poles are still up, by the way, the front and the back height pole are still up.
okay,
Can you take another viewing? And I did go over to Patty's driveway and tried to get to those poles, and I went over to Phil's and tried to get to those poles, and I went down dead center trying to get to those poles, and you cannot see those poles.
You can't see the pole, but when the roof is constructed, it's quite significantly different.
But if you can't see the front pole, you can't see the front of the building, that's all I'm saying.
I-
Certainly nothing below the
Well-
second floor. And I'd like you to take another viewing because we left the poles up just in
certainly,
case.
thank you, Linda, because for anyone who's at all concerned about the visibility from a public way, the poles are still up. So we've heard from everyone. I didn't hear a lot of really major comments. I think that some revisions would be in order. And for those of you who want to view. Does that sound fair?
Right. I would
Yeah.
make a motion to hold for smaller business,
And a viewing for those.
And a viewing.
For those who are concerned about.
and the
visibility.
poles can
Poles are
stay
still
up, we would
Poles
appreciate
will
that.
stay up.
Somehow they stayed up through the wind.
Good.
'Cause you
Okay,
can't see it.
Diana's made a motion to hold for some revisions and a viewing for those of you who are concerned about the visibility from a public way. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next up, workshop, APD 12 Derrymoor.
Okay, the board on this is Oliver, McLaughlin, and Welch.
Ooh. Ooh, you're down to skin and bones.
I know, it's okay.
All right.
My diet's working, huh?
Yeah.
Took pictures today.
How you doing? Good.
So, the, last week when I was here, John didn't have any comments with it. Steve Val, you sort of stressed that I needed to make the building look a little bit smaller. I pushed back, but I actually made it a little bit smaller in this attached sketch. Val, it's not on the big drawings, because I didn't, this is sort of a conversation. I also went and I documented the whole neighborhood around Derrymoor and on Delaney Road, just to gain a little bit more clarity on the local context that exists in the neighborhood. I think it's, fair to say there definitely are some one-story houses, there's plenty of 1.5-story houses, and there's some, full 2-story houses. I attached in the packet that I just handed out to you all, I think the conversation we had last week was just about lowering the house and maybe focusing on the right-hand side. I took 14 inches out of the total ridge height of the house, which dropped it down now to 25 feet 9 inches from what it previously was. So the whole highest ridge has been dropped 14. I then took the right-hand mass and I dropped that 2 more feet. So the right side of the house has come down 3 feet from what I previously had last week. And it actually, I think it makes a big difference in the visual impact of the house. It shortens up the ridge. And John and I adjusted the one of the dormers, the meeting rails of the windows that needed to be done. So I'm hopeful, this combined with the better understanding of the context is a good sort of compromise to the house.
Thank you, Andrew. I
Okay.
was listening, I was looking at pictures.
Okay.
of site plans and whatnot.
Thank you for all the documentation. I myself went there today and did the very same thing. I think part of the thing that's hard about this lot is that it's a double-sized lot where everything else has been cut up. And I think that's my struggle, because this house is gonna be so, you're right, the height, there's heights over there that are comparable, you're right that there is all kinds of things, but it's the width on this site, on this street, that has me concerned. It's gonna overwhelm what's around it. It is more comparable to the houses in the rear, and on Delaney, those lots are all cut front to back.
Right.
So by virtue of that, even though those houses are taller, because they're, smaller size lots, they don't seem so overwhelming, I guess I'd say. The house on the corner that faces North Liberty is probably the most comparable as the side runs along Derrymore, and that, I think, was, I did some measurement, 88 feet, front to back. And then there's a house across the street, I think that's 70-something as well. I appreciate the changes you made, I do. I am just struggling with this as an anomaly on this street being so massive, for lack of a better word. The horizontal lots that are still left only have 1 stories. But I do appreciate the changes.
John had no comment with the
No
design last
comments.
time, so.
No, the only thing, the front door is wood. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
It was the front door wood,
That's what I thought. I heard.
Corten steel, John.
That's what I thought. Andrew, appreciate the changes. I did go through there once again, and as much as I hate to say it, I think it's, with the changes, it's much more appropriate than it was. And when I say hate to say it, the context of that is 1-story structures in the area. However, they're not the only, they're not only 1-story structures. I think one of the things that mitigates this for me is that if I were to come down Derrymore, or I'm sorry, what's the cross street? Delaney, I always get that mixed up. If coming down Delaney, what you see mainly is the gable of the primary mast, the gable with the dormers, as opposed to seeing the full length of it. That is to say that it's slightly offset to the right, as opposed to having the full width of the entire structure be visible coming down Delaney. Unless I'm reading your site plan incorrectly,
Nope,
am
that's
I?
correct, yeah, that's how I
Okay.
designed it, to make it look narrower as you come down, and then
And
the
then
side masses would recede back.
It kind of fills in. I do think along the comments that Val made, and I know, I'm not trying to move the goalpost on you here, but I am concerned, looking at the site plan, about the fact that this sits quite a bit further forward than the structure it's replacing, but also with respect to context, the house at 14, if this is correct.
All the other ones though down the street are right on the road.
Well, yeah, but, to be fair, Andrew, 10 and 8 and 6 are all 1-story structures, right?
This is 14 with the garage attached.
Yeah, and that's a little further, all I'm saying is that's a little bit further back from Derrymore than this structure. And I'm bringing that up as a potential concern. Perhaps it's something that can be mitigated with,
We're gonna do a bunch of plantings down the whole front of the house.
well,
too.
the one thing I noticed that this street kind of lacks are street trees. And, I know that we can't, do a development fund where you plant
Yeah,
trees
but
down the
we're
street.
planning on putting a few trees down the street there.
But I do think, for me, the general context of this is that Nantucket is changing. The town has been spreading outside of town. Meadow Lane is an example. This street, not Delaney as much, but the backside of Delaney where the subdivision went in. Even, we looked at earlier Red Mill Road. That used to be a farmland. There was nothing there. And now there are structures as large as this or larger. So, I want to be fair to you in that regard, but I am a little bit concerned about the siting, and I'd like to hear, you mentioned landscaping. Is there anything else you can do along those lines?
Well, we're planning on doing like a hedge down the whole street and doing street trees behind the hedge. to break it up. So if you wanna make it a condition of we'll put in 2 or 3 trees, like I'm fine doing that. And we'll reference that when we come back with the landscape plan.
I mean, the fact that you took 14 inches off the top of the structure was, coming in and when I was over on, doing a viewing, my thought was, you need to lose at least a foot of height, which
And
will
then
help with the
2 more
mass.
feet on the side, so I really lost 3+
Yeah.
feet on the one side
And
of
then
the
you
house.
jog down, so
Yep.
I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with the general direction that Nantucket is going, but I'm okay with it in context.
I think what's not showing as well is the pergola in the length overall. Oh, well, faintly here. Can we eliminate that until it's up?
I mean, I'd
I
rather
just
not.
feel like because you also have these 2 other structures, this lot is gonna read to me on the street, side to side. There's maybe a 3-foot gap between the pergola and the shed, 10 feet between the shed and the garage, and the garage doesn't have a driveway. The driveway's over here.
All right, Val, I'll lose the pergola. It's fine. I'll get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll look at it when it.
I'll get rid of it.
once
If I
it's up,
come back
but-
after with the landscape plan, but for now, it's fine. I'll get rid of the pergola. It's a little tight. It's fine.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bill.
We need to do this through staff anyway, because I have to resubmit this whole package. Right. As part of
Small,
the full set.
what was submitted at the table is the full set minus your site plan and your locus.
Correct.
Oh,
but I
this
mean,
isn't the one, this is.
yeah, Val, you gotta look at,
Yeah, there's a big difference with the structure with
No, I do appreciate the changes.
so, Steve, you wanna?
yeah, Andrew, are you ready to make your motion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
I think the other thing
I
that's,
wanna be able to see it.
that's hard for us in neighborhoods like this, cause I see it happening in a lot of other places. Everybody wants a taller first floor now, so
You're
it
right,
just
Val.
sort of stretches the buildings in a way that they weren't,
Yep,
you know,
totally.
more space between floors and that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was looking at it. If he's gotta lose a foot or more, how's he gonna do it?
Well, I did, I took it down.
It's gonna
I
be
took
the
it
first,
down.
primarily the first story.
The back you can't see, that backs up to Gingy and all that fencing.
Yeah.
You good with that?
If he can hold the pergola till
Fine, Val.
we, okay.
Yep.
So, John, do you have any other comments? Other than the wood door?
Yeah, the house next door.
Okay, thank you. So, I would make a motion to approve, as submitted at the table through staff, subject to, site plan and additional pages from the initial application. And, adding a minimum of 3 street trees along the length of the front of the lot for visual screening.
And removal pergola.
And I apologize, the removal of the pergola.
Okay. Aye.
Aye. You good?
John's looking at the other house.
I gotta step out, but I'll come back, I just got a parent-teacher thing.
That looks crazy.
Not right this second, but before the next application started up.
Did that include that he needs to submit full-size plans?
Yeah,
Yes.
I do.
Okay.
I
And,
do.
and I thought it in my head, and thought I said it out loud, but
Can you
subject to
write what you
exhibit A.
said? Okay.
So we'll just do exhibit A.
That would be easier.
He's got one.
Do we even need to pass out the garage? Cause you guys were fine with it last week.
I don't need to see it again. Or the shed. But I'll defer to my colleagues. Scribble.
Is there any way to combine the shed with this? So that it's only 2 structures?
Well, the shed has an asymmetrical gable on it too, Val, so it comes down really low on the street side, and it's gonna have a hedge in front of it, so you're barely gonna see it.
It's right on the street.
pictures.
Can you push this back?
Kathy, this will stay in the file, correct?
Yeah.
I crossed out the pictures, but it would be nice to have a record in there.
I just, I know you're probably thinking she's a biggest pain on the planet, but I just feel like everything is right up to the, I'm sure it's better for a backyard, but again, I'm thinking of the
John, you're
Um,
talking about the location on the point, on the site.
What?
We're talking about the location of the garage and the shed.
They're no concern with it, they can,
I really don't think it's gonna,
Food fight.
can I have my pen back?
Yes, you can. John, comments?
you had none last week.
Just ask.
Huh?
Just facilitating. We're all in this together.
Jesse has it?
One of this. Says only one signature.
Oh,
Right from the garden.
Fantastic.
Hey Kathy, what's your email? Right here, John.
For exhibit A?
yeah, right for exhibit A, please.
And you gotta sign
John, do you have any comments?
Yeah, where's this house from?
That's the existing house that's there, John.
Existing, all
Yeah.
right.
John, sign it.
Gotta be right here. See, windows are fixed?
Yep, I changed that already.
No comment.
Okay. I had a similar concern to Val's, but looking at it, I think, Val, that, I'll just mention to you directly, I think that the fact that the shed is there will actually separate.
See, I'd like to see that.
I'm thinking it's actually gonna help step down the main mass. And now that the pergola is gone, there'll be a little bit of separation. So I just wanted you to understand my comment.
Okay.
Do you, John, did?
Are you talking about the garage or the shed?
the
Garage.
I'm looking at it as a collective whole.
Yeah, she was looking at it both. I was referring to the shed, thinking we opened both applications. Did we open just one? So the garage is open currently?
Mhm.
John, did you have a motion as submitted?
Yes.
Okay, the garage? I'm just curious.
All in favor?
I'm not gonna vote in favor, cause I
Okay,
wanna
so
see it pushed
I'm an
back.
aye. John's an aye.
I am too.
Aye. And then we have the shed.
Okay, so that was 2-1.
Dose.
I don't think we need to look at this.
It's pretty.
I'm gonna stick with my guns
Go
on.
2-1 again.
pushing it back, so it's two,
No.
and I have to take-
Just two of us.
Where's the house?
It went over there for some reason. Just the two of us on the garage. Val, what didn't vote? Did you wanna make a motion on the shed that was tracking? On the shed? Okay.
We're herding cats.
At least we're not hurting them.
Yeah. It's a cabana.
No, it's a shed.
Is this the,
There's no pool. It's not a cabana. No, there's no pool.
fountain?
Hose bib.
Charming. You good?
I just got a motion.
All in favor?
There we go.
Aye.
Nay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, I wanna make a, John,
Thank you.
I'd like to make a public comment, John. That application just now took at least 15 seconds.
Let's continue that.
All right, I need to step
That
out for
application
Okay.
took
about a half
I
hour.
hope,
seconds
I hope
to
your son's
review.
doing well.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
just meeting the teachers kind of thing.
Yeah.
So,
Meet and greet.
meet and greet. I'll be back shortly.
Don't Don't rough them up too bad, Jess.
Yeah.
What's Kathy's email address?
Who?
Kathy's email address. Kathy.
Kathy down at
Kathy
the
with
end
a
of the
C.
table.
Kathy, C. Flynn at,
Nantucket-ma.com.
I just did a draft of it. We should see.
I'm like, Kathy who?
Back from Newfoundland.
Oh, wait, look at this, I'm.
Newfoundland.
Oh. I know, it's confusing.
Oh.
They speak very strangely up there.
Really?
Very like Irish accents.
Huh.
A lot of them come from Ireland.
John, you'd feel right at home.
Heard.
Alrighty.
Happy birthday, John. Happy birthday.
Belated.
Belated.
You made it through.
I have a birthday every day.
Do we have,
This has not been heard.
No.
So
okay,
we
so
have-
it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's all of us.
We are the world.
For my birthday.
Is that one of those toilets?
There's like a
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, this is very funny.
You left it at my house.
I gave him a couple of big
Yeah.
firecrackers
Yeah.
too, so he could hear.
I
them.
actually brought another plan too.
Lisa, I will read you what
Oh.
Shab said, okay?
I told you
This
before.
is,
Friends like you, I don't need any enemies.
brick, too formal, cobble, more in keeping with age of street. What is deck proposal at rear? Is it part of the application currently under construction, but clouded on the plan?
The deck is built.
Did you change it to cobble?
It was
Let's
approved,
cross
we,
out.
you guys, it was originally applied for as a different material, and I think you got, not brick, I can't remember.
It says
what
Belgian
Belgian.
block.
And then we changed it, you guys wanted it as cobble, and then we just did brick
How much-
because
how much
I mean,
is
we
that
live in
on the ground?
town, we have a brick, there's some pictures, we have a brick parking lot.
So this
These are
is
some
not
pictures.
asphalt?
It's not asphalt.
Okay, just checking.
Here's another one to send down there, but it's photos of it done. The drawing in the front is, we might actually have to widen it because unbeknownst to me, when you put in a parking space, you have to actually put 2 in if you remove an on-street parking space. So,
Oh, that's not good.
You have
So
to
this
make
is-
2?
if you remove an on-street, it's crazy.
That's gross.
7 by 19, they want you to have it?
Well, I can have, one regular space and one 7 by 17. Is the second space. So it's not done in this photo, but the other plan that's attached shows the widening of it. If we have to do that.
Which plan? This
The
one?
little attached one,
Yeah, it's,
it's
4 feet.
changed. You see how it bows out to the right a little
Yeah.
bit?
The street's up here, Jack.
It doesn't impact the steps.
So the west, the rear, but
There's
that's,
enough room to do it.
keep in mind, this is higher.
Oh, so it's cute.
So
Yeah.
it drops down to the.
Is this part of been
Yeah.
widened?
No,
Lisa?
No.
it would
Yeah.
have to come
Did you have a
over.
question?
Wow.
Yeah.
Jump out the kitchen
That's
door.
been approved already.
Huh?
That's already approved.
All of us?
That has to be
4 feet
widened.
high?
It was approved under the original application. The only thing that was not, you don't see it, John, the whole house,
See if I can drill down.
you don't see, well, you see the vegetation in front of it. You can't really see.
Have you got a thought?
Well, now that it's done, I mean, I would have preferred a softer material, like cobblestone or, actually, maybe just cobblestone, but, we don't have that now. So, I strongly advise that this doesn't become like a double wide. Anyway, I think the brick eventually is gonna soften.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be a hard, bright red the way it is right now, so I'm fine with it.
All right,
I am too. I mean, that's pretty in town.
right.
And up the way, I think there are several.
Well,
I
I
think we
think-
approved one fairly recently.
I think Abby's right, it will
It's just-
dull over
Yeah, it's
the.
very fresh, and they just cut them, and so it's bright orange with dust, and
And what about the the deck,
The deck was already approved, that was that's only circled because it was on, my original submission was a previously approved site plan that we had in our file. So if you look at the one that was the big one, Val, do you have the original? See how it has the received stamp?
Yeah,
yeah,
What date is that?
August 1.
Oh, okay, so that was this year, but I think I pulled,
so when they're asking what is the deck proposal, the deck proposal's already been approved, so we don't need to worry
It's
about it.
built.
Okay,
yeah.
good, good. So, Steve,
I'm good with it. I agree with the comments.
John,
No comment.
okay,
Motion to approve as submitted.
all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That, passes.
And if the town requires us to go 2 spaces, do I have to come back, or
Sorry,
is that?
I think so, we've
See
been,
where it is.
I don't, how can she though? I mean, if it has to be, how?
We have to go to the Board of Selectmen, we've already been to the,
yeah, let me sign
It's
this.
an old house, can't you
Send it
fight
over.
that?
I don't know,
You don't wanna double.
I know. It's
Okay,
ridiculous.
the next one.
Wait, question, Madam Chair.
Yes,
We're approving the one she handed us today, cause it shows the extra width in space?
Name on the wall.
Thank
Oh,
you.
just the single,
This one?
just the,
The
yeah,
one from
just,
August first, okay.
I will
Okay.
say approval of August first, okay?
Thank you.
Can we change?
Exhibit
I
A.
might
Add
have
on
to
to
come
that.
back then, let me just say, I might be back.
Yeah,
And if the
that's
town
okay.
requires it,
Let's label it Exhibit A, just so there's no communication issues
But
for
this is
Lisa in the
Sunday or
office,
this is Sunday?
because other staff are involved, so.
I just,
Abby, the logic is that if you take away an on-street parking space, they want you to give back 2.
but that's not so, well, that, right now, that street isn't that bad.
Well, it's, what's
Unless
bad is
there's a
that there's
yard
no
sale.
place to pull over because you can't get 2 cars side, it's like Amelia Drive.
You gotta go and stop.
So actually having a
Alright,
place to
alright,
pull
but,
over makes sense.
you know,
I don't wanna widen it, believe
Okay,
me, I'm with you. But,
look at Gardner Road, that's,
Okay, so
Okay,
get on collision.
so that's one. The next one is, 19 Main Street.
this one has not been
Uh-huh.
heard either.
Okay, then it's
Shed.
chickens here.
Bigger?
No, that's
for
when they all get
cats,
together.
cats.
When they have mass.
The, Shab
You
has
have
to
something
say,
throwing, just let me know.
this is an extremely important house in Wisconsin's history. While the changes today proposed to earlier approved substantial renovations are fine, we still have reservations about the earlier approval, which allows builder to obliterate the historic intricity of the home, similar to the work being done currently to 1 Low Beach Street. That was a full board.
Well, I guess I would say to that, we are only charged with voting on what's in front of us. And if it was already approved,
This,
that was just kinda snarky.
well, the changes in earlier approved substantial renovations are fine. We still have reservations about the earlier approval.
Yeah.
But we can't do anything about the
No,
earlier.
I'm fine with this.
it's
Just
just
a
changing,
little
it's putting the
garage.
stairs outside and it's changing the shed.
Yeah.
We still have the primary view of the
Of the
historic
oldest part
building,
of the
right?
house, yes,
Good.
which is what you.
Really, this is the historic
Is that
view.
stupid
Right.
little thing all you wanna do?
Yeah, that's the
Shed?
stupid little thing is all we wanna do.
So we are
Ask
at
John, what do
Johnny,
you think?
I have to get
Yeah.
Steve
Comment.
It's over, yeah, the south shows the old section. I still say that this chimney was added by
Wood
Gwen
bench?
Thorson.
Wood bench?
Wood fence, did you say?
I'm good with it.
I gave it.
No, it's
Okay.
just for the
It wouldn't-
shed.
Yeah, those exist.
So,
Oh, motion to approve.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the next one is 3B Wires Way.
This one has not been heard either.
I don't think any of these, yeah.
For some people lucky enough to go. a revision of an existing.
Yes, it's very simple. It was just to, on the south elevation is to pull the porch out a little bit further. And then the chimney is moved in this plan, so it becomes an internal chimney.
Look at that, and it was all outside before.
It's better looking in.
Yeah, faboo.
Val,
I think this is great. It's very appropriate.
Yeah,
all right.
Mine
You
are-
also?
me also.
Abby, all right. Steve?
And I believe it was voted on previously because of its lack of visibility.
I have no concerns with it, but what's this pull-out porch thing?
We're just pulling the roof forward.
John had me going down a rabbit hole.
What was he asking?
He's saying it was like a modular, or a RV home where you could pull it out.
Oh, you mean like an awning?
Look at that.
You just gave it to me.
Did I make a motion?
I'm waiting to hear
I
from
seconded it
Steve.
for discussion.
What?
Who
All in
made a
favor?
motion? Is he finished?
Yeah, he's good.
Motion
Okay.
to approve.
Aye.
Alright,
Aye.
Anybody against? That is full thing. The next one is, 34 Shockley.
This has not been heard either.
It's kind of chilly in here.
Do you need a?
I have a shirt.
Meow.
I feel like Top Cat. Wasn't that a cartoon?
It was.
Which one?
Top Cat.
Yeah.
TC.
Okay, we just got the plan. So what do you plan to do in this
So
one?
this is at the very end of Shockmore Road, so it's, the last house on the right. Oh, actually, that's not exactly true, there's one beyond it, but, anyway, it's a small little cottage to, accompany an existing house. It's very simple. I think there are pictures of the existing house in the file, but if not, I have a couple here.
This is the house.
No, it's,
This is-
Goodrich.
Is that the house?
That's the house that sits on the property.
Okay.
Is that the front?
That's the front.
It
You don't
seems so
really-
small.
I know. It's not,
One,
because look at the
two,
side,
three,
it's
four,
very
five. I
long.
got 5 villas here.
What? No, that's screens.
Yeah.
That's a screen, yeah, screen porch facing.
So Lisa, how is it compared in height to the main house?
This is 25.5.
Right, I would, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, Val, I'd have to check. I mean, it will be on a slightly lower grade than the main house, probably 1.5 feet. I think you might wanna go out and just look at the visibility from the road. No?
No.
Because
No.
it's pretty
It's-
invisible. You can't really see.
Yeah.
There's no way, Lisa, to kind of nestle this in at a lower height, or maybe,
One height is 25.5 and the other is 28, so it must be on a slope.
I was just thinking of it in comparison to the main
house.
house,
Yeah.
which looks kinda short.
I'm just looking at it relative to the fact that it's on a hill.
Yeah.
Oh, it
It
is.
runs down to the water.
The grade drops off pretty dramatically to the east. So there's that retaining wall, and then to the water it drops off dramatically, which is why that one elevation is 28, but again, you'll never see, that elevation is definitely not visible.
But what I would suggest that you consider is that if this were hardscape with retainage and a 1-foot step down and some steps, or a 2-foot step down, you're actually gonna increase the viewscape from the main house.
Right.
And there's no exterior porches on this structure, so maybe that would be something you would consider.
This is Abrams Point.
What do you mean, what does porch have to do with it?
Well, this doesn't have outdoor exterior views,
It has a screen porch.
but.
But I'm not, what I'm saying is, I think the intention is to have it a little bit lower because of this retaining
Right.
wall. It would step down probably 12 to 18 inches from the house to make it feel separate, because we don't want it to feel like it's on the same plane as the existing house. It wants to be separated and nestled in. Unfortunately, I mean, maybe what we should do is try to come back with a picture of where the house sits, because it's over here. It's in a much different
Right.
location.
And
So-
can you throw some, so you're looking at, maybe I'm misunderstanding, this is, the house is at 16?
Finished floor is at 20.6. I think ours was gonna be, this new one was gonna be at a maximum of like 19.
Okay, the reason I ask is because the topography stops at 14 height, and then there's, it looks like a 16 line that goes from the south into the new dwelling, but then there's no topo lines on the main structure. So I'm looking at this, and the way I'm looking at your topo is that basically this and this are on a 14-foot or maybe bordering on a 16-foot plateau. So if you were to add the topo information, that would be helpful.
Okay, well, let me just get a preliminary plan and submit that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking for a.
I would like you guys to go out and just take a peek at it though, just because I do think that it is very difficult to see into that site.
Lisa, when you go down,
Mhm.
at the road ends, and you turn to the right, and you go down to Abrams Point, right?
No, that's not off of Shockmore Road, that's off of, the other road. Oh, well, I guess you can get to it from the end of this.
Yeah.
But this is before that, on the right. You
Right.
guys approved, you
There's
guys.
one that's right on the water, was the
Right.
best scalloping,
Abrams
commercial
Point.
scalloping, and it
Yeah.
had the dock. Does this have the dock?
No.
That's a
This-
huge boardwalk.
This house had
You can see it from space.
you guys went to view it because we were putting in a tennis court. And I don't know if you remember, there was
Oh,
a tennis court right
yeah.
on the street on the left-hand side.
Yeah,
So it's the house after that house,
Okay.
so it's very hard to see
Yeah.
into the site. I mean, it's extremely wooded,
Gotcha.
it's
I'm
private.
not actually gonna go and look at this, cause I'm not gonna find it, and I'm not gonna see anything, and I'm not, so.
I'm good with it, I
Yeah.
just,
So, what
I
do you
think it's
think,
going down a hill, and I don't think, you know,
what do you think about the house? You got anything?
I think
it's very simple.
yeah, very
The idea
simple,
is to do
it's,
just
you know, I wish it were not as tall, but it's 25 on the, so it's 28 on the water side, I guess, 25 on the
Yeah,
mids.
on the street side.
I don't have a problem.
And I don't even
Alright,
think you
Val?
really see the street, but.
I'm good.
So what is your height of your finished floor?
Wait a minute, Val was just,
No,
She spoke 3 times, Madam Chair.
That's it, and that is
I'd like to
enough.
wrap it up.
I'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
But
What,
the stick-
Lisa, what is the finished floor height of the proposed structure, first floor?
I think it's around 19.
Okay.
I have to look at a site plan actually, hang on just a second. Well, I don't wanna hold you guys up, but I think it was around 19.
so it's higher.
No, the finished floor of the cottage is at 20.6.
The house is 20.6.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lower than the house.
Slower than the house on all sides, cause I got 25.
No,
You're
I'm talking about
talking
the
just
finished
about the
I was talking
elevation.
about
Oh,
the
yeah.
finished floor.
And what's
No, you're fine.
down here?
That's where the
Well, we get that.
retainings's gonna be back here.
What was your point, to see if she could lower the first
See?
floor?
I just like to be consistent on this
Okay, when are we-
concept of a
where's the
house on a hill.
50-foot
The house
buffer?
next to
There
it
it
is the existing structure, and the primary dwelling unit taller is already on a hill, so.
When you say a hill,
It's not a big, it's not a,
it's not really a hill, it's a plateau on the it's the only buildable area on this property too.
well, again, I don't have, I'm not asking for it, but I don't have complete topo information. So what I'm seeing is it goes from 4 feet closer to sea level up to about 16, and
I'm
then,
just opening the landscape
so
plan
that's
here.
where I'm saying it's on a hill. Maybe this is taller, and therefore it negates the comment, but I don't know, cause I don't have it.
Right.
I'm not arguing or debating for it to be lower. I don't necessarily need to see a view. I just wanted to make my comments and then determine what the actual finished floor height was so that I can make my determination.
Right. So I just opened the plan, it's 19.6, 19.5.
So it's 1 foot, okay.
1 foot less.
You okay with that?
Yeah,
Oh, wetland.
All right,
this is wetland.
John,
Okay, so we have a motion.
yeah, but I was.
Johnny,
Question.
have you got something you'd like to
One
say?
question. Why does the structure have boards all along here and none here?
Because the grade falls off on that north side, John, pretty dramatically.
On the north side?
The north side is this side with the
North
screen
side,
porch.
this side.
Yeah,
Just
never
goes to
find
water.
that goes to the water and the grade drops.
No,
Right, this here, that's 1
been
foot,
down in that.
Okay.
9 foot.
I'll make a motion to approve if everybody's
As submitted,
as submitted. yeah.
alrighty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Anybody against? Thank you very much for coming,
Oh, thank you for having me.
in the old time,
Now serving number 11.
We're having, I think, lasagna from Barton's.
Nice.
Easy.
I bet there's a
Maybe
nice
get some
red wine
lettuce
to
then.
go with that.
Motion to hold
What'd you say?
11 for,
There's a nice red wine to go with
If I save
Wait,
it.
repeat that, Valerie?
Have we confirmed that there's nobody here for that application?
is anyone here for number 11, 28A Evergreen Way Shed?
Motion to hold for representation.
Here we go. All those in favor?
Aye.
Well, Luke and
Thorn-
Carrie are here,
Thorn-
so 6 Pine Street.
Thorn Hills are not here.
The Thorny Hill.
Thorn Wills.
So the board on this is Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Dutra, and Welch is the alternate.
alrighty.
Now who we doing?
This is, we are on item 12 now.
12, okay.
Hey, could you start, is John on it?
Yes, so
John,
Coombs,
you're on it.
McLaughlin, Oliver, Dutra, and Welch is the alternate.
Just you and Abby aren't on it. All right. Hello.
Hello,
Welcome.
What are we doing today?
This was
Well,
a viewing.
I
Vote on
came
it.
in, with a brick driveway and removing a tree. And Diane,
Yeah,
you were correct in your assumption that the town planted that tree. So I got in touch, you had suggested to call Dale.
Wait a minute,
Pine Street?
there is a mistake on the minutes that I discovered today. Abby is on it.
Abby is on.
I knew I was on it.
Yeah. There were
Why
a
didn't you
series
change
of
it?
them, I inadvertently left your name
didn't-
off those who were
No,
sitting.
that's okay, I don't.
So, and this was one of those.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not on it.
Very-
Okay,
No, you're
so,
still on it.
You're on it
You're
because
still
Ray
on
Oh,
is
Ray
not.
isn't.
You're
Gotcha.
five
I am
instead
not.
of 4.
So Gary's the one to tell you what.
so
about-
Dale, yeah, I called
Dale.
Dale, but he's not at work for a while, he's ill, so there's a guy named Will who's doing his job. And he got back in touch with me and said, indeed, it was a town-planted tree. So then he directed me to Dave Shampoo. And Lucinda Young is working on this. And so she called Dave Shampoo to talk about the tree, to see if it can be moved. He said, So I'm going to nix this brick driveway where it is. And the homeowners would like to just go back to the driveway as it was before Barham owned the house, which is just shell tracks. I'm not so sure the shell tracks are so great. I was thinking maybe all shell, because the shell tracks to me seem messy.
Yeah.
But really, I guess these people will just take whatever you give them. But to have some sort of parking spot there, so whether it's shell or brick, it can only be 9 feet wide to that tree.
Right.
And that's give or take a few inches, it might be a little bit less than 9 feet.
He,
Um,
I can't remember what kind of car he drove, but Dave,
Barham, he actually took the driveway away.
oh, I thought those strip things.
The
were-
strip things were there, he removed them,
Oh,
and now the new homeowner would like to have them back.
yeah.
Can I see
This
what
is a
that
case
looks
where
like?
we're not taking away a parking space from town.
John,
Great.
see the picture?
So,
And
Do you have any
so,
more pictures to share?
there were pictures in the file originally. I had a whole bunch of packets of different pictures.
I wanted to, thank you for doing the work on the tree.
Yeah, but I had no idea that that was a thing, so I'm glad to know now that it's a town tree. It might not be able to
Not
be
only
taken.
that you get,
I just did a quick, show of where we would have the driveway, if we can have it. It's just now up against where the tree is and up against the
See,
house.
this moves
Yeah.
over.
So it's
well,
just
that's not
moving over.
so bad if it
They
has
got
all
rid of
shells.
this.
What do you think?
I think it's fine, and if I remember correctly,
Moved it over.
SAB had a problem with the fence, but I don't have a problem with the fence. It's a very typical fence.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they said they didn't have it.
Oh, they didn't? Good.
Yeah,
Okay.
cause that was one thing I
I
walked
think
away
the
with
brick
feeling
would be
good about.
nice, two
Yeah, they're
bits
gonna
of
leave
brick
it.
going down. I think the white is a little,
They're gonna leave it.
the shell is a little
Crummy.
Messy.
inappropriate.
Shell
Yeah.
and,
There's
and
no
not
shell
all
down
bricks,
there.
but
They're gonna,
Just brick
they're gonna leave
tracks,
the
brick
tree,
tracks
Tracks,
here.
yeah,
but put the
that's
parking
okay.
here.
I think it will blend
You-
into that corner nicely.
brick tracks are, you don't care.
Yeah, they're gonna make it
Bird
smaller in
tracks.
length and
Brick
width
tracks.
and move it towards the house.
But
And the brick
Brick
tracks will be
Okay,
obviously
yeah.
not
Instead
right
of
up against the
shell.
tree either, so.
I am
Anybody?
indifferent. I don't,
I'm very adamant,
About the brick?
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that it
I
would
think it's
be
more appropriate for the neighborhood.
And John,
Leave the tree.
we
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
the tree is a town tree, they
The
can't
tree
touch
is
it.
That's my comment, leave the tree.
Yeah,
Okay.
was mine too.
Motion to approve with brick, what are
Brick
they called?
tracks.
Strips.
I
Tracks.
did an exhibit A.
Thank you.
Wait.
All right, very good, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
So, do I resubmit, I should resubmit a plan showing brick
Just
tracks?
to them.
Yeah, okay,
Through
excellent.
staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you for coming. All right, the next one is
To approve
Kent Murphy.
as submitted at the
Oh,
table.
I went out there. You can see this house very easily.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't finish.
Oh, sorry.
Tracks,
So we're at 13,
stuff.
and we're bearing down on some chicken wings and Guinness.
Oh, where is that?
The board on
I'm
this
just trying to get people going.
is Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Oliver, and Watterson was the alternate.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you this back.
Oh, sorry, it keeps sliding.
I thought it was on this one.
More on this one.
I know, I was just saying that.
Oh,
Spontaneous
This is just
explanation.
ink, it's not, leave it out. Ink finger.
I have not.
so, what,
I already know I like this, so I don't even have to look at it.
I don't honestly remember why it was.
They're moving the driveway off Barrett Farm Road onto Nantucket. I'm
Yeah.
seeing that.
Yeah, we are. Not all of you
Oh,
are.
yeah, I went out and took pictures of it.
All right, so Luke, why don't you,
I went out
Give
and
us
took
the
pictures
spiel.
of it.
yeah, the lowdown.
Well, I think when I came last time, there were some requests for window changes, that's what we've addressed.
Okay.
If we start on the west elevation on page A2.1.
Yes.
We're keeping the awning windows, but we've separated them with a shingle course.
Yeah, okay.
And then we've done a few clouded windows that are slightly different,
Mhm.
simplified the different sizing and whatnot.
Okay.
South elevation, we removed a window, removed two windows actually.
Correct. Yep.
And then on the A2.2,
Can I, just, you removed two windows, but the other thing that you did was you changed the two remaining ones on that wall plane to double hungs instead of casements.
right, yeah.
Right?
Good catch.
Well, I just know that, they seem to be lighting well. So now we're, east, nothing, right?
So in the east elevation, we
Oh,
separated the upper,
separated,
the
yeah.
gang windows, and the
Yeah.
triple unit on the far right, we put shingle, of course, in between.
Got it. And you got rid of a middle window on the north elevation. Oh, you did a few things
On
there.
the north elevation, we got rid of we got rid of a couple of windows.
Yep. And spaced out the remaining ones.
And then we got rid of another casement.
Okay,
So,
all right,
I can go.
okay.
Unless you're going to this house, you're not gonna see this for starters.
Oh, well, that's too bad, 'cause it's an
Yeah, and so I'm in favor of the renovation, or the, what do they call it, changes?
Yeah, okay, good. Let's see, John, got anything yet?
Yes. These are revisions, right?
Yes.
These windows, and then it says that the casement,
it should say awning.
Huh?
I believe it says awning, doesn't it?
D, awnings,
Yeah.
you took in,
No, they tilt out.
that's the problem.
Awnings go out, right?
Yeah. Hinged
How
at
about
the
a
top.
hopper?
So my thought, John, is that those are the only ones we didn't change. We changed all the other windows you wanted. Those windows can't be seen from Nantucket Road.
This is the,
That's right, but you can see from Barrett Farm Road,
I don't think so.
right down here, you're gonna see the whole area.
Yeah, but those windows you're talking about
They
are
just make sense.
right there.
mhm.
So this is Barrett Farm Road.
Right. You can see these three sides, but not that one, right?
Right.
That's the front.
Well, that's the side that those windows are on, John.
Yeah, it's just one, we just kept them on the side you couldn't
I
see
got
them.
it in the wrong spot, okay.
Okay, let's see, Diane,
I think that it's going to fit in, I think the view of this house from Barrett Farm Road is going to be difficult. It's very thick. I appreciate the changes you made in the windows that I had mentioned last time. And, I don't have anything at the moment.
okay, Val,
I think it's perfectly appropriate.
sounds like we've got a winner on our hands.
Motion to approve as
That's
submitted.
All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Just something.
Oh, we just took a vote, John.
This is the front door,
Yeah, Luke, is that the front door?
right here.
That's the, that is our, no, that's the back door.
Yeah.
Those are back doors.
And the other one was on two windows, which I think will be visible, which it should be made fixed.
Didn't we already
This
vote on it?
here,
We voted.
looking into Ballard Road.
It's not Bartlett.
There's two of them here. And then back page.
That's cat.
It's
Minor
Barrett
thing, minor
Farm.
thing, but other people have that problem too. Okay.
Well, I think we've identified you can't see those, John,
Huh?
you cannot see those awnings.
Hey,
The thing
John.
is, they're behind a bed, it probably won't ever be open, but.
All right, well, we did take a vote.
All right, no problem.
All right. You're good to go.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
emeritus
Okay.
hour.
Thank you, John.
Black M.
So the,
Show everybody your leg.
Oh.
What'd you do to it?
He has to take his pants off to show,
Oh.
but,
the motion,
Who says fun things don't happen at the HTC?
Val,
aren't you guys on social
Abby,
media?
did you make a
This thing-
motion?
This thing went
did.
viral.
What-
really?
I
What
made a
happened?
motion
I don't know,
to
like 10
approve
different
as
people.
revised.
Caught in a bike chain or bit by a dog?
Revised.
Oh, road
What did
rash.
we
Revision
Oh my
My
God.
whole, like,
as
legs
submitted.
and sides and.
They're gonna be awesome looking scars though.
No,
I
but
think
you're
it was
gonna, he's
pure.
gonna have to get those stripped off.
Yeah.
That,
Fine.
Now you're gonna get infected under that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, you know what? Get
so-
silver cream for burns. It works great.
All right, let's go.
Yeah. I've had motorcycle
Nice.
rashes like that.
Nice.
There's a jazzercise class going on.
So the board on this is Paul, Coombs, Paul, Coombs, Oliver, and Welch.
Bull, Coombs, Oliver, Welch.
This is 121.
Yeah, just pointing out to you, it's different.
Hydrogen
I wasn't on.
peroxide, that is.
Yes.
That
I
silver
like the way
burn
it
cream
foams
is awesome.
up.
Yes.
Wow, we're still on this?
This is
Oh, this
actually
is
just the outdoor kitchen.
Oh, I see, this is a new structure. Yeah, we did review this, right?
Looks a little more enclosed.
Yeah.
So,
Well, they found them. We didn't really look.
Do you have to have one more structure on here?
Okay,
this was, Val, you had, or Mr. Chair, so, there were some comments about it being, overly ornate, and, you know, when you take a lot of the details that are found in the house, and you apply them to the smaller structure, that it's just like a condensed version, and it's a little too ornate. I actually have a couple options for, the enclosure, which is a little bit simpler, one of which is just a simple, hip roof, which I was gonna
He's got some
show you
options.
guys. I don't know if this is something that's a little bit.
No, it looks like the thing out in Cisco that you can see from everywhere.
That's an option.
you have, something on the table,
Yes, yeah. Which is, yeah,
because one thing that this has that what you just showed does not have is it has opacity.
yes.
It has solid walls, so it doesn't look like a roof just held up in the air by 4 posts,
Correct.
which I believe might, that
do
was
the
certainly a
trick.
concern for me. I don't know whether other people shared that, but
This was a version of that, which was just a little, try to kind of simplify it, basically. If that has any more appeal to you
the
than this
funny,
one.
again, like this one, I think, well,
Mhm.
how do you wanna go about this?
I mean, if you think that that is kind of more in the direction, then I would say that,
Why don't, listen, why don't we go around the
Sure,
table and
okay.
see what people feel about this one?
okay,
And if we're getting some, negative reactions, then maybe you can pull out one
Okay.
of those other things,
Sure.
depending on what is said. Val, did you wanna start?
Sure, just because I can't remember, Matt, is this higher, on a higher grade or a lower grade?
In the
Same.
house?
Yeah,
Same,
it's same, yeah.
it's in the backyard of the house.
But the finished floor of this will be lower than the structure, the
Yes.
house.
well, it looks like there, it's
Yeah,
a
probably-
hill
But
then.
you're
By
not
like
stepping
six,
up.
like probably like a foot or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, at least, because this is basically
At grade,
Yeah.
correct, yeah.
So you got a couple feet.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Val.
I just can't tell from the topography. It's certainly better, it looks more like a shed now, at least from the east, which I think is the
Yeah.
most visible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the
Mhm.
idea.
Okay, is that it,
Mm-hmm.
Stephen?
I have no concerns with what's been submitted, and in fact, Matt, if you were to open, I'm not suggesting that you will, but if you were to open this up somehow on the west, the roof structure, I don't think it would be visible from anywhere.
That's what we have like 3 options. One is kind of closest to this. I don't know if it shows here. Is this okay?
Diane, where are you with this?
I am all right with this.
You okay?
I like it better than,
Version, it's kind of.
I think when you
the
see
3
through
sides.
something like that, it's,
Particularly when it's holding up a big gable roof, it looks a
Yeah.
little awkward, top heavy. So, now Matt has some alternatives out on the table.
This one, Mr. Chair, is just a slightly modified version of what is before you. And the only change is on the seating side, instead of like a
Yeah,
picture
it's more
framed opening.
transparent.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
just,
to Stephen's point, you're suggesting that this won't, the side that's more open won't be visible from
Correct.
the public way, which
the
is
reason,
Mill Point Road.
reason being is that nobody really loved that picture framed opening on the open side, that's.
Nobody
Client,
Yeah.
landscape architect.
Okay. All right, so what do you guys think about, Stephen, you kinda opened the door on this one. You said that maybe this is
Yeah,
okay
I
too?
don't think you're gonna have visibility on the west, so I have no concern. The east is what you're gonna see.
Okay, and Diane and Val, do you share that view?
Noting it's atypical.
Yeah, I think this is simpler than this one. This, I think the new one is heavy.
Which one? So you prefer the one that was submitted originally,
Yeah.
that one?
Yes.
Okay, Val?
I don't know. I can't visualize how this is gonna sit, so I was better with the simpler one, but you guys go.
Well, we can err on the side of safety.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just to, what I could do is, we could hold it and I could show you like a perspective of the structure in relationship to the existing house, if that would be helpful
Would that
to you
help?
in terms of.
Yeah, or is this been framed up yet?
No,
Oh.
no, they haven't even
Okay.
started yet, but,
I was highly in favor of option B myself. That solves the problem. Get rid of that roof.
Well, John, I've got some very bad news for you. I have some bad news for you.
Which is what,
You're not on this application.
I'm not on it?
No.
Oh, well, nobody told me. Okay. What can I suppose?
Sorry. But I appreciate your opinion.
Look, I don't wanna belabor it. If my
Okay.
cohorts feel like you're not gonna see
Well,
it.
Diane's,
He's on this application.
what?
He's on this application.
Oh, John.
Oh, no, sorry, scratch that.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, now it's getting funny.
All right,
Oh, never mind.
Val,
Yes.
your concern is shared by Diane, which is she prefers the more opaque, you know, shingled version than the one with the columns.
Which one were you for? That one
This one.
or the open one?
No, this is unopened one.
Okay. I just
one
wanted to
that's
make sure I
solid.
understood, because I thought you had that out when you were talking. Okay.
All right, so,
I'll go with whatever you guys
well, I'm
think is
fine with
good.
either, but I think that.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Approve as submitted?
The
Okay.
one today at the table?
There is a
Option
motion.
B,
Can we put exhibit A or something?
Which is option,
exhibit A, option B.
which is option B.
the one that I,
The one with
passed
the
around.
columns
the
on
modified.
The one that unfortunately you and Val weren't.
Okay, so let's
mostly
go
in
for
favor
this
of.
one. So there is a motion on the table to approve
No.
the, Exhibit A, is that what we're calling it?
Exhibit A, option B.
Exhibit A, option B, all those in favor?
Aye.
Is that this one?
Yes.
One with
They
the
want
columns.
to go.
Exhibit A, option B, that's what
Okay.
No, it's exhibit A, which is option B that was submitted.
I
on the
guess you
table.
just have to go in and make sure they have all the copies they need.
But hang on, I wanna make sure, I wanna see where the vote goes, cause I'm in favor, Stephen, obviously, you made the motion, so he's in favor. Is anybody else on board?
I will be.
Okay,
I trust your,
okay. All right, so the
John?
motion carries. And we're, just for the record, Diane, are you opposed?
Yeah.
Okay.
John, were you in favor?
so Matt,
Yes.
we have two, never mind, maybe we have more.
I honestly forgot that you weren't on it when I made my motion.
Oh my God, there's so much paperwork, I'm bogged down.
Here, I'll do,
Can you
I'll
write
do that.
option B,
I wanna be in that.
exhibit A per exhibit A?
Okay,
Okay, are we ready?
so next up,
Next one is Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, Welch, and alternate is Dutra.
all right.
Okay.
Okay. Have you like to tell us what your,
Sure. Madam Chair, so I think that you just, what you requested was,
There's three
providing
good
some,
ones.
drawings, photographs showing,
With X's
the
through.
visibility of the structure.
Right.
And And so the landscape, architect actually provided some
He also gave us a
photographs
different
and
option,
some
too.
renderings that show both existing views and the proposed structure, just to show you what the visibility is gonna be, which is pretty
That's it.
minimal. I just don't think this thing's gonna be
We
visible.
only have 3
This
of these.
is our, this is
I just don't think it's gonna be visible, so,
the 4,
you know,
view
Those
4
three
is
are-
whole thing, right?
yeah, it's the whole, that's with the proposed dwelling, but even still, you can see that.
Anyway, it's charming.
So John, these
So-
are the views. It would be right here. Here, it's back here, that little roof maybe-ish, that area. Here, you don't see it, here you don't see it.
Look, see, look.
I'm-
This is the
I was
lot.
against
This is-
this 'cause I
this
think
is the
it's too
house with
complicated
landscape.
with the roof.
When it's built.
Yeah,
This is the neighbor, right? Yeah. Portion of this lot.
I just don't know how they're putting it here.
Here.
Where's this house?
Outdoor kids
That's coming
lounge.
off.
Mhm.
Oh,
You just busted my chops, aren't you? Uh-huh.
They want to eat out there. Rainy, 80 degrees.
okay.
Right here, fixed.
Alrighty, so, Abby, like, Val,
I am gonna stick with and be consistent. I voted no on these small structures. I think they're too complicated, so it's a no for me.
alright.
Well, that's the house
Stephen,
next
have you
door.
got something you'd like to add to?
I think it's, fine as submitted, subject to limited visibility.
Subject to,
Limited visibility.
okay. Johnny,
No comment.
so can I have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Alrighty, so that is 1, 2, 3.
Aye.
Aye,
Nay.
nay, and 1 nay.
Nay.
Are you inferring?
I was actually not, and as soon as it came out of my mouth, I realized, I'm glad it was you, cause you understand.
And, you know, there's another word for donkey.
And you would at least think of it.
Wow!
Okay, so
Don't say nay.
the board on 2 Ash is Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, and Dutra, and Welch is the alternate.
Okay,
2 Ash.
To Ash. Someone could name their house
Yeah.
Little, Val.
That's very nice. They already have it.
alright, Matt, what you got to tell us about this one?
Thank you,
Is that
Madam Chair. So, I think the only, you had just primarily requested additional information, which you provided. Sanborn maps, with historic photos were available, and also photographs identifying the windows with a window survey. We're not looking to replace all of the windows. Any new window is obviously new, but we're not really replacing any or removing any windows. So this window survey, we still did it, but just shows, it's pretty clear what's new and what's existing. So that's it. We also provided some historic photos. Not a whole lot there. There was a porch on the east elevation at one point, but then there's a later photo that shows it having been removed. So again, I think we're retaining quite a bit of the existing structure. There's a chimney that's in pretty bad shape. We're not planning to replace it. So that's, that price, that's like the largest change, but the roof structure, the trim,
It's in the
a lot of
picture.
existing fenestration, door locations, majority of the structure is really staying intact. Majority of the changes are on either later additions and or portions of the structure that are not visible from the public way, so.
On your window, schedule, your ends are all, end being new,
The end, let me just see what the code is here.
they're all on the north elevation.
I think that's actually how other identified, northwest, south, east.
Okay, gotcha.
And is not for new. Or north.
All right, Abby.
Yeah, I think renovating this house is really going to, these always come out great. This is a little jewel. And the only thing I'm worried about is losing that center chimney, because I think it's, you know, could you do a fake one? I mean, just, you know, sort of whatever it is they do to keep it, just
Yeah.
keep the profile.
Yep.
I think that's important. I'd like to hear what others have to say about the one in the back. But I think for sure the central one, and I think it's gonna be a great contribution to, you know, a really nice old little house.
All right, thank you. Val.
Can you go back to a railing detail that's, oh, the crossbuck won't work?
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it, and in the end, there's another photo, an older photo in that package.
It still has one though.
It has the crossbuck, but it doesn't have that covered portion.
No, I'm not suggesting that, although
Oh.
that would be darling.
Yeah.
They both have the crossbuck,
Isn't that,
I don't know if we're over 30
Deck
inches, Val, to be
low
honest with
enough
you.
to,
It looks like you're on the cusp. No, on the right side, you're, where the steps are, you're 39.
If you could
Almost.
squeak one out, I would value that.
You're almost,
That would be
yeah,
great.
3.5 feet there.
Yeah.
all right,
I could look, I'd be happy to come back if I can figure out a way, it might, maybe like with landscaping or something. I can-
1892.
Can we come up with a letter for exceptions for historic architecture and railings? Because this
Yeah.
4-inch stuff is ridiculous. Sorry, just saying.
Yeah.
and
no,
was there in
A
eighteen
4-inch camp has a
eighty-seven,
ball
if
through it.
anybody wants to know the age?
If your
Actually,
kid puts his head through
I-
that.
No, so we're allowed to, get exceptions on energy code and stuff
Yeah.
like that, but when it comes to so-called life safety things,
I guess I'm
that
just saying
falls,
it's,
which falls under, you can't.
guess I'm just saying I don't think it's really life safety.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Hey, so I had one other concern, Matt, the door, what's the door? That's kind of an unusual door. On the east,
Yeah. What, isn't there?
can that be more typical? Please?
Yeah, like a, what,
Like
like
a-
a s-
The
of some kind
existing
of-
door there?
6-panel door,
I
east
think it-
elevation proposed.
It gives it character.
You're talking about the existing door all the way to the right on the east?
the
Yeah.
three panels, this right here.
That's existing though, isn't it?
I can't tell.
Yeah, it is. If you look at the existing condition drawings,
Yeah.
Oh,
it's existing.
it doesn't look like a.
That looks great. It doesn't. It's there.
Okay,
I mean,
Steve,
I like the door.
good.
And I agree with the other than that, I agree with all the comments. And Matt, I would ask that you would put in I hate to do it, but that center chimney with some corbelling to replicate what's there.
Sure.
As a replica from the roof up, using old brick,
Sure.
not
Johnny.
V-brick, but old brick.
Yeah.
Johnny, do you have something you want to say?
Yes, the 3 French doors in a row. There.
I don't think you can see
Right
it.
there, I'm up the floor plan. Looking in from Ash Lane, you're gonna see 2 of the 3 of them.
You think?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
With the fence and the gate there?
You have to get right
Oh,
up there.
right
I'm
here.
thinking, leave this as 1 and put 2 windows here. You don't need all that room to get out, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think the visibility would be pretty minimal, and, I mean, as we're trying to get as much light as we can in that center space. And I think it's in the back of the house. I don't think it's gonna be highly visible, you know, if it's the pleasure of the board, but it's very important to the owners and may not be important to you.
When I see that with it, you know, it is in the old historic district.
Yeah,
And you get three of them in a
There's
row,
another
and
one
very
here.
seldom you find them in
So
the
there's
old
actually
historic
four.
area.
yeah.
So I would make a suggestion,
Three, four.
keep that one for
And
windows,
actually,
you
but
still
you
gonna
look
get
at
light.
Mhm.
The difference between a
There
window
is a
and
little,
is only 2 feet,
You-
the window and the French door.
Yeah,
So it's a suggestion, I think we should stand behind it,
yeah.
where it's located. Other people see it in the neighborhood and they want one.
and this is not it.
I mean, the only thing I would say is you could tell them that this is, you know, the back of the
There,
house.
right there.
It's not uncommon to have French doors, but I totally respect your opinion, John.
that would be the
I'm
one
saying
that
that
you see the most.
My point is highly visible.
We can do it
Look at
really
yourself.
if you want.
Or look different.
Matt, there's a gate there.
Yeah,
What about landscaping in the internal portion?
sure.
Is there,
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be, privet, there'll probably be a gate, there'll definitely be a gate. I actually don't, I think you'd have to stand in a very specific spot. I mean, if you wanna do a viewing,
But
you
you
can do it.
can't hear, you're
We
not gonna
can-
see them naturally.
John, what,
I
Yeah,
would
and
like
here-
to tell you what I was
Doesn't
thinking.
see them. I just think it's
You-
the old historic area,
I hear you.
it's a bad thing.
You have
And
a,
there's four, actually.
yeah,
One in the living room, it's like a,
s-
yeah.
it's the C, but also on the west elevation, your proposal, you have a chimney with an owl that's tucked in behind the,
That's there.
That's existing.
okay, that's going to be left alone, right?
Correct, correct.
All right, then I would like to have the one, I was saying, I would like to have the one on the west elevation put back in the middle of the house.
Mhm.
And I don't know, I think that the one on the little wing is something we're losing because we don't make people put them back, but they were all typical of the era when they were built. So I don't know how difficult it would be to put it back, but
So, 2 out of
it,
3.
the building is 1887. That's the first time it's on here, but I don't know whether it's earlier than that. But what you can do with chimneys, I would like to see. So I don't know if somebody wants to make a, motion?
John, did you have another comment?
Now I make a motion that we approve it with the 2 circled ones to become windows on the west elevation and exhibit A.
I don't know if I could do that.
All right. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Well, I'm opposed because I'm for the chimneys.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try another one.
I
Let's suggest
would like the
rebuilding
chimney in.
the chimneys.
I would suggest motion as follows. Approve through staff as submitted, subject to the following conditions. The main chimney, which is to say, the chimney on the taller structure will be replicated externally. And the, doors at the rear of the main structure, no, at the rear of the secondary structure, shall not be visible at the time of inspection or thereafter.
Are you talking about the French doors?
Yep.
Okay.
So he's gonna come back and get another change if he's gonna build something to block it, right?
He could use landscape elements.
There's,
Cause they've got this John, I think what I was looking at is they've got this shower here, and I don't think they're gonna want people looking at them showering. Maybe they will, I don't know. But I think they're gonna probably end up coming back with something here which is gonna extend which it helps to address the concern you had, because if they come out far enough, you're only gonna see one set of doors and maybe one of the other doors. So that's what I was thinking, is if they have a shower here and they put a V-groove wall up or something. I don't know what they're gonna do,
Hey, so
but that's up to them.
Let's take a-
I'm not on this, but I believe that you've made a motion.
Yeah,
So there is a motion on the table.
yeah, that was just discussion.
What about the secondary chimney, the one in with the owl on top?
I'm concerned about the primary. That secondary one, discussion on the motion is that I'm less concerned about that, in addition to the fact it'll be harder to replicate and have it be structurally sound because it's so tall and thin.
But there are two chimneys, right?
There's three.
There will be two left,
Yes,
yeah.
okay, I'm okay with that.
Okay, all those in favor of the last motion, say aye.
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 Aye. And against? So,
One, John's opposed.
yeah,
I'm just not sure about being able to block those, if that's a gate.
Here,
The
I think I
French
have a
doors?
way to do it, which would be potentially either,
Because it does look like a motel, there's 4 French doors right in a row.
I mean, I'm actually just sketching out, like, I'll probably potentially do like either secondary, it could either be an outdoor shower set back far enough where you've got the gate that's actually existing, and then maybe some privet, and then actually like a taller, fence behind it that's further back into the property so it obstructs the view.
Do you wanna hold for revisions then?
we'll.
I mean, that's a
we'll
landscape
call for
application.
revisions, I think would be good. That we could
Matt,
see them.
I don't know if
Okay.
you're
Do you have
interested in
a motion on the
But
floor?
that's where
Yeah,
the shower
and I
is.
believe that there
But
are
we
3
have-
in favor.
No,
Yeah.
I don't, I
Where
think
did
it's
this
just
go?
me and Steve.
I hadn't voted it.
Those two didn't.
It was
And
Steve who
John-
made it
John
and
didn't.
John went against.
Sorry.
I
It's
thought
okay.
Diane said aye, but
I didn't go,
Where
it didn't
did
fly.
this end up?
Unflown,
What did minutes show?
the minutes aren't done yet.
well,
So,
it's the holdup is are the French doors, so
I can,
why don't we hold for revisions then?
yeah, sure, I can do that.
all those in favor,
Wait a minute, is Stevens being withdrawn, or is the vote made?
Didn't
No,
fly.
I'm not withdrawing it.
we did, it didn't pass.
Well,
Didn't pass.
I'm against, she's against, and John's against.
It didn't pass.
Before you vote, I wanna say that I agree with Chris Stevens, addition, either a shower or on that wall.
He's going
So
to.
he's gonna revise.
Yeah, I'm gonna make revisions.
So you-
Somebody made a motion for revisions here.
Right,
But we didn't vote
I
on
think
it.
it was me.
Yeah, that's yours.
Aggie made a motion for revisions.
all
Okay.
those in favor of holding for revisions, say aye.
Aye.
And
Thank
the
you very
opposed.
much.
I'm gonna no.
Okay, Kent Murphy,
I
31
went over
Shep.
pictures.
It's
Steve.
gonna
31
be
Shep.
great, Matt.
It's gonna be great,
Yeah,
man.
it's gonna be great.
Did you say no?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so 4-1.
Hello.
Hey, Ken, how are you?
Well, thank you, how's it?
So
And
the
then you get in,
board
and-
on this is Coombs, Oliver, and Welch.
Wow.
All right. So, Ken, what you
Where'd you
done?
want it and only missed one meeting or something?
Yeah, but,
I went and took pictures today, you can see 3 sides
I
from
didn't
the
know
street.
it. I was not asked.
Pretty much Seashell Street.
So,
Did you miss one?
No, I wasn't on
Thank you.
from the get-go.
Well, these aren't the same.
Well, the one is the back of it.
Right. And then there's 3
and
of, like zooms.
Sitting in my car with my phone.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
checking there. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I addressed most of the board's concerns on the north elevation. I pulled in the dormer, eliminated one of the windows, so it was 2 windows.
highlight them?
I know.
You have the
No.
new elevation.
I don't know what they are.
Well, I'm addressing the board's concerns on the last go-around.
So he's
On the porch, I
done
made
this.
the corner boards thicker, so it looked more like a porch. I replaced the posts, and, on the west elevation, made that dormer on the left smaller, so it wouldn't have so much shingle on each side.
It's still too much.
I put posts on the porch where it was hung off of brackets. I thought Val said the porch from the side looked too long, and I think the posts helped that. On the east elevation,
Changing the style.
again, I felt as though, on the east elevation, I felt as though most, if not all of this elevation isn't visible.
This tree is too far away to see the shadow.
So we left most of it, with the exception of the, matching the porch posts. The windows on the one-story addition were made narrower, per comment from the board. But that's because those windows are the same on the south elevation. So the double windows that are together to the left on the first story on the south elevation were made narrower because the comment was it was short and fat. And also there was a comment that the front porch was too long, so we
Where is this
we
elevation?
put posts there to make it more
This is
uniform.
this one,
Right.
north. So
There was a
west-
thought from the board that too much of the house was not being saved.
Three windows.
I only have one plan of this, but I color-coded what's existing and what's staying. So maybe we can put floor elevations over here and floor plans over here, and then swap them. So you can see.
The yellow is,
The yellow is existing and remaining,
okay,
and the other color is,
the blue,
Yours or
Is-
his?
Fine.
is the new.
this is new,
This west elevation
yeah,
is all new, but when you see the floor plans, you'll see that we're
okay.
still saving most of the structure, but that whole facade is being bumped out,
Okay,
to create more space.
we were just trying to find an elevation, picture
Yeah,
of an
this is
elevation.
right on this.
It's right here,
Sure.
that's existing right now.
Okay. We had
Existings are
one of the
above it.
pictures you gave us had a peak on it, and we didn't see anything that had,
It's this one, I think. This is what faces the street.
That's correct.
So, yeah.
It's right above me too.
It's not exactly what's there though, is it?
Yes, it is. I've got there's pictures in the file of that elevation.
That looks like a really steep pitch.
There's pictures in the file of that elevation, the original file. the
Doesn't
original.
that look like a steeper pitch?
I think it's the angle of the camera.
The house looks more Victorian, the higher pitch.
okay, this, Val,
No, I'm not ready yet.
all right. Is Jesse on this?
I kinda stepped in right in the middle, so I don't know if I can be on.
Okay. Steve,
Why don't you go ahead, Madam Chair?
You're not on this. Do you wanna switch and look at floor plans of what's remaining?
Diane?
Sure.
Do you have the floor plans? Here they are, right?
Oh, no worries.
So this is. We are trying to save most of the structure.
Okay, this is again saving and this is
Yellow.
new.
Correct.
Okay,
That kind of describes what's happening here.
yeah,
This is
well,
one
we knew about
story,
that one.
this is 2 stories
Right.
here. And obviously the porch.
Well,
is
it
new.
seems to me that you are saving a large extent of.
As much of it as we can while expanding to the one side there. I may have those photos that were in the file, but with the original filing, there was a group of 5 photos with the original.
Yep, I got them right here.
You do?
That's straight out of the one stone building is.
It does look like it's a single pitch. That's on the, isn't it?
It is, however, staying, so it is 12. It does
Well,
look
this
steeper.
is, this right here.
Yeah.
is
Ken, on
not-
your proposed west elevation in the upper right, where you've got that dormer extension on the
So
second
this is
floor,
all added.
there's a lot, I'm just trying to figure out, is that the shed portion that ties in, shed dormer that ties into the gable? Is that the same plane, the exterior wall, as the
Yes.
window to the left?
Yes.
Okay, just, there's a line there and I wasn't sure. I was just drafting stuff, okay. And then that is alongside, that's
Where is it?
your west, so that's what's visible from Shell.
That's that. He's adding this one
Yeah.
and then putting a door here. And adding a door there.
I
Right.
have any comments about that dormer last time.
The-
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, we can always change our minds, but I'm not, I'm just trying to get an understanding
I know, it's very complicated.
of what I'm looking at here. Val, the floor plans might help you out showing some.
I got it right here.
Is Val with you?
Yeah, I get it. I'm just trying to digest what's facing where. For me, the west, the east and the south are the most
The north faces the Shell,
right, but you can see that from the street.
absolutely,
And
absolutely.
so, I'm just
The
trying.
north,
The west, I think, is the one I have the
the
most
most
concern,
visible, yeah.
because this dormer is still, in my opinion, too wide. It should come right into the window, and this little whatever, sort of,
What do you think about that little pent roof extending out over the diamond window to kind of tie that end of the structure in instead of just being that little bump out
where?
below, where your
Here?
fingers are, yeah, extending to the left?
The porch roof?
Yeah, just to try and tie that sense of mass together. I don't know, I'm just looking at it.
I had originally had it come all the way over, and the post on the other side of that diamond window, but the client is parking in the front there. And that's where she has to park, so it's, pulling the porch off to the side, that's why we made the porch smaller, but
Oh, I remember you said that.
Oh, I see what you're saying, there's a pull-in,
yeah,
it's not an actual driveway.
right.
I think for me, it's the west is the most concerning. It's too, it's just, hard to figure out. The west, east, you're not gonna see unless you're inside the Wade cottages, and the south, while it's highly unusual, sort of goes with the Sconset vibe. For me, it's just the west. There is some work on that side still. I
Okay.
think.
Steve,
Ken, is there any opportunity to move that parking space and try and integrate better this new mass with the existing structure?
I guess we could extend that porch so that the post is on the other side of that diamond and slide the parking over to the left. But then it takes up more of the front yard, which we're trying to keep that community feel of the cottages.
I think though, from your site plan, where he's saying to move it to isn't gonna impact your spot.
It looks like you got about, I don't know how deep, looks like you got about 3 feet, 3.5 feet. Okay, so there's that, and then there's,
And I don't mind making that dormer, I mean, we can make that dormer smaller on the right there, I mean,
on the right or the left?
The left.
Yeah, that was, so you're
I'll pull it
reading
in
on,
another 6 inches. I mean, they are cottage corners and the roof is gray, so it's
well, I think
gonna blend.
I think they need to come in 6 inches, and I'm just wondering if the fenestration needs to be like 2 windows to fill that space like a dormer normally would.
Where?
up there, but.
The one on the
it's too
west,
heavy.
making that a foot smaller left to right, but filling it more.
And these are
If we
two
made it smaller, you wouldn't fit
cattywampus.
2 windows in there.
Well, I mean, it depends on the size of the windows, right?
Well,
I
we'd
think
like to
this
keep
needs
them
to
all
move.
uniform to the second floor.
Okay, Diane,
Okay, what we need to do is, let it up to, Kent, as to what we'll come up with a motion that says hold for slight revisions and put it in his hands.
where is the floor plan?
Floor plan, he has it over there.
I don't have, you have,
I have it.
I didn't hear these comments the last time on the west elevation. I tried to address a number of the board's comments. This is
We
the-
did have
this is the
comments
third-
on this,
Third time you've seen this.
and you said we couldn't see it, and while we've gone out and viewed, that's in fact not the case.
No, I said you couldn't see the east elevation, and you confirmed that today. The east elevation is where you have the most problem.
You're getting like too argumentative here.
Yeah.
I think that if you do a little work on the west, you'll have it. The windows need to go back to being a little bit more where they are, as opposed to moving over, and I think you're gonna have to lose this.
Those 2 existing windows are in the exact location.
They just don't look like it.
It's,
And,
it's 100%, they are.
This,
They're in the
all
exact,
right, I'm not gonna say anything else.
they haven't moved their locations.
it's
all right,
what's
we
connected to it.
need to reassert some, Ken, I appreciate you trying to establish where you are, but we need to please reassert some control over the discussion.
What I'm trying to,
I'm trying to
ask
help
for,
you.
for a motion to hold for slight revisions. Because I think it's more than what,
Kent, just to be clear, my concerns are on that proposed west elevation, the dormer, as we discussed, at least 6 inches on each side. If the window looks, to fill that space, then I'm good with it. If it looks like it's yearning for more, then, I think we need to change the window space, the number of windows. With respect to the pent roof, I think you need to tie that into, I think you need to extend that pent roof to better tie in the proposed massing above that's new. On the east elevation, from what I can determine, it won't be visible, so I'm not gonna give you any input on that, on the purview. The south, I agree with, my colleague that although it will work. It's big, but it will work. Thank you.
okay, may I have a motion between the two of you to hold for
A motion to hold for some minor revisions.
all those in favor?
But just to be clear, you're okay with this?
Which,
That funky turn into a shed dormer thing?
I think if he extends below to try and get the massing to relate to one another better, I think I'm personally okay with it. I think it's appropriate because there's little dormer attachments all over Wisconsin that are not typical.
Well, let's see how he puts it together. I'm sure he can. So just, let's finish the motion vote. All those in favor of holding for slight revision, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And anybody opposed?
Okay. So, number 18, which I will need,
Thanks, Ken.
I will need to recuse from, but it's not gonna be heard because there's no one here to represent it anyway. So, can I have a motion to hold number 18?
So,
Diane beat you to it. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Karen, you're up.
I don't like when people argue back and
Yeah.
forth. It's really
Well, no.
irritating.
there's a precedent that's been set.
You get a gold star for,
Yeah, you were very nice.
for, you know,
Hanging in there.
bringing that up.
Diplomatic.
Yeah.
Hello.
Are you gonna argue with us?
Oh, God, no.
Oh, okay.
So this is a new application, it has not been.
What about it? We held for
All right,
motions.
so we have the regular board on this one. That would be for both of these, I would imagine,
Oh,
right?
3.
Oh, all three, okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Would you like me to explain?
What happened to
Sure,
number 18?
you know,
Was I
She's
the only
not,
one that was
she's
away?
not here.
oh my gosh,
What?
Do you know?
Karen,
Was I on anything while I was away?
your lucky star is shining up there.
Yeah. No. You got enough. You got enough.
HSAB has no concerns. How about that?
North Avenue?
They didn't view it.
It's right behind the Nantucket Hotel, where we
Mm.
approved on that
Mm.
cabana structure, which you can see from everywhere.
Actually, I think we knew this was coming. Who did the architecture work on this?
Ben.
Ben. I believe Ben's said
Yeah.
we will be seeing an application for solar on this.
Well, you know what's nice is that this is probably black asphalt shingle, right?
It's not.
What?
Well,
Mm.
he has to reshingle,
Oh.
because this is a renovation and a move.
Karen, the other thing I'm gonna point out is, looking at this, south elevation,
We approved them on this.
you have
Yes.
two
You can see it from
uninterrupted
here.
roof planes,
Oh.
and your solar array basically fits almost perfectly
Yeah.
on both of those roof planes.
Yes, you're right
And
about
that comes as close to our ideal as we
Yeah.
can possibly get.
that, really.
Alright.
And if they do the black asphalt shingle on top of that, that is so groovy.
You don't want the shingles on top of the, solar panels.
It doesn't work.
I mean, on
It affects their-
it's a figure of speech.
No, it's a good,
It throws their
I
efficiency up a little
understand,
bit.
on top of the roof.
So there's one
On-
here and
on
one
a-
here?
Yeah,
Oh my God, you're
there's
so
two
confusing.
buildings.
Oh, no, on this one here and one here?
Mm-hmm. What's the question
Where's
about?
the-
Is there panels here too?
Yes.
yes,
Facing that way.
both.
You see it?
Yeah, there's a little dashed line, and those, you can see that the little dotted line almost is exactly the same size as the roof plane.
Mhm.
I don't know.
on both of them.
Mm-hmm, on both of them. Comments from the board.
So
And
if,
as a reminder, this is a new application, so it's the regular board. John, go.
Okay, the elevation on this chart here,
Mm.
Which one are
Shows
we talking about, the
that
main house?
it's the west elevation. And also, it's highly visible from North Street, North Road going in there. Next to the
Yeah,
garden Folger, go
don't
past the
think
garden
so.
Folger, go straight in.
well, you can go in that way.
I'm going to say, they're on the north side, you get it
Mm.
here.
They're on the,
I think
they're on the
this is-
south side, John.
Uh,
The solar panels are on the south roof plane.
I think this is right. This is north.
yeah, it sort of faces
Yeah.
Brown.
And then the porch, see the porch roof is here,
Faces into the,
and then,
Okay.
so you see the porch. I think this
It's
is-
away
I think
from
this is
North
right.
Road.
No,
That's correct.
Well,
it's not.
it's perpendicular to the
You
North
think-
Road.
No, wait, I think it,
North Ave.
see this,
Go back to that again.
see this roof here?
Whether you believe me or not,
That's this
I
roof.
drove by there and I could not,
That's
because of
this
the
roof.
hedges and the buildings, I couldn't see.
So this is
Just
north,
tucked way
Anything.
back there.
looking
Yeah,
this way.
it really is.
Do you have an
It's a dead
application,
end.
and you have an application in for that other building on
So
the
wait,
property
west?
too, right?
West would be the
Yeah,
front
they're
porch.
right next to.
So, while we're waiting on John, Abby,
I'm good, I'm good.
If the shingles are black
See the west is that
due to
porch
lack of
roof?
visibility and the
From the
favorable
north, you see this.
HSAB comments, I'm okay with it.
all
These
good.
steps
Diane,
are here.
That's just right.
This part is over
and you're
here,
okay with the black
and this
shingles? 'Cause
part
they have to
is
redo
here.
Well, they really wanted
South,
just to
isn't it?
keep what
No,
they
no,
had,
no.
so.
Oh, so they're
The
not gonna be
south-
what's
black.
on
The south
now?
is the big long section.
Didn't you
Um,
say they have to re-roof?
This is,
I think they have to re-roof
West.
part of it.
Yeah,
Okay,
tell
then I take my
So south
comments
is-
Yeah,
back.
I thought,
the long one. The
I
west
thought
is
we had-
Well, wait, what does
discuss-
that mean?
That means if the shingles
No,
aren't
this is
changing,
north.
I'm not voting in
See it?
favor of it.
Where's west?
Here.
You heard it.
What color are they?
They're like a light gray, it looks like.
Yeah, they're
Right, and then the shingles are on the back.
Encourage them,
but-
you know, if
Here.
the roof needs replacing, they
The
should
shingles
replace
are-
it now
Yeah,
before
I
they put
think
the
so.
panels on.
Yeah, why would you put on solar panels if
Why
it's
would
an
you
old
do that?
roof?
I don't understand.
I think part of the building needs replacing and not all of it, and that's why they would like to match what they had.
The south side is always the side that wears
True,
the first.
right,
Yeah.
but I don't know if you would all be okay with black on one side and gray on
But-
the other.
Oh,
Right.
I see what you're saying.
John?
but if that solar panel
Yeah,
covers
that's
as
the
much as it looks
south.
like, that
Mhm.
you wouldn't see the black roof
This
necessarily
is the
underneath
east.
the solar panels.
I think that's
No,
true,
that's
Diane.
But if you had solar panels and it was a light gray roof, then you would, so that
Give it to me.
therein lies the difference. If they have to replace the roof,
It's just outside, though.
do it black. We have tried to make that a thing of putting solar panels up, is that the roof be black, so
You
the
wanna
panels.
see if that's,
You know, I would say that,
That's right,
go for the black,
that's right.
and
This is the south.
if you would pass it for that, I
There's a
would
roof
present
I
that
think
to
you'd
them.
get a unanimous approval
Okay,
with
And
that.
this
all
roof.
right.
oh, then that would,
Well, maybe unanimous.
Put it up again.
John,
is John on this?
John is on this. He's a regular member.
If the shingles were asphalt, what's it called, absolute
Black.
black?
Black shingles.
Actually, yeah, that's what we're looking at, this one thing here.
It's hard to determine that the south is correct with respect to the roof planes
Yeah.
from the locus image because of you can't tell which way the gable orients. So I see what John's confused about. He's just trying to figure out,
So,
It
Karen,
is confusing.
I'm gonna show you something.
so I'm gonna pull it up on Google.
These panels are actually going here, right?
No,
No.
No.
They're going here?
Yeah,
yes,
that's,
Oh, well, that is south.
that's south.
Yeah. So, John, it's
South.
basically facing right back into those dorm buildings. You know the dorm buildings behind what they can now call the Nantucket Hotel?
Right.
This is facing towards those.
Yeah.
If you look at the locus, you can see it's facing right towards those long skinny buildings.
See, these buildings are gonna be like, this is gonna be right next to, yeah.
I had another comment.
Yeah.
This is one block outside of the old HDC, so it's, in my mind, it's not in the old historic districts area. It's down
And
Easton Street.
HSAB reviewed it, and they said no concerns.
Okay, I'm just letting everybody know this is
Yeah.
outside.
Okay, so are we good on this, if there's black shingles underneath, Val Oliver?
Yes.
Yeah,
Alright, you
if
have a
there
motion?
is, I'm gonna write it on
Motion
here,
to
and if
approve
they're
with
not,
black
no.
asphalt shingles.
All right, all those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
All right, now we got the same thing going on with the garage that's,
So I make a motion to approve following the black roof,
Sure, are you okay with that?
Is this in-
Karen?
Hey,
Alright.
hey,
And that also, so, John,
yeah. Go ahead.
Stephen,
yeah,
can you point out on that locust plan, the garage structure that's in front? And that this also gonna be on the south side of the garage structure facing
Yeah,
those dorm
so it'll be on
buildings?
this side. So Karen, one thing, I think it's on this side. The drawings you're showing are the change structure that was approved, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why.
Yes.
So John, the reason that this isn't jiving with what you're seeing here is that this part of the structure has been approved to be changed. So this is gonna be different than what's exists here. So when you're looking at it, that's why you're seeing something different. I don't wanna lose any
Yeah.
sleep tonight, that's all.
John might wanna look at it.
So this is up, no, we're looking at the garage now. Where's the garage? Just gonna wanna look at it.
The garage is
So you
in
do
front
wanna-
of this,
So you
too.
do wanna see it?
Yeah, just if you could hand me the plan.
Closer to the
I think it would
street.
be more
Does everybody
efficient.
else wanna see it?
Okay.
I do my
I'm gonna
views.
take this.
So it's, take that.
You do, another gold star.
You should take me with you.
I know, we used to go together. We gotta do that again.
No, it's
So this is the south again.
difficult time of year.
Can't be.
Yeah, it's here,
Everything's so busy.
Yeah, okay.
which is here.
Oh, I know,
Agreed.
behind,
Time of year for me.
behind,
Thank you, okay.
Okay,
that
North
Good.
Pasture? Oh, Jesus.
you good? You good?
I'm good.
Motion to approve,
Oh, John's made a motion to approve.
Okay,
What?
south side.
South side, yes.
Aye.
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 Is that for the garage?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Is that a straight approval or with?
With the same thing. Roof.
Well,
Black
John didn't
asphalt.
say that, but John, can we include in your motion that the, would be black asphalt shingle roof?
Yes, definitely.
Okay,
Black
there you go. Yeah.
So this is
Yeah,
a new
yeah.
application as well.
Maybe they should invent
So just
solar
you should do this one,
panels
right?
that have are different colors.
Yeah, like black.
Well, I think that the deal, I'm guessing here,
Can
but
I
I think the
find-
reason they're black is that they can absorb the sun's rays. You know, black absorbs light rays.
What happens when you gotta re-shingle?
You have to
rip
take
it
them
all
off.
down.
But the thing is, when you put those panels on, the shingles get very little wear, so.
They do? They
yeah,
don't get
so-
fried?
Okay. Here's Sconset Advisory says, east elevation, do not favor solar panels placed in direct view from Baxter Road. South elevation, with the exception of southwest corner, second story panels, proposed panels are in direct view of Baxter, not in favor. Okay.
I would say I'm along with that just because of the roof color.
Stop fooling around with my pen.
I would go along with that also.
Solar panel.
Absolutely, look at this. Crazy.
It's a light roof.
And this does go all the way around, this has got that.
Karen, we didn't really, make you-
Cedar roof?
Yeah.
we didn't give you a chance to speak.
No.
There's not much for me to say here. I mean, you can see him from the road. We tried to cover the roof completely.
Okay.
It's,
Oh, yeah.
I think, a
I
nice
see.
showcase for solar in Sconset.
Yeah.
And, I do see the problem with the light roof.
Here it's marked, you know, it's
Mhm.
it's very light gray.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a very dramatic contrast. And most of the roof appears to be visible.
Yeah.
So you wanna go back and, you know, discuss this with your clients?
Well, I guess the question to you is, would you approve it with a black roof?
Well, that's actually a good question. How does everybody feel about that?
Not
I mean,
you
if
can
these
see it
guys
from-
actually,
Not if you can see it from Baxter Road.
I
You
think,
definitely can see it. I mean,
Oh.
it's
Yeah. No,
above
I-
the hedges, it's kind of, you have to look, but you
What
can
about
see
on
it.
the ground? It looks like there's a lot of property.
I can go back and say it's manicured lawn, I don't think they wanna do that, but I can present it to them.
But then, then all the, people in Wisconsin and neighbors and tourists have to see it if, so.
What,
if
wait,
it's
is
not
that
on the
good or
ground,
bad?
That's bad.
Bad.
I think her
I thought it
point-
might be good.
No, her, no, you mean to see the panels?
Yeah, everybody could see them.
A delight
oh
in their,
Um,
wow, there is an extraordinary sunset.
I'm not on this, but which angle is it
See
from
the light
Baxter
blue
Road,
with
the
the dark
photos?
purple?
Which what?
Which angle is
It's
it
not
from Baxter
visible from
Road?
this location.
Okay,
Well,
which, can you see it
The,
from back
the,
here?
ph- the photos, which one is from Baxter Road?
All of those,
dramatic.
all of those are from Baxter Road. It's just that as I go along Baxter Road, and it shows you
It's
with the
very
little
visible.
arrows where I took
Yeah.
the photos from.
Oh,
can
I'm
see
sorry, I
that
thought there was a
house
road
from-
behind it, that's just a.
No, it's all
I
from
would say I
Baxter.
have less problem with it if the roof was black
well,
and fully covered, like the two pieces that do that. The ones
I
that are.
guess we don't wanna lead her down the primrose path.
No.
I mean, I would be okay with that if it went to black. So maybe Karen, you just float the idea.
All right, and then come back and
Mhm.
say black is okay. And then we'll see what you say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Comment.
Do you
Okay.
want SAB to weigh in again?
Yes, John.
Maybe it would be different.
The knowledge of this here, on this, here, there's a way next to the top of this property, comes in here, and in here, it goes down, right down to this last.
That's right.
This here was put there years ago for the people of here to have a right to come out here and come out this way. Now, just let you know, but it's outside the old historic area, and there's gonna be, black shingle.
No.
Well,
I have to, I have to
hey,
ask.
John, we're just gonna motion to hold, because she's gonna go talk to her client and see whether they're interested in changing the roof color, okay? So can I have a motion?
motion to hold for more information or.
Something like that.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks
Thank you.
Karen, bye-bye. I don't believe anyone's here for Shelter Seven's project, correct?
Right.
Motion
Right.
to hold 7 Paul Jones Road.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Brooke, you're here,
Here, Bergen.
freshly coiffed.
Yes.
Scalp.
Scout.
That ain't nothing, son.
One day,
Yeah,
Steve,
The board
I'm
on
gonna
this
be like you.
is Camp, McLaughlin, and Welch.
Family colors.
Can't do cherry, I think.
That thing we spoke about?
Yes. Excellent.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sleep easier at night, right, Val?
Yeah, thank you for that little cattle prod. Unrelated to anything we do here.
Where's the previous over there?
We got a whole bunch of new business.
That's the as-built, but the previous ones, I think we're on the next page.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, okay. And, I think Val was on the original one, but.
I know, so why am I not on this one? Did I miss it?
Yeah, how did that, well, you missed, it was Steve, John, and Abby the last time through, but, I mean, this is,
Yeah,
it's
you
fine.
missed one.
I must have missed one.
What did you do, Mr. Murberg?
Miss Camp.
Missy.
So, if you look at the second page, is,
She's
Sorry.
upset she's not on this one.
yeah, sorry to throw things. If you look at the second page, you'll see the,
I don't like this system.
hang on.
Order.
You'll see the proposal that I'd come in with prior. There was some discussion that maintaining the form, the roof form, would be more appropriate, and so what I'm coming back with is that. instead of going up, whatever it was, 7 feet, I think we're going up, I wanna say 2.5 or maybe 3 feet. We're putting a small bump out on the front of the building, to create a mudroom space, most importantly, the pergola is staying.
Nice. John, would you like to go first?
Okay, my comment, east and west elevation, third floor on the roof. Where is the window schedule for this application?
Next page,
Keep going,
should be, keep going. It's right there,
keep going, right here.
yeah. I have it as a hopper, John, all the way to the left.
Yeah?
Yep, it's your left hand,
Nervous, right?
Oh, John's beating at your
there.
own game.
hopper.
Look at that.
Ah,
Foiled.
it's rats.
I think it's appropriate in that situation.
What do you think, John?
He got away with it.
Thank you.
John, anything else you wanna
John?
add?
Read it. Manure,
What?
manure.
I can't.
Manure.
Okay, young man,
Steve.
we
Yeah.
got,
Oh, I see, yeah,
we
that's
got
pretty
official
funny.
town business to wrap up
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, we do.
Sorry, guys.
May I?
Yes, please.
Brooke, so just to be clear, you're gaining that height in your, primarily your roof pitch, you went from a 512 to an 812?
Yes.
And any change of height on the second story otherwise?
No, the plate height is the same.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Uh,
the form is the same, you know, it's
Yeah.
gonna be a small dormer.
I think it's,
For
I think it's very sensitive to the, comments of the commissioners, and I think it's appropriate as submitted,
Oh, good. That's exciting.
with the windows as they are.
I know, I'm excited.
I'm good with them.
Are you so excited that you're gonna make a motion?
Oh, did you comment? Was there
No,
anyone else?
I don't have anything to say. I like it.
Who else is on this?
That's
Just
it.
the three of us.
Oh, John's on it?
John
Yeah.
is on
You
it.
made it.
Yes.
Do you wanna make him, I'll make a motion
His
to approve as
opinions
submitted.
don't count, but he's on it.
Submitted.
I made a motion. Oh, yeah. I made a motion to approve as submitted.
All in favor?
I was good with them, I think they're appropriate.
Aye.
Yeah, I think it's- I haven't been drinking yet.
Okay, so there was a motion.
You're gonna come
All in
along
favor?
for the ride, or you're gonna say no?
Is it a fixed window?
It's a hopper.
It's a hopper.
Oh, it goes in, John.
Chip in, right?
Tilts
Yeah,
in, yeah.
it's a hopper.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your vote, Mr. McLaughlin?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right,
There you go.
it's
Okay.
unanimous.
All right.
All right. Is,
Nice
by-
job, Brooke, thank you.
Is anyone here for, Richmond Great Point? Oh, yeah, of course. Ward, when you're ready.
The board is Combs, McLaughlin,
My
Camp,
God,
Oliver,
I've
and
missed
Welch.
a lot of these.
Haven't been on one yet,
Wow.
Chairman, tonight.
Kathy, instead of throwing out the small ones, I brought replacements for the small set, so the big set's ready to go, but hold on to the small ones and I'll distribute them.
What small one?
The ones you got in your, right hand.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, so,
Irony in that.
We're gonna try our,
Darn it.
everyone has 60 seconds to speak rule.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Even these replace these?
No, so you've got a large set which reflects the building at 1/4 inch, so they're big, they're like 36 by 54 for the biggest one.
And what's this?
And then these are more specific to the information that was requested at the last meeting, which is related to the site, and the fencing and soft and hardscape. So,
oh, Jesus.
yeah, it's a big set.
There goes.
Now the good thing is, you know, you're all pretty much familiar with the building. The building itself hasn't changed. What's required, or what made the set even larger is we've included the sound barrier, or what's proposed as the sound barrier.
Hardscape building.
So just,
Hold on a second, sorry.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't remember these being this obnoxious last time.
Oh, it's fine.
Did you up the size?
so no, the sound barrier solution or proposal is what's requiring this. So if you look at the first sheet, which is the floor plan, you'll see towards the rear of the lot what's being proposed. And essentially, so what you're looking at, this is the north elevation, which is visible from Dave Kim, is this rear element in the back, which is essentially a shingled shed element that is the sound barrier as proposed. So you're looking at, on this sheet, the rear and the front. And this solution, it's sidewalled, it's got the metal roof, and the idea is that this is sunken into that berm that's at the rear of the lot. So between the vegetative screening, which is proposed, once you're done looking at these, you can see it on the smaller sheets. We're confident that this is a better solution than maybe a concrete wall or something else.
And it looks like you broke the ridge up a couple of times.
The ridge is broken up on the sound barrier mast, correct? So I think the next, it would be helpful to maybe just look at the site plan drawings to give yourself kind of a better orientation as to, you know, where this new piece is, the sound barrier on the lot.
If we go to sale, then it's gonna go sale.
What?
So on the site plan, so this first site drawing shows you a little bit of context, the views from the road, which was a request from the last meeting, and then you'll also see this new sound barrier shed element on the site plan, which is on the south lot line. And then the next page shows you the hardscaping, softscaping, proposed screening, and some details of the fence that was requested. The vegetative screening strategy is to fill in basically all kind of available space around the perimeter of the property with blue spruces.
Really? You're gonna do like 25 blue spruces?
It's more than that.
At least, look at all this.
Yeah. The idea is to really fill in as much as possible. We added the note to preserve any viable mature trees that are on the Dave Kim Street side, which was a request of the board.
Can I ask you a question? On your, all this dark gray is asphalt,
Correct.
right? Is water perceptive asphalt a thing that would last for your place?
You mean some asphalt that's more permeable? Is that what you're?
Yeah, they make one specifically that is, lets water go through and drain.
Sure. I know as part of the planning board proposal, there is a significant site water management sort of strategy. I can't speak specifically to the asphalt type, though.
Could I guess, Mr. Chairman, through you, Dave Arminetti from Richmond.
Just to be clear, I'm not on it.
I know.
So,
Sorry. Madam Chairman, I'm sorry. Madam Chair. Back to you. Given the trucking intensive nature here, I think the permeable paving isn't really a practical solution. What we tried to do is come up with a very well-developed stormwater management plan. And in the last iteration here, the plans to the board, we've also increased the open area by a couple more % by moving the structure in the back forward a couple feet and by eliminating some of the HVAC equipment in the southwest corner, and that's now become green area. So we have tried to increase the open area a little bit more in addition to enhancing the density of the landscaping, as Ethan mentioned.
Okay, it's,
Where is the turnstile?
That's at the front of the office. So you'll see there's that little path that kind of leads from the parking area. It's basically nestled kind of within this kind of vegetative barrier. So there's limited direct visibility from the road. You can see it. Do you see it on the sort of the north side of that? You got that concrete path coming from the parking area.
Yeah, it just says personal gate.
Yeah, that's the turnstile, personnel gate.
Is there a reason for it?
It's up in the left.
As from what I understand, a lot of these specifications are coming directly from FedEx. I don't know if there's any additional kind of information.
Madam Chair, again, it's kind of a security on-site management issue.
Barbed
This is
wire.
not a retail location, so there's really only employees coming in and out. It's not a drop-off location for packages. The only time the public would come to this facility is if a parcel were lost or damaged, and that happens very, very rarely. So there's only 1 or 2 management personnel on site during the day, and obviously they're focused on the operations. So they like to have a very low maintenance intensive office and operations, so that people can't come and go through the facility because there's not 6 or 8 people inside managing and monitoring what's going on. They're all
Well, I'd
focused
like
on
to
the
see a
parcels.
specific, I think we should see a specific drawing of what it's going to look like.
That's, yeah,
Right
we've got
here.
elevations.
But that doesn't really show you where's the,
I'm more concerned with the barbed wire.
right.
The what?
Barbed wire.
Why are we having, what are you protecting to the point that we don't have some of these things in the thing, and
That
I
I know
don't
of.
care if they want to have it. We're the ones who say whether they have it or not. And at
Understood.
the moment, I'm having difficulty with,
I get the chain link, we have that in
Yeah, I think
places.
that's something
but
that
barbed
could,
wire,
Madam
no.
Chair, in a Nantucket context, I think that's something that the tenant could go without, for sure.
I think if they want to have a building there, I think they would do without it. Anyway,
We could certainly accept that.
Abby,
Well, I was gonna do a flat no until I heard about the blue spruces. I think it's
Oh.
all about the landscaping, because this is I don't think, this is the biggest building on the island, right?
I mean, not even close, but it's big.
Really not?
Oh, sure, the ice rink's significantly
Oh,
larger.
okay.
You know, just the
Boys and
addition to
girls
the
club.
fire station itself is larger.
It's John's.
The Plus building's significantly larger.
Boys and Girls Club?
Boys and Girls Club, probably in terms of square footage,
entirety.
orientation is a little
It's about the
different.
same?
Cumulatively,
Yeah.
it's probably bigger.
Okay.
John, do you have
Plus
a
building's
thing
bigger, yeah.
to say?
Yes, I mentioned last time, the main thing is not, the length isn't too bad, it's the height. This is, 26 feet high, I think, the building. Am I correct?
Correct, 26.
Right. And I mentioned that 6 feet could come off of this height. If they took this 6 feet off, dropped it down here, that gives you approximately,
I don't think he heard the explanation you gave last time of the truss. Tell him again.
Should ask for a section.
oh, they give you 14 feet. And no vehicle actually have my knowledge of the vehicle. The trucks, they back in there, if they're gonna back in, then, and there's 7 of them, I think. You drop that down 6 feet and get it lower, because you can't put a vehicle in here over 13 feet, because that's a
Is this
maximum you
good?
can bring on board the steam
This is
truck.
a good idea.
That's the height.
I think technically I think it's 13.6, but
Let me finish.
that being said, yes, sir.
I'm just saying, this could save a lot of height, being sticking up 27 feet, get it down to 21 feet. It could be done,
Mhm.
and it wouldn't change anything else in that there. The only thing you drop in is your rafter down here now. And I'm just saying, that way it won't look so high when you drive by it, because it's so long. And it's also so high, you've got a big gray spot on your horizon. I'm just saying, the building itself, in my estimation, if it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, sitting here, I'd have said no. You know, it's too large for Nantucket, but they have the reason for it, I understand that. So, I'm just saying, that could be a possible thing that can be done to get it lower.
All right, John, thank you very much. Steve?
Okay, so, on the height, I think anything you can do to take height out is gonna be an important element. I understand you're gonna have some metal trussing, we talked about this last time.
Yeah, the other thing that's actually there, which I wasn't aware of initially, is the whole thing rolls up in a ruler. So
Yeah.
the whole cowl for that door has to
Right.
fit in there between the bottom of the truss
Right, front
and that as
side
well.
here.
Correct,
Yeah.
so it's a pretty sizable drum.
Okay, but again, just to reiterate, anything you can do on the height, I think is important. The other part of the height that I think is gonna be more important at this point is gonna be screening, vegetative screening, but before I get to that, I wanna hit on the personnel gate. I get it, it's there, barbed wire I don't think is appropriate in any instance. And I think to the extent, this is for security, it's not for visibility, right? So, I would suggest that the chain link would have a windscreen type nylon, so that it just kind of, it goes away. You'll see it on tennis courts. and
A
whatnot.
coating or an actual?
No,
like,
an actual,
like a tennis court?
it's just a net, I mean,
Yeah, it's a wind.
it's a windscreen, it's cheap, it's simple, and it blends the chain link fence. All you'll see is this kind of galvanized utilitarian entryway
It's gonna look
that
like a
fits the
Bruce
building.
barn.
So, the comments on the sound structure in the back, sound attenuation structure, I guess is what you're using it for. My concerns about that, I guess, are that it fits into the space, obviously, that you have with enough remaining for the berm. So you have adequate, foundation for these spruce, which I'll get to in a second. There'll be a sound attenuation topic I'll bring up at the planning board, which is just simply how to address it. Fair warning. The blue spruce I'm concerned about. They are a beautiful tree, but they're gonna tend to get leggy. They will not generate growth on, old wood, correct, once they start to shade out and lose their needles. And, I think that you would be better served with screening be such an important element to work in a mix of, eastern red cedars, understanding that they're not gonna get as tall as the spruce, but I think over the longer term, they're gonna have a good effect. And then maybe some deciduous trees planted interspersed, so that you are getting height, and then you're getting green vegetation during at least the deciduous, portion of the year, and then you'll get the, branch structures as screening. It's not gonna be invisible, but it will help to break up the silhouette of the building. And just to be clear, the primary concern are really the first, I'd say maybe a little more than a third for me. Well, I'm not as concerned about the middle of the building, because I don't know that you're gonna see it. But I would say this side and the rear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Val?
I said what I wanted to say. That was the
Okay.
barbed wire and
Jesse, do you have any,
I'm not on it.
I know you're not on it,
but,
but I'm
um,
asking if you have any suggestion of the trees to recommend.
Yeah, so I like the spruce, I'm not as concerned about what Steve just said, but his points are valid, especially when it comes to, the monochromatic, planting of it. If you get a disease, one plant goes, they all go. And so I definitely would mix it up for that reason. And being that they're a conical shape, it would be good to give some, a different mix of either eastern red cedar or a deciduous tree that has more of a vase-like shape that would allow for some screening on the top part.
Thank you. I would say that the barbed wire and that thing, they'll have to come up with another way. It's going to be a standout building, people are going to notice it, and we just don't want that whole area to all of a sudden become super, you know, closed off areas. I think they just should come up with something other than a gate and the barbed wire. The regular wire fence is fine, we've accepted that, okay? So, do you want to approve it with that stated, or do you want to have,
Revisions?
to hold it for revisions?
Yeah, I'd like to see the landscaping.
Yeah, I would say
newly proposed.
minor.
Madam Chairperson?
Yes,
I have a comment. We have an expert on our board.
I've already asked him.
He just,
Yeah, but I wanna ask his opinion on the blue spruce. When you put in blue spruce, say you put it in 4 feet high, how long would it cover? 20 feet, how many years?
That's,
30
that,
years?
there's so many variables, but in a good, healthy situation, a blue spruce grow really fast, and I would say in 10 years you would get to that height.
If I could, Madam Chair, I can address a couple of these points that might be helpful. We were actually out there today with Mirka Ahern, going over the landscaping, and we met with 2 of the 3 direct abutters in the back and went over some more specifics. And to Mr. Welch's point, we talked about maybe going more to the eastern red cedar and a London plane tree along that side of the building. That was Mirka's main suggestion, and the abutters seemed to like that, particularly along the eastern boundary, to get that kind of canopy with some verticality. And we're totally comfortable with that. I don't wanna speak for them, but I will say the abutters are supportive of the carport structure and the landscaping and the berm. And the fencing, we can certainly commit right now to eliminate the barbed wire entirely and just go with a traditional fence top.
Use the red cedar pole.
Yeah,
Red cedar.
that'd work. Maybe on the vineyard, but
It's
not
more
here.
than that country.
So we could commit to eliminating that completely. I guess maybe if I could, given the holiday and the schedule and the timing, would the board be comfortable with maybe committing on the building and we just coming back with the fencing and the landscaping revisions? Would
Well-
that be acceptable?
I think John wanted a height reduction, right? Height,
Yes.
I believe Stephen shared.
I did have another comment. Gryphon is the company that builds it?
That's, I'm representing on behalf
Oh,
of
okay,
Rescom
okay,
Architects,
okay.
that's, yeah,
Gryphon?
correct.
Okay.
Griffin.
Who you represent?
Richmond, the owner and the landlord.
Oh, okay. All right.
I work for Phil. I know you know Phil.
No problem. All right. Anyway, that's it.
So I guess, could I ask, would the only viable way to drop the building a little bit would be to reduce the pitch height? The pitch, I'm sorry.
And you're down, you're at a 4 now, right?
We made you
We,
change
we,
that from.
correct,
We went more vertical, right?
We started flatter.
we started with a 1, and now we wound up with a, I think, is it a 5 or a 4?
I thought it was a 4, but it might be a
I
5.
don't know, whatever the board.
I mean, I'm fine with that, it's
I was
just
the one that wanted it to be,
always
I
when
mean,
I've,
we could nominally.
always when I've
drop
been
the
here,
ridge.
we've gone steeper, not, yeah, not.
But
Well, the
flat.
interesting
if
thing
we-
is there's a photograph of a thing, I think in the neighborhood that probably
A
has
black
2
pen?
pitch on it.
The Coca-Cola building definitely
Yeah,
has,
that's
that's pretty shallow.
Shallow.
Is that a 1 or 2 inch?
Kathy does.
Madam Chair, can I comment?
As proposed, I think it's a 4.
I think it's a 4.
Yeah,
1 inch?
4. It was,
Quick question.
previously it was a 1 inch.
4-12.
Because I would like to say something.
4.
Okay,
One inch pitch?
I
4
know,
over 12,
but-
yeah.
I would like, John, are you good? Can I make a comment?
Yes, you can. Quick comment you may make, a quick comment.
I don't work on a timer, Madam Chair, so
Oh,
if I can
I
comment,
thought
I'd
you
like to
were-
comment. If not, I'll wait till it's my turn.
It is, because after you, it's me.
Okay, but go ahead if you wanna speak, I'll wait.
No, all right, I want to know, if we increase the pitch of the roof, you're basically raising the building, so you're not lowering it.
No, actually, I think, sorry, I'm not on this. They started out with a 1 and 12.
Mhm.
I believe there were comments made to say that increase the roof pitch. They increase it to a 4 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what's on the table right now is the potential reduction from a 4 to something in between 1 and 4 to reduce the height of the overall building, but still have a reasonable pitch. That's.
Right,
that's the
well,
way
I
understand it.
thought that's what I was trying to say,
Yeah.
was that you can't go up too much because you're raising the building, you're
No.
defeating what you started with,
Correct.
so it, I think if we have a motion for small revisions, we'll be able to see the pitch of the roof and the suggestions of the hardscape. Jesse Dutra, this is his business also, just in case you didn't know. He knows pretty much what he says. And so could I have that motion, and then we would,
Well,
Madam Chair, if I.
Yep.
I mean, would it be possible, it sounds like
chopped
we
liver.
we could have a potential landscape plan if we worked with the board through staff to come up with a reasonable plan. I think they're committed to the density, it's determining the species that's kind of the crux of the issue. And if the board could offer guidance on that, you know, I think that's something we could accomplish through staff. And in regards to the overall ridge height, if we reduce it to say a 2.5 or 3, you know, you certainly pick up an extra foot, you know, off the height.
Yeah, is it worth it though?
But,
To
I mean,
get
that's-
a
that-
strange pitch?
That came up 3 meetings ago,
Yeah,
and
I
the
know,
board
but
seemed to say no.
I think we differ, so.
you're gonna speak in a minute. Well, this is something you ought to consider when you make the site revisions, which works out the best, which gives you the most room but keeps the building down as low as possible. Excuse me. Steve, you had a
Yeah,
final
I have a completely different suggestion. I think that we can approve this for staff, subject to an Exhibit A of the hardscape plan. We have input from the applicant, we have input from our landscape expert, we have input from other people with landscape experience, we have a lot of information. We could move this forward without, I believe, sacrificing our mission or our charge.
Do you wanna make that motion?
Well, I would start with are we dealing with these applications separately?
Well, you don't have an application for hardscape.
Correct, at the
Not yet.
last meeting, it was
Right.
suggested that we just combine everything on this one
I
application.
like that, because then they're tied together.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what I would suggest then is that, my motion would be that the Exhibit A, and this doesn't address John's concern about the height directly, it addresses it through a vegetative mitigation strategy. So that would be
So
Exhibit A. So Exhibit A would be a landscape plan indicating approximate locations of trees indicated with the dark circles. I'll wait for the battery. John? So the Exhibit A for the landscape hardscape would be London plane trees interspersed with eastern red cedar primarily, mostly, and bayberry. And the Exhibit B, or Exhibit A, would also include no barbed wire and with a windscreen in green on the chain link. And
No date thing, I don't think we need that.
And then the rest of it would be, the structure itself would be as submitted.
Can you just add one tree?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Is the blue spruce, some blue spruce would be good to have?
Well, I'm not suggesting that in my motion based on the fact that, I'm concerned about it. I'm familiar with blue spruce and it gets leggy and it gets thin and it's conical, so. I think
What are these circles that you?
those are the London
They're
plane
London
trees.
planes. It's,
You don't wanna, can you amend it to say drop the pitch a little and
I
call it
think
a
that,
pitch?
I think the pitch is gonna be, my concern about changing the pitches is it's actually gonna make it look like almost more like the flat roof, fat structure that doesn't really fit at all. What do you think?
I think there was some pictures he brought in tonight with, I thought, buildings that were fairly similar.
With a lower pitch?
I don't have a problem with the height, I'm just trying to make a suggestion, so,
I prefer the
I mean,
4 and
look.
12.
Yeah, it doesn't, what's it at now, 4 and 12?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that. So that is
It's
Steve's
gonna be,
motion. All
this is
those
the landscape plan, and
in
then,
favor
and this
of
is gonna hide the height of the.
Aye.
Aye, with the hardscaping going with it.
You said you could do something about the height.
No, they can't. All they can do is lower the pitch. Because what happens, John, is these garage doors roll up,
Yeah.
and as they roll up because of their height, they go into they don't go into the building, they turn into a circular,
You know the type they have.
yeah. So it gets very large. So they need that space above
Above the truck, right.
above the trucks.
That was a good hunt.
Oh, they are.
There it is.
Here.
This is what it's
So
looking
this,
for.
this
No,
basically
they're
is gonna,
real
they're
Below
gonna
the
need.
plate.
Just cheese.
You have to have room below the plate for that cowl to line up. Doesn't go like a regular garage door like a house.
And then they have metal trusses that are part of the roof system.
So you said.
Just salt it, let me get there.
You said that the 6-foot drop wouldn't affect because it would only be above the door.
But the only way they can drop this is if they lower the pitch.
Thank you,
Right.
Well, 'cause it's the only way to drop it.
If you take it from here,
Tina,
The
drop
motion,
it down 6
Humvee.
This is for the door heights. This is, I'm sorry, this is for the trucks to come in.
Steve,
Right,
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm just trying to
I know, but
educate
we've
the members.
accepted the motion, so he should be thinking about what the
Okay,
motion
the
said.
chair is suggesting we vote on the motion.
All right, all those in favor of Steve's motion with the,
I already voted twice. I don't
right,
know.
aye,
Aye.
aye. John, do you want to vote on this?
So I'm gonna do the best thing I can. I'm gonna abstain this time.
Okay,
All right.
To vote.
Per exhibit A, Steve?
all those in favor, we all said aye, so aye, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
you. Appreciate all the input.
Board members.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for the input.
everybody, we have a few new business items, and we still have our regular board here.
There you go.
Come on up. Yeah, come on up. However, I would love for our associate members to stick around because as you can all see, we have a number of things that are piling up on our other business agenda. And I'd like to just quickly run down the list, just so that we all know where
Yeah,
things
because
stand.
I have something
And,
on
and,
that.
and I would like as many people, as many board members as we can have at the table while that's taking place. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so you're here for School Street?
Yes, I'm Karen McMullen, friend of the Piemontes, and
Mhm.
do you need me to say anything, or you have
You
it?
okay?
Well, let's see what we got.
I wrote about you.
Mini split, okay. Oh, you're in a violation.
It's,
Oh, bad.
yeah, the condenser's been there, I believe, for 17 years, and they had a contractor recommend that the HDC now prefers them to be located in the back of the house, since that's not an easy option. The contractor stuck a fence up, I believe, about a year ago, and I think there may be new neighbor issues, they're squabbling, and I think someone alerted the HDC that this fence may not be approved. And so they're
Wait, wait,
asking,
the fence?
We're looking at,
the fence is not approved, and the condenser, I guess that would not have been approved because 17 years ago, it's been there for 17 years. I
All right.
don't know if they've ever had that
Okay,
approved.
so let me ask you a question.
17 years.
And I have these
Usually when we're reviewing mini splits, it has to do with the PVC, white PVC pipe going up the building. Is that what we're looking at?
I don't believe it's going up the building. I believe it's, Kathy, do you know this better?
Actually,
This is more about a condenser unit on the ground than it is about the,
Mr. Chairman, I
Go.
think on the second to the last page, what you're seeing in
I
that
have your
corner circled in
photos.
red
Yeah.
is a line set, which is gonna be about 3/4 of an inch with black insulation, that's about 1.5 inches, and a 1/4 inch copper pipe. That's what this is.
right here.
And then the black things you're seeing here, that's a tape for the line set to keep those things taped together.
So it's not really white?
Right, so instead of having the white cover over it, there's no cover over it. That's what a naked line set would look like. I mean, it's obviously dark, but,
It wasn't approved.
so just for
Oh,
the
is
informational
this the one
purposes.
we were looking at?
Yeah, just for informational purposes.
Now I see it. Okay. And this is on the inside corner.
I believe.
That's back here.
Yes, I believe so, yes, I believe it's in there. And it has been there for 17 years.
Because it's so dark,
17
it
years,
doesn't,
I mean,
you
isn't
can't
that
really see it.
pre-existing?
I mean,
Make the photograph as dark as you
I mean,
want.
are we violating something from 17 years ago? I guess I'm not even on it, so I'm not.
John drove by and took those pictures. And then the later pictures, the second set of pictures are what, from the customer, from the.
Did he pick this up when he was at the health department? I'm sorry to interrupt.
So, but this time of year you can't see it, so the second set of pictures with the locust map is what's happening today, so you can't see it with the vegetation.
And here are some additional
It's
photos
in front
as
of the
well.
house?
But in the
It is
wintertime,
in
you can
front
see
and
it,
Well,
right?
corner.
It's in the
It's
inside
back.
corner of it.
Yeah.
No, but
It's between the main mass and the,
I'm
and the
confused.
side
What
mass.
is the fence?
The fence is another thing, does it?
The
The
fence
fence
is
is
hiding.
around the condenser?
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
the fence is hiding the condenser unit,
Yeah.
which I think before, for 17 years, they just had plants in front of it. And a contractor had recommended to hide it behind a fence. That would be more attractive in the HDC's eyes
Yeah,
than just having plants in front of
yeah,
it.
that's it.
All right.
It's copper and black.
I'll go.
Yeah, Abby.
All right, so the mini split in the corner there is so dark. I don't, it's not offending me. I would just like some planting in front of the fence.
Okay, planting.
Yeah,
Looks
that's,
like you have some room there.
yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Nobody can do about it.
I'm not on it, you are.
That's a good thing. Val, you ready?
Yeah, I agree with Abby.
Okay. Diane?
Well, if that's the only split that we're looking at, and they're gonna put stuff around the AC units,
Well,
put
I
the
think that the
fence.
idea is to put a little bit of vegetation in front of the fence,
Yeah.
which they put up to screen the AC condenser unit. So I think the only thing I'm tipping my hand here, I think the only thing that I find objectionable is the fact that the fence is just kinda like this little
Just
length of
there.
fence.
I mean, it should go the whole length, either to the walk or to the side of the building. It's,
Well, how do you feel about just vegetating in front of it?
yeah, I'd rather do that than have a silly looking fence.
It's just sort of hanging there in midair.
Like a bayberry, or inkberry or something like that. What
Yes,
goes?
Pinkberry. John, what do you think?
Well, I think it's,
Delia.
We're talking about putting, okay. That little length of fence, putting a little bit of vegetation in front of it, just so you're not looking at one little length of fence there.
I'm worried about the mini splits too.
The lines, they're black.
I know, what I'm saying, you should, it's not that wide, it's only about 2 inches.
That it, right,
And if you put a 3-inch little box on it, left it natural, you're not painting the same trim as the house, just leave it natural. That would cover it up, you won't see it from the street.
I'm not sure you
And
really
if
see
you
it
look
from
at the
the
photo,
street
it shows
line.
the mini split goes up to the, almost to the 3rd floor. Right here, this one here. Goes almost up to the 3rd floor. The mini split.
It feels like we all have different photographs.
The
I
line
know.
stuff.
You know, you have one for the violation and then one from the.
Oh, no, I just got the
For the
one that John
homeowner.
has. Yeah, he's talking about this little guy.
He does have that one.
The first violation.
Yeah, look at this one here.
Well, I found the one. You mean that one?
I guess that's the second.
This must be an old-fashioned mini split, because they are skinny.
Bob,
As I said, it's
They
17
didn't-
years old, so.
They
Because
didn't
now
put it in
they're-
PVC.
Yeah, I know they're.
Yeah. All right, so what's the pleasure of the board?
I think.
I was fine with vegetating in front of the fence if anybody wants to know.
Well, I think boxing it in might draw more attention to, taking away from an old historic house. Actually, in this situation, not normally, but, because it's a second thought.
Right.
Like, right now, it's just, okay, it's bad, but it's just sort of very thin and sort of doesn't draw attention to itself.
Would you care to make a motion?
Oh, motion to approve adding vegetation in front of the fence that has the condenser.
Okay, we'll see where that one goes.
And allowing the lines to stay, cause they've been there so long,
And they're black.
and they're black.
How about when it gets replaced, they fix it?
Okay.
There
Yes,
you go.
Yeah.
Ann. Yes, John?
Yeah, question on the motion, what are you gonna do about the mini split, it's visible?
Well,
Yeah.
our thought is that if you put it in red cedar, that it's gonna stick out more than it does right now. But I think Stephen had just said, Stephen, the non-voting member, said if they, but,
Not
didn't you
currently
say?
voting on this.
Didn't you say something about, like, when they change the mini split lines, they would
Yeah,
box it out?
Yeah,
They
so
upgrade or,
we've done that in the past where when there's maintenance, replacement service on the system, that the line set would become boxed.
Yeah.
okay.
Or be interior.
Or be interior even
Okay.
better.
Okay, so can you add that to your,
Yeah, I'm adding that to my motion, is that in the future, in a renovation, that it'll either be installed inside the house or added with boxed in with a natural two-letter.
right. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
I'm listed as a non-voter,
Okay, as an
Non-voting.
abstention.
no, non-voting,
Okay,
thank you.
I'll have to look that up.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, pre-commercial? Weather vane, hi.
Hey, how are you? Hi. Welcome to the HCC. Haven't said that enough tonight.
No, you haven't.
Yeah,
Only made a
usually
couple.
you're like our maitre d' of the
I prefer to think myself as maybe an ambassador as opposed to a maitre d'.
What,
The good.
However, I would be a little closer
Ray.
to some dinner if I was a maitre d'.
Yes.
it is, well, I have an appointment tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with the heart camp.
Yeah,
And I just, think I would be good if I got home pretty soon, so that I can pretend to relax before I go see him.
yeah, okay, we're gonna, listen, Diane, you go when you feel like you need to go. I'd love to review some of that stuff on other business, but we'll just see what we can do.
Okay, the other thing is, I don't know what you are, I have assumed the position of CPC representative for the HDC. I didn't know whether that was okay.
So moved again.
Thank you.
Well, we're actually so moved into, wait a second. We're a
has
little
to
out of
go.
sequence here. Now Diane, are you, have you been having trouble getting to the meeting?
No, they have called them at 3:15, up here, or
Yeah.
sometimes they're downstairs.
Yeah,
The third Tuesday of the month. I have been to everyone. We are starting next week on all the applications. And if I can't get there, I can call up and we do it on the telephone the way Jack Gardner does.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay, all right,
right.
That's good.
okay, good to know.
Can we take this out of line? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just glad to hear that, but we will review that under other business. So,
We'll-
all right,
why
we know
don't-
where you stand. Okay, so you want a weather vane,
Yes, please.
and, let's see, so,
I just kind of drew it in there roughly.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not to
It's a-
scale.
it's at the front end of the gable.
Yep. So I can either do it two options. The Cape Cod Cupola is the company that makes it. And they can
Yes.
either do a stainless steel rod that would come down just past the gable end and be clamped on to the exterior of the building, or they do a ridge mount on top of the
Right, it
See the
has a
shingles.
little, like, plate.
yeah, yeah, it would kind of cover the ridge and then get bolted in, and then it just have a stainless steel, and then it would come down in the winter.
Why would it be stainless steel?
I wouldn't rust. I need the vertical and the plates to be strong out of stainless, so it wouldn't rust. But then the copper,
The old ones used to be copper,
It is copper.
No, no,
just
the-
height.
just the stainless steel, the ridge mount piece that would hold the copper would be stainless.
So just the bracket and
Yeah,
the
sorry.
vertical
Yes.
center pipe.
And then
I'm trying to think of words.
I know I couldn't.
Don't laugh at me.
Couldn't think of it either.
Right there,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's
Right at
right
the corner.
across from
Everybody
National
dinner.
Grid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
On the
yes.
question. Beautiful. I'll say
Thank you.
that.
I didn't pick it, but
Are you gonna take it in the winter?
yes, it'll come down in the winter.
Okay, you leave it up there one winter.
Oh, it's gone.
It'll
I
be over in
don't.
the vineyard somewhere.
I know that. It'll come down the 1st of January.
I'd like to make a motion to approve. Oh, was that too premature?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't think there's a lot to be debated here.
I didn't even know if I was
So,
allowed.
is there any further discussion that needs to take place on the motion? We have a motion to approve as submitted.
Right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, there you go.
Perfect. So does that mean I'm
Long
good?
time for a very simple,
Well,
okay?
I want to do it the right way. I
Yeah,
came to the office and
Yeah, I don't think that one could have gone on consent, because we never get anyone to actually come in and apply for these.
well, now you know.
Nice job.
All right, sir,
All right, thank you.
you're the last man sitting. Which application, our applications are you?
Move on, move on.
You're the Larrabee, Richard Larrabee? Okay.
Where?
So this
Three and
is
four.
item number 3, so we got a 1 Wall Street house move off, okay?
Welcome. Thank you. Trying to
That's
recycle 2,000 square feet. Keep it out of
Love it,
landfill.
we love that.
And it's not going very far.
Oh, that's even better.
John, this
No,
is
it's
a move
not.
off.
Okay.
What part are you taking? The house?
The whole thing.
Oh,
You
cool.
can, in 7 pieces. That's what they're telling me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Clamp it
my
together.
word, that's very, very
Number
ambitious.
3.
Yeah.
Okay,
Bad.
listen, I'm gonna kinda guess, because we don't have a huge amount of time, that no one would have any objections to moving this house off of the site?
We've already approved this as a move-off demo.
We did?
I think so, Brian Fogarty.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
has a
Yeah.
demo approval
Mhm.
already.
And it's going over to 9 Millbrook.
That's
Wait a
the plan.
Right,
So,
so we're reapproving a move off. Reapproving,
Uh-huh.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
All those, who made the motion?
Question, where's it going?
9 Millbrook.
Yeah,
That's the next application.
9 Millbrook Road.
It's hell in a hell.
That's our next application, John.
Next to
Oh,
is,
okay.
is it your parents,
Yeah, that's gonna be
the resting place?
coming up. Yeah,
I made the motion.
what to do with all that land.
Motion to
Yeah,
approve.
yes.
All right.
Aye.
Make some money on that.
John, motion on the table to approve the move off of this building off of 1 Wall Street. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we can review, move on. Well, thank you for hanging around for so long.
It was a good experience, I think.
Oh, God.
Oh, you're so kind.
You already got one approval, you don't need to butter us up.
No, it was the first time, so it was like I said, I was
Yeah.
taking notes. What kind of
I
trees,
know
you
exactly
know, you
where
never know what you
this
wanna do in the
is.
future.
You know Nancy and Dickie
Screening,
Road.
Yeah.
visibility from the
This is
street.
their
The
kid.
move on.
It's gonna go right next to them.
John, you've just made a motion to approve the move on.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion?
No.
All right.
Awesome,
All
guys.
those in favor of John's motion?
Aye.
Aye. There you go.
Good to go?
Thanks for coming by. All right. Okay,
Sorry it
there's
took so long.
nobody here for Charlie Kilbert, so can
Wasn't
we
all
have a
for
motion to hold
representation.
that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is a violation,
Nope.
if you wanted to look at it, or not, I'll wait for him to come. I told him to come to the meeting, it was important, but it's hard to work on it.
Charlie Kilvin has a violation.
They've stopped it, I don't know if you all wanted to look at it anyway.
You mean it was being built and then the violation came on?
Took a picture right.
It's
when
right
it
next to
came
the
in.
Stop and Shop. It's really not a big ordeal, I don't think.
It's not a big deal.
No.
Which
Should we
building is
review
it?
We can look at it.
All right, let's look at it. I don't mind.
Oh, 117, it's across from the Stop and Shop?
It's, where the hair shop used to be.
Oh,
Oh.
5 Sisters or something, 7?
No,
Claire.
he has this
Well,
insurance.
Well,
Yeah.
It's a retaining wall in
John.
front of Geronimo's or?
Yeah, let's
Right
go.
across the driveway, and all I know is I was standing there, going, oh, it's all torn up.
It's Charlie Kilbert, John.
It's just some retaining timbers and I personally don't feel it's a detriment to the,
Here, I see, somebody just saw it and identified that it was not.
That's Dave Street, that's the old.
If it
coffee
hasn't
shop.
been approved, we should
Dave Street's right there.
make them somewhat aware that they can't do. they should-
That's
Oh, I see, it
Geronimo's.
says Nantucket Insurance,
That's Geronimo.
there's a step ladder.
Yeah.
so
That's
we
the
can
old
pay the
Stop and
fine.
Shop.
Yeah,
This was before.
Is it just replacing?
No,
No,
there's a before and after, but it's not,
I don't
to
know.
me, it looks okay,
Yeah,
I
it's-
think.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
And he's gonna plant it all out, I'm sure. Is that it almost looks like a handicap ramp, no?
I think he's just
Behind it,
tidying
yeah.
it up.
Yeah.
Retaining wall.
Yeah.
It's probably an
I
existing.
It's
think that
more like
most,
a planter.
oh, you guys got it.
It seems to me it's more like a
Yeah.
planter.
Yeah,
So if he pays a fine, he's good.
I'm good with that.
Here,
okay.
he volunteered to pay the fine.
Are we looking at the end product?
He volunteered to
I
pay
mean,
the
yes.
fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I bet.
That's the new bank. This is Geronimo's. This is some planners to kind of make sure people don't drive into the building.
Probably holds, probably a road.
I'll make a motion to approve, with, him paying the fine.
All right, all those in favor of Val's motion to, approve it after the fact, with the fine being levied? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's 10 times the amount?
Levied.
How much is it?
$500.
Jeez, do we really
Extra
have to
bill.
add that to it?
10 times, because you know what? You're gonna be paying that on your insurance.
That's right.
Just joking, Charlie. I know you wouldn't pass that on to your customers.
All right, thank you, everyone. Now, so, here's what I'd like to do with the other business stuff. There's a lot of things on here. I'd love to hear what happened with the appeal. I don't think we need to get into too much detail. And then there's some things we can just skim over, but I'd love to just sort of touch on everything, so that we know where things stand and if any action needs to be taken.
Well, I do have one thing. Mine didn't get heard, the one Sunset Ridge, the one I was gonna do,
Oh, no.
and I can't do it tomorrow night.
It's,
It's
It's
tomorrow.
it's not,
I thought it was the 27th.
no, it's at the end of September.
Oh, never mind.
Hey, the only reason I didn't go is because I wasn't here.
No, it's fine. I was prepared, ready to go
Okay.
after
All
Steven
right, so.
killed it.
So I did
wait,
41 Chuck
I wanna
Hollow.
back up a little bit. Can we approve the minutes of August 13th?
Yes,
Aye.
aye.
All right. Aye. Okay, and Chuck Hollow, we won.
I
That's
guess
all
a
you need to
lesser
say.
mature,
We won.
a lesser mature person would say, we won, we won, we won. Because there were 3 of them.
There I am.
There were 3 of them,
There,
but I'll just say we won.
there were 3 what?
It was the house, the pool, and the
Yes,
color.
right.
Flash.
And it was a team effort.
It was great.
We did well.
Good for you, cause I didn't go.
It's okay.
Okay, just
So we won.
curious.
We
was-
just.
What was the vote?
It was unanimous.
Unanimous.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, just to explain that
I should
sometimes.
stay away.
No,
You, Nanny
Wow.
knows.
no.
No, well, that's great. That's really great.
We won
Well,
the appeal.
These
and-
days, getting
One
unanimous
sunset is
decision
next.
out of the selectmen is
I
like
had,
impossible.
I brought the old rusty water tower picture with me to show.
She
This
was
is
ready to
now-
go.
this is-
Fantastic. Okay, so we got 3 down, and one that will show up sometime in the end of September, which we can discuss.
Sorry, I thought it was tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah, the
They-
parties are trying to agree upon
Sunset Ridge
something.
is going to
They saw what
September.
happened.
Yes.
Sunset Ridge appeal was not heard for whatever reason, so it's gonna happen sometime in September. And so we'll get an invite to that, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Speaking of invites, I guess can somebody tell me what Protect Our Past is?
I didn't know if I had to put it under other business or not, but you all have been invited to something over in Chatham, and I have,
Oh, over in Chatham.
yeah, but I have,
still running?
I have the invitation on my desk.
Okay,
So
well,
I
that's
just
good.
didn't know if you, I mean, I know I Tried to put it on as other business or as
Well,
unbusiness.
Is this an evening thing, or?
Yeah, it is, but.
all right, well,
They
we
fly
now
in.
have the
7
literature
kind of
on it, so we can
So
peruse
that's
it.
what their mission statement is and all that, so.
Great,
Thank you.
okay, thanks,
You're
that's that. Leslie is not here, she wants to talk about 121 Orange. I mean, how should we deal with that? Should we put her like at the front of a meeting? This is a demo by neglect, as we all know.
Laura?
Yeah.
Is it just a, I didn't understand what,
Leslie, you know, she wants to have a strategy for how to deal with this stuff because, you know, there's a few of them floating out there.
okay, so it's an example of a bigger picture.
I thought we
Okay,
had
that's, I was just
set
kinda
up
curious.
a way of doing, I thought we had, I think Linda was still chairman. We had Six Gull
Yes.
Island.
We saw how that turned out. Sorry.
Oh, a good person, what marvelous person was
Last
brought it.
week, someone came.
No, but I
in.
mean, it's taken how long?
Yeah,
Oh,
10 years to get,
But
and we had, I don't know whether one of the other of ours houses was in, whether it was 121 or 4 Fair Street, or 5, whatever.
Oh,
4 Fair Street.
yeah.
And there was one other, oh, the house at the beginning of Milestone Road,
Yep,
the little old ladies.
yep.
And, what, was there another one? Fair Street, or one of ours, the little old ladies, the Six Gull Island,
What about the Davis House in Sconset, was that one of them?
That's
that was, yes, and that was the
Baxter Road, the
father,
Victoria.
that's the son and, or the brother and sister who fight. And I think they have made it peace, I think they're working on it. We had the guy in, remember,
The
isn't
guy
he the
was
guy
in
with the green
shingles, yeah.
shingles?
Mm-hmm.
So, we
Well-
had that, and there was a fine, I think the super fine was $3, $300 a day,
Right.
All
and
right, well, motion to
Wrote
hold
the-
for more discussion.
we,
Well, can
Well-
I suggest something? I'm sorry to cut you off,
that's right.
but, I can just have a conversation with Leslie and say I'm pretty sure we already have a protocol in place that seems to have worked. Let's just stick with that.
They
Yeah.
may not like our protocol.
Well, if she doesn't, then
Yeah,
I'll say, okay, then let's take this to the board.
okay.
But, you know, maybe this has a simple answer.
yeah, I mean, if it's a bigger strategy, she might wanna come, and if it's not, then she
Right.
point us in the direction.
Okay. I'll call Leslie tomorrow and just, you know, take this up with her. So, Vineyard Wind. Oh, an executive session.
So Vineyard Wind, I put that through I'm not sure which, I put that through channels, a couple different channels, because it was a little uncertain, and, it's an open matter. The urgency is slightly lessened based upon the fact that the federal government appears to have kind of woken up to the fact that they need to do due diligence, or at least appear to be doing due diligence.
That's great.
Yeah, so it's been delayed a little bit, but there's still.
So great. I know
Yeah.
you're doing a happy dance.
She's doing the end zone dance. You're gonna spike the ball?
It's not, our discussion with them under the potential for, I mean, this was obviously something that had to do with the potential for litigation and related negotiations. That hasn't gone away, but it's not, as it was when we first talked about it, it's something that was gonna happen in 3 weeks. We needed to
I
get things
remember.
going.
Yeah.
So,
is this federal or state?
federal.
I was just reading something in the Vineyard Times, that Edgartown Vineyard Wind double down. Edgartown appeals state decision.
Because the DOP,
There are state,
DEP,
yeah,
Yeah.
there are state level permitting and RFP requests.
we're
for
gonna
proposals and
overturn
stuff, too.
Edgartown's no, Conservation Commission's no for the cable.
The DEP was?
Yeah.
Wow.
You can write books about this stuff.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you, you know what, we're already on the next one.
Yeah.
That one's already coming in.
Yeah.
Good for you,
Wow.
that's,
Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, that's
Hey,
good
the
news to
poor,
slow
I
it
know, it's
down.
great.
It's a lot of work.
Nantucketers.
I know, that's so.
Should volunteer.
All right, so, thank you for that report. Now we have, Diane's term expired at some point, so we're due to re-up on.
As chairperson or?
No, this is
as
the HDC CPC rep.
the liaison.
This is the thing that we were
Okay.
talking about when that guy sat down.
Well, could
So-
I make a motion to reinsert?
Yeah, so Diane, are you, you're.
Oh, unless you don't want to.
No,
wants to.
I'm learning, there's a lot to learn. And, cause it took me a long time to find out what a shy was. And,
And you knew it wasn't a picture of me or you.
right, I don't know what it was, didn't like to ask Ken what it was, but I found out what it was. So, it's the granting of, money for Nantucket housing, the church, all that stuff is granted out of CPC.
Right.
This year, they're not getting as much, like, Kathy Cronin out at the farm. She has gotten money, but they have to follow certain rules. When we have all the books, I think they're, I don't know what, 15 this year, they weigh 100 pounds.
Wow.
But it's interesting, and it's doing as much good as you possibly can to help housing, but also to keep them in control and make them answer certain requirements.
If I were a voting member, or an elected member, I would make a motion to reappoint
It sounds like.
Diane just did.
Diane.
Diane did that?
Aye.
Abby did.
No, Abby.
Oh.
Abby made the
Abba
you
dabba
did
do.
make a motion,
I
right?
did.
Okay,
Aye.
so Abby has made a motion, actually, as Arthur Reed would say, you're supposed to say, has moved. There's no such thing as make a motion.
Right. Other than
okay.
this.
Yeah. So Abby has moved to reappoint Diane Coombs as the HDC CPC representative. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that was unanimous. Discussion of organizational meeting date. Well, usually this was whatever month had 5 Tuesdays in it, we would take the 5th Tuesday, and that would become the just organizational stuff. And that seemed to work, and then it went by the wayside for a while. Is everyone in favor of kind of keeping with that policy? Does that, I mean, I'll listen to any.
But we're not gonna have one of those till December.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not a few months away.
Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah.
Oh, then that would stink.
Can
No,
I
I'll be here.
Can I make a suggestion that's related? One of the things I've been doing in some committee stuff is including on the agenda, under other business, well, we do it a little different because the agenda's different, but good of the order. So, I mean, you find it in a lot of fraternal and other type associations, but it is legitimate for a public body. And what it does is it provides an opportunity under a general cover of good of the order, what's going on in the organization type comments, for people to bring up thoughts and comments without having to wait for another meeting. So this doesn't directly address the comment of a regularly scheduled organizational meeting, but it is kind of related to it.
It cuts the fat.
It gives you an opportunity on any meeting to be able to talk about something under good of the order. So a lot of times what will happen is you'll have committee reports, good of the order, motion to adjourn,
It's October.
so.
Which, as a concept, is wonderful, because then you're not having to deal with, the notification and all that. But are we gonna get into trouble with public notification?
I think, well, the idea would be you can bring something up that could just be discussed under the topic of good of the order, what's going on for the organization.
Can I just, I'm gonna give
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
I'm gonna give you a hypothetical.
Examples are good.
Let's say that we do the good of the order, and I say, have any of you been down, Westchester Street recently? Have you noticed, what they're doing to that person's house? Like, they're totally dismantling the porch. Well, you know, if I were the person that owned that house, I'd cry foul, because I'd say, well, wait a minute, you know, you guys were discussing
Yeah.
my project,
I-
you know, under the rubric of good of the order.
So I think what I would suggest is the differentiation on that is, if someone were bringing up, or under the guise of bringing, if you bring up a general matter of, gee, these demolition by neglect things are getting out of control, I'd like us to talk about them, can we briefly discuss it? Would be different than if you brought up a particular street address, or you brought up,
Thank you, Diane.
good night, Diane.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, good night, Abby.
Bye,
Thanks,
Abby.
thank you both for your time.
Or if you brought up, under the guise of the general discussion, in order to
Something
insert
specific.
something specific. So as long as I think if we kept it general, we would be okay. I'm not an
I agree
attorney,
with
but
you. Like, as long as we all understand that it has to remain a general discussion, no specific, like, person or property
Address,
can be
yeah.
identified.
Right.
You know, and then, you know, if it's going in that direction, then we stop and say, okay, well, so we can place this on as other business where we publicly notice it.
right, so that would be an opportunity to be able to say that, you know, we have demolition by neglect statute in our act, and the zoning, actually it's in the zone, in the code, where am I going with this? But I have a specific property that I would like to have discussed. That would be, you could bring it up to add it to the agenda for the next meeting under the good of the order, but we can't deliberate on it.
May I
Right.
ask a question?
Yeah.
How would that differ from commissioner comment? That's what it's there for.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Did you say commissioner?
Commissioner comments, the very last thing. That's what it's there for.
I don't have,
Where is commissioner
Flip it
comment?
over. That was the last one.
oh, I always thought that was where you put stuff in afterwards, cause it's not like
Oh my
a
gosh.
black thing with white lettering.
Has that always been there?
It has always been there.
Oh,
I never,
Me
ever
either.
Yeah, so
knew.
you know,
We never
Well,
get
the
to
o-
I
it.
filled it out
Okay,
before.
so
I-
The only-
commissioner comments, good of the order.
So the only thing I would suggest, and I don't know, you may know better than I, is that commission comments are pretty broad, so it would cover good of the order.
Yeah.
Where good of the order wouldn't cover commission comments.
It's anything that
Yeah.
you're thinking about, I wanna put on the next agenda. I saw this, can we put it on there? It's, what you're talking about is
Right,
commissioner
but
comments.
good of the order would allow you to actually discuss organizational matters that are
Just so
general.
Commissioner comments doesn't negate that.
Well, that doesn't negate it, but it doesn't, you're not noticing that you're talking about the good of the order.
I think as long as we have the understanding, whatever the title of that
You know what
thing
I mean?
might be, as long as we have the understanding that that allows us to open up general discussion on general topics, and that we all, like, once it starts getting specific, then it shuts down and we do a noticed
I
thing.
think the part that says comments leaves you at, you can comment, but you're not discussing. Where good of the order allows you to discuss organizational
Comments
matters.
allows you to discuss.
What?
It does.
Okay, yeah, I'm not,
It just,
Yeah, yeah.
it does, and it's the same thing.
back to
You
the
bring something
organizational
up,
meeting.
But you still can't vote on it,
right.
so we said,
Cats.
okay, we're gonna put this on
You need to go.
other
Okay.
business
I'm
next
gonna say
agenda.
something.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, John wants to make a
I'm
statement.
gonna say that the good of the order is it's an international, United States automatic, Robert's rule. The good of the order may be brought up for any discussion of any products, anything you want. That's why they have the good of the order.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they have it. You keep going, we keep going further and further with these things, we're making more and more regulations. We deal with the exterior architectural features only, and here we are getting the windmills and all this stuff. It's not architecture.
All right, back to the
That is something-
organizational
that's just something
meeting.
we should put on the
Okay.
I
good of the
was
order.
wrong.
There you go.
October has 5 Tuesdays.
Oh, okay, that's perfect.
Well,
So-
mine's
That will-
Halloween and you're not gonna be here.
That will-
No, Halloween's on Thursday.
Good night.
Okay, good
Good night,
night, John,
John.
thank
Bye,
Bye, good
okay,
night.
yep, see ya.
you. All right, so,
Stop.
okay, then I'm good, let us, in addition to what we've just discussed about good of the order and commissioner comments, let us also strive to do the 5th Tuesday of a given month as an organizational meeting exclusively.
Which is the
And
29th.
what happened the last time, if memory serves me, is we were on that track and then our agendas started getting super long. And we're like, you know what?
Yeah.
We just can't give up. Like, if we stopped for one Tuesday, the pileup would be immense. So we're not in that situation right now. So I think that we can, let's put us down for the last Tuesday in October for an organizational meeting.
29.
Right. Okay, so mission statement for the town website. Lauren Sinatra brought to my attention that, like, if you go on the town website and you pull up, you know, anything, it'll have like a little statement of what we do, except the HTC.
Get out!
Basically says, this is the HTC's mission statement. It reads something like, the HTC meets every Tuesday at 4:30 year-round, or something like that. That's the mission statement.
Oh, that's
So
terrible.
she's hoping for something a little bit more that might,
She's the energy?
yeah.
Yeah.
But she brought it up because she's been doing a lot of work with solar people and trying to describe to them the process that they have to go through for the HEC. So she said it would be really great if you had a little bit of a mission statement and then they could read it and say, oh, so this is what the HTC actually does. Be very simple. So I wouldn't mind drawing that up.
That'd
Can
be
I-
great.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, go.
I read what she sent, and, so what I did was, while I was waiting for other stuff tonight, is I took the segment of text from the act
Yeah,
and segment of text that deals with the COA,
yeah.
and subject to, if it's okay with you, I can hit send it to Kathy, and she can send it to you or to
Love
the
it.
group.
That's great.
And then you, just, it gives you something to start with.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Because it gets into the mission, but it also gets into like a little bit of the history. Lauren provided, we have that. The, under the act, what our charge is, and then if you don't fill out an application, what happens and why you need it, and that it doesn't give you rights at Conservation Commission or zoning. All that stuff.
Right.
It's a little more than they might have bargained for, but I think
Yeah.
it would save everyone in the community.
Listen, I think
Some
a
hard
little
work.
more,
sheds are not
certainly
allowed.
more verbiage than less, because right now we've got it's about as
Sheds.
fair as you can possibly
Okay,
be.
so I just sent that.
That's great. Okay, thank you, Stephen. Synthetic materials is interesting, cause, I was in my office today. I would have had nothing to report on this front, except Steve Cheney, who I think is the vice president of the Builders Association, said, oh, yeah, by the way, Ray, you know, whatever happened to the synthetic materials? I said, your guy, I forget his name, Vic is the head of the building.
Vin Ramo.
Vin. I said, you know, Vin wanted us all to come to a Builders Association meeting, and that's not what I wanted. I wanted them to come, you guys, you know, I was telling Cheney, I want you guys to come with your samples of everything, and I want you to have the research and all that, and present to our board in the public forum at a regularly scheduled HTC meeting. And he said, oh, well, of course we'll do that, you know? And it's like, good. And so, here's the little, so that was all, and he said, oh, well, so when would we be heard? And I said, you know, kind of whenever you want. And he said, well, Vin apparently has to go over to the Cape, so he leaves, you know, at some point in the evening. And I said, if you give us a date and it's not looking like the agenda is too heavy, I'll put you at the beginning of the meeting. Do your presentation, and then we move on with our regular business.
I was
That's-
just at Huntington Homes,
Cool.
and they showed me some samples of boron.
Yeah,
Mhm.
oral.
And I was supposed to bring one back, and I left it there.
Well,
It's very
not to worry,
interesting.
because Steven said that they had all this stuff together
Yeah.
apparently. And he said boral was one of the things, because that's made out of fly ash, which is,
And it
you know,
looked
Yeah,
and felt, even
Like
to
wood.
touch.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
good stuff, but it's hard to get out here,
Oh.
because no one uses it. There's not a
Well,
demand.
so and then when we get our we'll have to, I know we're not
Well, no
supposed
one
to
uses it because I
specifically
don't think-
advocate for anything in particular, but we can't let it go Pandora's box either.
But we could say that materials similar to such and such a material, which is a fly ash or coal ash, is malleable, it dense, it wears, it looks like wood. Subject to review of a sample, it could be maybe approvable, right?
Something like that.
So
I
that
just
we
don't
can-
want it to go berserk.
Well, so not to get too far out of the skis, but so I think I said, Stephen, you know,
Do
we've
it.
been dying to do this, it's been on our agenda for months now. If we could, like, you guys get your act together, let us know when a good date is, and we'll get you on the agenda.
That's great.
All right, so, and then at least we'll know, we'll have the language and we'll have sort of, a better understanding of the materials. And then
Is he
we
gonna
can-
bring a plastic shed with him?
I asked him about plastic sheds and he said they're actually, you can get them, red cedar coated with plastic. So it's red cedar underneath, but it's plastic on top.
Why? You think it would be the
No,
other way
I'm
around?
just kidding.
Honestly, I am telling you, I
was
know
waiting.
you don't wanna do this, but I think it's not about sending letters of violation to people who have them, which I see everywhere. It's talking to the source, and I think we should say, people have to come in here and get them approved, and then they can buy them.
But
Well-
Val, we can't tell a business, we don't have the authority to tell a business.
But
that can't.
having it right out in front
I don't
is
disagree with
just
you.
saying, come and get one of these
Well, maybe
sheds.
they
I
need
don't
HTC
disagree with you.
approval, have an outline.
Can somebody remind me,
I don't disagree with you.
and I think I know the
You
answer.
stand at Walter Pier Barrett,
What?
Public Landing, and you turn around and it's right there. And
Okay.
it's Nantucket.
Is that
The-
violation?
These are coming out of Marine Home Center, right?
Yeah.
And
But you talked to them and they moved it to the back, I guess, for a couple weeks.
Days, and
then
now
they-
it's back
No,
in the front.
No, I didn't talk to them.
Oh, I thought you
Did
did.
they? No, I didn't.
Oh,
I
'cause
didn't.
didn't?
No.
they
It
moved
seemed
it?
like they moved it,
Yeah,
but
you
now
were
it's
gonna.
back. Now the doors
Okay,
are
all right,
open.
so I think
And they
that,
moved
I
it.
think that ball is solidly in my court.
And Val, while you were away, I think we had this discussion where I'm just, Val and I just have a fundamentally different approach. I'm thinking that violations, notices without, breaking out people's doors or blue flashing lights are the way to get the pressure on the vendor, whereas you're calling them can help. But we just unfortunately can't tell them they
Oh,
can't sell
hey.
it. That's all.
Guess what? Wherever you said you saw one from a public way,
I've seen like 5.
okay, well, all right, so
Fasara's
send all those,
parking lot.
send all those people a violation, right? And the first thing they're gonna do
Go
is
for
they're gonna go to Marine Home Center and say, hey, guess what? I paid, $500 for this thing, and now I'm getting this from the HDC, like, what's up with that?
I
Well,
think
I
that'll light a
think-
fire under someone's.
It definitely will.
Eh,
I want my money back.
it's not
It's
viewable.
just like those synthetic materials they're
I
not
would say,
supposed
if I was
to
Marine Home Center,
sell.
I'd say, well, don't put it out in front of your house, go put it in your backyard where no one can see it.
We
Well,
said,
but that's the point, is that they don't put it someplace that's visible. If they do, well, either way, they need a certificate of appropriateness.
Right, so I sent out 2 violation notices today.
Oh, you did?
That-
For those?
Mhm.
Okay, that's
For 2 of
great.
them, I
You
just-
weren't,
That
you
I
weren't
think
fire
is
and
a good.
brimstone, were you?
What?
You weren't all fire and brimstone, were you?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you, dear Val. I
I
mean, I do, but I don't.
I think that
instead
just
of-
seeing it there says it's acceptable.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep.
I mean, Ray never even went there, so, I mean,
Huh?
let's go there, it can't
Oh,
hurt.
you mean talk to Mark?
The Marine Home Center.
I agree.
mean, It can't
Yeah,
hurt,
some-
but
yeah, yeah.
I agree with you that
They could
it's uphill
even
battle.
put something there or train
It's an
their
uphill battle.
staff to say, you need to get this HDC approved.
it's
I'm
really
sure
on
none
the
of that
homeowner.
even comes up.
Yeah, I mean, it's their yard, they're
No,
putting it in
I'm
there.
sure it does.
But guys, guess what? We're gonna have a mission statement that talks about general application requirements.
Okay.
Everyone is gonna conform. It's gonna
Yeah.
be beautiful.
All right, now, I promise I will call or email Mark Songer on that. Sidewalk work group is Diane,
Yeah,
right? So we'll pass over that one for now. And then the time limit, so,
I just wanna say, it's kinda ironic, it's the end of the.
Yeah, I thought
well, I think in recent history, there have been a couple of incidences where, and frankly, there was one tonight, know, the whole thing with the, thing that was approved on consent, and then it was, not approved, and they
shaking
gotta
my head
open it
at
back
that
up, and there's all this legal crap.
I thought you were gonna mention the shed that John approved in 15 seconds.
Oh, yeah, no, he always makes a point. Point of order, Mr. Chair, you know, we spent a half an hour on that application. It's like,
Now it's a half hour and an
nobody
extra,
knows
and
that
plus,
better than I do, John,
Yeah.
I'm watching the damn clock.
now it's a half hour
So-
plus what you're saying right now.
And we didn't even open the application.
No. But, you know, the thing about it is, the bottom line on that particular thing
Yeah.
was, despite all the legalese stuff, and we have rights to this and we have rights to that, at the end of the day, they basically said, well, we talked to the state, and we said that we're a historic district, and they're willing to let us put in Belgian block and all that, and it's like, okay, so this entire conversation could have taken like 5 minutes. If
With
you had
everyone.
just told us that right at the beginning, like, we're not gonna try and argue this one, you know, let's not get into the legal aspects of this. What we did is we went to the state and said, hey, you know, we're a special condition here, will you work with us, the HCC doesn't like what we're doing, and there it was. That's all that needed to be said, cause it's like, they're gonna reapply.
Yeah.
It's like,
Don't forget, they get paid
So-
by the hour.
Well, but we're not.
Well, yeah.
And I'll say
So-
that again, but
Yeah.
we're not.
Yeah.
So the time limit thing, like at town meeting, what it makes people do is be mindful of what they're saying instead of prattling on.
Right.
They get to the point.
It should be double-sided, so they can see it and we can see it, you know?
All
Or
right,
the
so,
timer.
you know,
Tick,
yeah.
tick.
So like 3 minutes, like, the applicant has 2 minutes if it's a little thing, it's 3 minutes if it's a big thing, or whatever, maybe it's just 3 minutes, people aren't gonna use it. And then if there's a butters who are against it, they have 3 minutes, and then we get to, then, so, this is an interesting thing. At any of these other type of regulatory, adjudicatory type things, there's a little bit different process, but it's because it's the way the law is written. Our law is a little bit different. So, as you know, there's the board opens the public hearing. They discuss it, the applicant speaks, the abutter speaks, the board may speak, and then they make a motion to close the public hearing. And then no one else speaks at all unless they're called on by the chair, period. That's it. And then the public body can deliberate. I'm not suggesting we do or we don't do this, but then the public body deliberates and decide if they're gonna make a motion, and then they carry on their business. So that it becomes what happens, I think, is, as Vale's saying, is it focuses the applicant and the public's input into a segment where they need to share their information in a succinct way, so then the body can deliberate amongst itself without distraction and maintain coherence individually by being able to breathe regularly and not have their blood pressure go up, but also as a committee or a commission or a board by being able to understand what each of the other persons is saying and doing, each of the other members is saying, doing, and interested in. So I think there's validity to that process. It's very successful where it's used. I don't know if we can do that strictly. I mean, I think legally we can. I'm not suggesting we do. I'm just saying, you know, maybe we do something where we talk, or we do the 3 minutes to 3 minutes, and then we talk, and then we might take another minute from each. I don't know, what do you think?
I think everybody just think about it, cause it's tough.
Okay, let me give you a few thoughts. So, the difference between our process and we'll just say the Concom, or it could be the Concom, the ZBA, the planning board, anybody but us. Right now, that is a very light agenda for
Yeah.
us. When you go to the Concom, they have like 5 projects. You know, they don't have 60 projects, they have 5 or 6. ZBA, 4 or 5, you know, planning board, 5 or 6. And so they can follow this very, you know, like methodical process each time. And, you know, frankly, every time you go to the Concom, usually there's a lawyer there, you know, and then there's the wetlands guy and there's all this and that. So that makes good sense. The issue here is I think if we implement this rule for every single project, like, you know, some of them, like the John McLaughlin one, literally lasted like 30 seconds. You know, you open it up, you go, motion for approval, done.
Well,
Don't
maybe
even- you don't
it's the
even-
ones when people are.
Exactly. So you can see it coming. You have 3 people that are in favor of, you know, you got the owner, you got the architect, and you got the architect or the lawyer. Then you've got, you know, a couple of neighbors against, plus a lawyer who's representing the other neighbors, and you got this fleet of people. That's when we run it, okay, so this has a lot of heads. That's one of the situations under which we run into some major time problems, like our first application tonight. 6 people, all, you know, all doing this and that. That would be an ideal time for the timer. So that addresses one thing. The other one is sometimes our board, you know, are the guilty
And we're-
party.
and I-
You
I
know,
think we're all
like,
gonna be
you know, it
guilty for
goes
it,
back
but
and
it's-
forth, and, you know,
sometimes it's
we'll be
just-
just getting ready to motion for an approval, and John will bring up something having to do with a window or something, and rather than just shut them down, which I think is unfair, you know, we give them airtime, but, you know, we give them 4 minutes of airtime, and then we make, you know, move to approve or revisions or something like that. So I think this is gonna have to be a process, but I do believe the clear, easy, you know, low-hanging fruit of this thing is when there's a fleet of people that walk up and sit here,
Tell them they got
we
time
can
to
say, okay, when we're in a situation like this where we have a contentious meeting and we've got a lot of people speaking, we're gonna do the timer rule, and here's how it works. And I think it would be fair to do that. In other words, it doesn't have to happen on every single
No.
project that comes up, because I think frankly we'd be spending more time managing the clock than actually doing the real work of what we're supposed to be doing.
The only, can I?
Go.
The only concern I have about that is that we won't, there are gonna be ones we know clearly in advance. We need a timer.
Yeah.
Just by the tenor of the room, what's going on, how many people, not who, I wanna be very careful, because that's not my intention.
I know.
But how many people are showing up? That is gonna be a clear indicator to us that we need a timer. But there are applications where we won't know, and we haven't said to the applicant, this is our general process.
Right.
So my concern is that, and then my other concern is that, I guess it's not really a concern, but I was thinking that if we just said, I don't know how you know, as the chair, obviously, every communication that happens at this table needs to formally or informally go through you, because that's the only way you can maintain control. That's just a side note. The idea might be that maybe there's some way to informally hit the timer button and start the process.
Steven,
Here's
that
a
is
thought.
exactly what I was thinking. Go
Here-
ahead.
I mean, what if it's just, you have a simple protocol saying, well, anybody more than the applicant presenting at the table, we add a timer.
Well, no, to take it a step further, we can, as part of our boilerplate on this thing, say that the applicant has 3 minutes maximum to deliver their case, okay? Now, it gets down to who's actually manning the timer, and I selfishly don't wanna do that.
Well, no, well, you have.
You know, I don't wanna be in charge of the timer necessarily, but let's just say, well, somebody gets designated to do the timer, and we have this language down here, you know, that says, you know, right there, it says, you know, the applicant has three minutes to make their presentation, maximum, okay? So somebody just walks up, they sit down, and somebody just very discreetly, you know, hit the timer, and they go, and they take 1.5 minutes. Nothing's ever mentioned about the timer. Now, if somebody starts to run on, then somebody will say, well, Mr. Chair,
10 seconds.
Mr. Chair, we're coming on our 3 minutes. Thank you. You gotta wrap it up, And I try, although I also try and be diplomatic about this, I try, once an applicant has spoken and any potential adversaries have spoken, I try and keep the conversation limited to board members. And then every now and again, you'll get somebody who wants to rebut every single board member, and we just gotta shut that down. That's not gonna happen. It's, the board speaks, and then you might have a chance, for a general rebuttal, that will be like a minute,
Yeah.
and that's it, we're done.
And I think I personally like that idea. I think the idea of putting it on paper, I think that's fair. It broadcasts. I think I have an idea on the timer. I do like the idea of having it kind of just not a big deal, but there may be some other utility and a different approach. And then I like the idea that you just mentioned about maybe the general rebuttal, because it gives an opportunity for a person just to not walk out and feel like, well, wait a minute, I didn't understand. It may not
And
actually
often
be a
people
rebuttal.
don't
It may
understand.
be just a question like,
Right.
hold on, you guys said a lot, can you just double check?
Yeah.
And if we don't do that for them, I think that gives them a minute to do it. So that seems very fair to me. The only thing I would say on the timer, and I don't know what it is. Well, first of all, I wanna give this context. I remember that there used to be a line you had to get in before you even came in the meeting to get
Yeah.
on. You weren't even on an agenda.
Right.
You just came in.
Yeah.
So this isn't some draconian thing that we're cooking up at the HDC commission. This is like time management when we have 60 applications to be heard on a slow Tuesday and more like 100 on a regular busy Tuesday. Having said that, there may be some utility in having, I think Jesse mentioned a double-sided timer, and you say your name and you hit the button.
Sorry.
Boom.
That's how it is at town meeting, and you see the clock ticking, and you know you have to get to your point.
It keeps it right in front of people, and it also gets everybody in the room thinking about the time. So I don't know if that's
I'm
a
good with-
solution or not.
No, I'm totally good with that.
But I'm just thinking it might be, because then it's everyone's responsibility. Hit the timer. Matt, hit the timer. Like we can all chime in. It's not on your shoulders, it's not on a timekeeper's shoulders, it's on the applicant's shoulders.
How about
Right.
squirt guns?
Yeah. So I don't know, I mean, that's,
You're out of time!
That's the shaming. Yeah, I think that's good.
what do you think we should, process-wise, is it something we should discuss some more, or should we be discussing with subject to, is Val making a motion for minor revisions, or
How about
for
this?
staff?
How about we buy a couple timers and try it out?
Yeah.
And then we kind of tune it as we go.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
I think you're right, it's a process, and we're gonna need to do that. We're not setting this in stone.
Well, no, and maybe people will get more in tune with, I've gotta get in, say what I gotta say,
Yeah.
and we don't have to
Well,
listen
and the other
to.
thing is, in terms of fine tuning, it's like, so we just pulled 3 minutes out of the hat. Now, I actually think that 3 minutes is a long time to be presenting. Maybe it's 2 minutes. Maybe we find wow, if we do 3 minutes on every single thing, it's gonna be.
3 minutes times 100 applications, plus.
That's 300 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
Well, not to mention, that's just the introduction, never mind the board has to speak,
Yeah.
Right,
Well, well, I mean, I think it's worth talking about just for a few more minutes if you guys are okay
Yeah.
with it. I think maybe we think about breaking it down, so if it's a simple, maybe there's we go through, we could use our our fee schedule. So if it's a pool, a shed, something like that, it could be a smaller amount of time.
I'm just gonna mention, I've seen some of the longest ones be like a gate.
Just landscape.
Or retaining walls, or fences, it drives me absolutely insane.
It's
Sorry.
so for that point, you're saying, put a shorter
Matt-
time.
Put a shorter time on it,
Yeah.
yeah, because we
I
spent
got
some
you. I was
inordinate
thinking
amount
the
of
other way
time
around.
on it.
Matt did a
what do you
lot of
mean?
stuff, he set that,
He had
Think
that
of trying to figure out how and when to go to the meeting, he would have every single thing timed, and
Oh,
he-
right, so he paid someone to
No, he
develop an
actually-
algorithm that would,
Yeah.
based on
He
what
did.
happened before,
Yeah.
would tell him when to show up later.
yeah.
I would suggest we think about managing different applications, the subject matter of different applications with different times. I'm not suggesting we make it very involved, but we might have two categories. Maybe new dwellings are, new dwellings and new commercial structures are one category and everything else is a lesser amount of time. Just to see how it works. But a fence, I mean, we should not, I'm sorry, but we should not be talking about a fence for as long as we do.
I know.
The other thing I would suggest, and this is under the time management aspect, and I believe we talked about this before, I think it would benefit, I know it's gonna be a lot of growing pains, it's gonna be very difficult with some members. If we have a digital file, the digital files go out, the planning board does this, it goes out in a packet. So there's like a view section, and then there's just a list of all the other ones, and you click on them. So if you're a board member, and you might take a little bit longer to review things because you like to flip pages, you can look at these at home over the weekend or on a Monday and come in, and you know how many, for instance, casement windows are on a house, because you clicked through and you did all your window schedules. But at the same time, because it's digital, we could throw it right up on the screen, and we could literally, if we each had a roof plan and a site plan, we could literally go through page by page more quickly. I'm not suggesting tomorrow.
No, can I just make a point?
Yeah.
We're going electronic by January, and we're starting the
Yeah.
process in October.
So, right, so, and I was aware of that. And so it does mean that we will have everything we need to be able to project up here.
Is there any, are we gonna still have the same applications?
Right now, we'll be doing paper, we'll be entering it in on the backside and the office. Nothing's really gonna change, we're just trying to test it out. And then come January, it will go live. So the, usual heavy hitters like Emeritus and Chip Webster and all the architects yourself, they can do it from their office. And then the randoms will come into the office and do them with us or with the admins.
How do you pay your fee? Venmo?
No, they'll be doing it, that'll be done, through the, portal.
Credit cards.
Credit cards, cash and check.
Wow,
So
you
that's
can get
coming up.
miles.
Yes, you can take a picture of the dollar bills and just email it.
So, yeah, so that's what we're working on right now. Trying to find.
Cool.
Yeah, that'd be
Alright.
cool.
Yeah.
So I think we should
So-
maybe do some try, I would suggest then, even more so, that we try to, between now and mid-November, before the heat starts to come on, when January is, with this being all digital, we try to do this a couple of times and see where the flash points are and try and
You
get
know-
people accustomed to the culture.
I actually think a lot of our regulars, almost every regular, I'm reluctant to say every regular, but I bet you most people who said, hey, look, we're sort of informally running this timer system thing to try and get it nailed down. So if you don't mind, Matt, each time you start a new application, just hit that little button there.
Yeah.
All right? And we're just gonna see, like how long it takes.
Sorry, I was just thinking about the frog in the pot.
Oh.
That's a good way to start, though.
I think, and if we
We'll
do go,
warm the water up
if we
slowly.
do go to projection, I think that the
gonna help.
staff should be here.
Yeah, we gotta rearrange
we
the
gotta
room.
reformat
And everything should be
Well,
oriented and
well,
maybe.
frankly, we all have to be over there.
Yeah.
And it
Well, I
gets a
mean, you
little
could-
weird because
yeah.
now all of our backs are to the audience. not-
Well, but I mean, I think we could figure it out, and
You
the
get-
applicant
you
can
get-
be up there with a
You
laser.
get two on the end tables.
Right, so the ends would be fine, it's just kinda like this side, doing this all night
And then
long.
maybe one on each end and then.
Your neck is gonna be so sore, Jess.
I
Yeah.
think that's also gonna cut time on review
Oh,
in
yeah.
half too, because
Well,
everyone's looking at the same thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
Steven's spending so
I
much
know.
time going through, John, we're on page,
And I don't mind doing it,
No, I know you don't,
but I think
it's just like,
organizationally it doesn't make sense.
Do we get
No.
pointers?
you do.
Yeah.
No, we'll have the little
Well,
light pointer.
So eventually, I mean, once this gets down and we're good, we would be able to set it up so we could have
And the
a
timer
tablet
can be up
interface
there.
that could be passed around and you could
On the
surface
projector.
Yeah.
erase it.
Just like a town meeting.
Yeah.
It'd be cool, right?
The timer can be on the projector.
It'd be kind of fun to come here. Not that it isn't now, I mean, I'm telling you.
All right, I'm going though.
Somebody just told us it was fine. And they just wanted another approval.
We have what?
Okay, now
Oh, we have two more to discuss?
No, we're done.
Yeah.
We're done.
What's on the back?
Here, take the stretch energy code that I printed out.
What's that?
Take the stretch energy code that I printed out.
Well, I got permission from the select board to talk about that stuff, so.
Oh, will you be able to?
Motion to adjourn.
Well, I may be doing
Terry, I
hers
don't have
rating,
my
so
car.
now I can officially talk about it without being in violation.
It gives me an opportunity to,
Okay, so I did hear a motion to adjourn. Was that from you,
yes,
Val?
Aye.
yes, yes.
All those in favor?
And what about
Aye.
this?
Well,
So that means you don't have to carry that every day?
How do you turn